um, you know, yeah, things wouldn't have gone well. Luckily, Splinter's disease, saved him.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
and we don't talk about any of that stuff. That's why I was being real flowery and ridiculous with my metaphor.
yeah, I assumed. I caught your drift. I caught your
Yeah,
drift. I'll say
yeah.
that. Yeah, it's I haven't touched on this topic in 2 years ever since then. Splinter's disease. I've kind of got distracted and focused, really more focused on other parts of life. And
Okay.
was planning on coming back to this at some point, to finish it out and see if I can learn any more. Obviously, I just learned something mind blowing today. So,
Yeah. You can keep it as simple as you like. Um, there's a lot of just elements of, it's all built on assumption after assumption after assumption, and you
mhm,
can kind of just hold on to that and be like, okay, you just the concept of assumptions alone can almost you can almost systematically dismantle the heliocentric model because of the assumptions it's founded on.
right.
How do you know how big this is? Well, because of how far away that is. How do you know
I didn't know how far that
how
is.
far away that is? Well, because we're assuming that this is as big as this thing. This thing in the sky is as big as this thing. Well, how do you know that? Well, because roughly the way that it looks when it has an eclipse, and based on assumptions about the way that when we have it, it's like assumption assumption that's why I say house of cards, is because it's just the heliocentric model. It's it's like a hot air balloon. It's a stataloon. It's just a big story. It's a really elaborate
Right.
story, but once you start attacking the assumptions, okay, I understand you have the assumption that this. What's your
Mhm,
proof? Okay, well your proof has an assumption, so what's your proof for that assumption? Oh, that has it. Okay, and
right.
it just goes backwards until it winds up being a circle of the circular reasoning stuff.
hmm Yeah, it's something. I I have to go. I definitely have to go because I have to go to like into work soon. And
All right, man.
but this been a good talk. I plan on coming back, and I want to know a few other things, and hopefully other people would chime in and give their thoughts on stuff. But thank you for the information.
Absolutely.
Everyone
Thanks for
else,
doing what you do, man.
yeah,
It's important to have people on the ground like you. Appreciate that, man.
yeah, no problem, man. Y'all take it easy, man.
We'll see you next time. Good stuff. See, there's plenty of people out there just keeping it real. We can't expect to know everything that's going on in this whole wide world from one end to the next. Kaloom. You have VC verified.
Yeah, what's up?
Have we talked before?
Probably.
Probably. Gotcha. You got VC verified, but no other roles. So just
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that?
did you say what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Oh no, nothing's wrong with that. It doesn't help people know whether or not they should educate you on how the Earth isn't a spinning water ball.
Oh no, it's because I can't be asked to, take on any formal role. I just really can't be asked. Like, I hardly ever use Discord. I've joined like 4 servers, and that's about it.
Ah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. So how long? What? Sorry, which one was that talking to me? I'll see what.
Gospel bearer. Is that what you're talking about? Who I am?
Yeah, I just wanted to see what your role was. To be fair. I imagine it's probably fairly high up because I recognise your voice for some reason. But where are you?
I talk too much,
yeah.
probably.
Gospel bearer, fucking hell. Where are you? So what were you just going on about? Oh, there you are. Oh shit!
Oh,
Never mind, I'm on my phone. I can't. Oh, yeah, sorry, go on. Continue on.
Yeah, we were
Before I
just
join.
chit-chatting when person coming back to the server, he, like you, doesn't spend too much time on Discord.
Yeah.
Had come to the realization that Earth wasn't a ball, and found out that, lo and behold, they started finding more and more people in their friends and family that also had come to the same conclusion, even without having some type of conversation about it. Like, they're like, "Oh my gosh, I had no idea you already knew," and stuff like that. So pretty interesting.
Fair
Fun.
enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, seems interesting. But so, what led you to believe in flat Earth theory then? Other
Well,
than the obvious is.
if it were just a theory, I certainly wouldn't have come to the conclusions that I have.
Sorry, can I reinstate what I mean by theory quickly? By theory, I mean a proven thing that you believe in very strongly and have proof to. I mean the scientific definition, not the actual definition. Just to clarify. So, like, why do you believe in it then? Not the theory of it. Why is it true? Why, Garma?
It's more so that I disbelieve that there is curvature, first and foremost.
Yep.
It is my observation, and it becomes reconfirmed over and over again that we see as far as we can see, because there are limits to our sight, and there are limits to optics, and that is influenced by angular resolution, as in there's a minimum angle that we can view things.
Yeah.
And there's that, and there's other aspects to it. But I was just talking to another group of people earlier this morning on that same question, and I said, because when I first heard about this topic, I had rebuttals like anybody else tries to have rebuttals. They're like, yeah, but what about? Yeah, but what about? So I had made an observation that I thought was a defense for a belief in the globe. And that observation was how the sun reflects off of the surface of the water.
Yeah. Fair
Well,
enough.
it just so happens that my defense was a defense for flat, not a defense for curvature. Because our observation, when you see the sun reflecting off of the water, can't be had on any surface but flat.
Yeah. I guess.
So that was a big a waking up moment when I was like, oh, my defense for my thought that the Earth might still be a globe is actually a defense for the fact that it is flat.
Yeah. So if let's say, I don't know, I've got something that can fly just above the top of the tallest mountain in the world, and I go directly west, and I go for long enough, how come I come back to the same place then? In theory, this is if it's a ball, I'd come back to the same place.
Do you know what is west?
I mean, compass north, compass west. So
fantastic. So
yeah.
So did you know that if there was do you know what the game tetherball is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say that
sort of no. Go on.
Yeah. So let's say that pole is sitting at the north.
Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
He got a phone call. You gotta wait.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Yeah, Callum. If you know how to use a compass, you'll answer your own question.
Okay, no, but then if I reverse the compass and use it to find perfect south, if the ball is always pointing north, my south is constantly changing, so west isn't defined.
Exactly. Once you establish that
you can define west though, because what's it called? Iron tends to over time orientate itself to magnetic north. And if you take a direct west over that,
have you ever used a compass, Callum?
Yes, I've actually got one next to me. To be fair, you don't even need a compass. Proceed. Whoever that was, gone. We can talk about this. Shit, actually, 2 seconds. Let me shut my headphones.
Dude, you go east to west relative to north, you come back around to where you started. Not
Yeah,
complicated.
north is the only constant point. Everything is kind of dictated off that point.
2 seconds. Oh shit. Right. So everything's dictated off of that one point. Compass works off of the South Pole. It's magnetically attracted to the South Pole, not the North. The North is just coincidental. It coincides because it's a direct linear line then.
Compasses don't even work in the South.
Because when you magnetically charge something, the South and North poles face opposite. Most people put it on the north of a magnet, then is what you basically use. If that north points to the south, and if you labeled that as north, if you labeled that, your south would be your north technically. So, I don't know how to describe it in a way you'd understand. So basically, you're locked in. The compass points. The magnetic attraction is towards south. It just happens that north is the other way, is what I mean. Hello?
Okay, so you'd be circumnavigating east. If you run around your block or a track, have you circumnavigated a sphere, Callum?
No, I never said about. So I was asking a
No,
question.
I know you didn't say it. I just brought it up. If you're using a compass, and you're going west, and you end up at the same place, I mean, it makes. I know you have a compass sitting next to you, but have you ever traveled using one? Be honest.
Sort of. I've actually got a boat myself, and I use it a fair bit. And I know my bearing, my heading, and I use it to get back from where I launched to out where I want to go fishing to back. Sometimes, yeah, not often. Most of the time.
Do you understand on a flat Earth you would just make a circle and come back to where you started? Do you understand?
No, but you wouldn't.
You would though,
because
you're just not understanding circumnavigation, bro. You're not understanding what west. Fundamentally, you're not understanding what west is. That's why I got a phone call, so I got interrupted. But
no,
I left you with the tetherball thing. That's literally how north works.
Does anyone have the GIF that shows him?
I'm getting there. I'm
using a magnet.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather you show me a document with your calculations to prove it, not a fucking GIF. But
look,
all the calculations are synonymous on both of them, so you're lost.
Look, Callum.
Yeah.
Look at the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I am on that. That's where I saw it. It's quite funny watching the tetherball one. To be fair, it's just
yeah. But how a compass works, it always points north. So you have to go in a circle. It doesn't matter if it's a globe or flat. It's mutually. It just doesn't even matter. Most people just don't understand what a compass is and how it works. That you're literally going around north. That's all it is.
Could I correct you on that? You don't. If you were going to circumnavigate it like that, what you should do on the thing is place the compass down. Have your north, let's say, facing parallel up through the North Pole, through the south, both ways, yeah, and then rotate it around, keeping that north pointing forward on that. And you would notice that, let's say this is imaginary, then we've got a big compass sat on top of the flat Earth going around. That north would constantly change. That point holding on the north, it would go from north down to east, around to south.
We don't live on a Mercator map, bro.
No, I know. You've just shown me a Mercator map. So
no, I didn't.
What did you show me?
That's an AE map, bro. That's an azimuthal equidistant map. Okay, it's just used as a demonstration for helping you understand what north means. North is the center.
Yeah. All right.
This is mind-blowingly simple. But here I got a question for you. How does a compass work on a globe if you have to hold it horizontal for it to work? It'd be pointing out into space. Yeah, I think it makes for a plan. Yeah.
All right. Relatively speaking, the Earth's too massive.
Actually.
A tiny pinprick thing that's like not even the size of my palm.
relatively speaking, it's too massive. 2, it would orientate itself, let's say I'm stood dead on the equator, it would orientate itself parallel to the center of the Earth. If you draw an imaginary line dead through the middle of it, it would orientate itself, flat.
Oh, you don't understand how compasses work. You didn't know that you can use a compass on Earth?
Yes, you can use it anywhere. Yeah, even on the curve.
Well, no, not on a curve. Not on a curve because
Sorry, I had to say.
Come on, man! Don't do that! Don't do that!
I know. I'm joking. My bad. I had to do it. Had to be done. All right. Let's forget the compass then, because there's. I don't know how to describe it in a way that I'd understand. Let's talk about the curvature.
It's not about you describing it. It's about you learning why it works the way that it works. You have a misunderstanding and you've yet to concede.
Sorry. Okay then. All right. So there's a circle with an imaginary cross. Sorry, not an imaginary cross. A cross drawn on it with a needle that then points to magnetic north, whatever that may be, wherever it may be. Yeah. On a map, if you are, moving it about to notice where, then I'm imagining something that has, I'm going to say a magnetic attraction to north. You would then circumnavigate it around with that stick then pointing the same way. The needle would be the thing that moves, not the north on the compass then. Do you know what I mean by that? Or, let me just...
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, on that gift that you shared, it showed the guy rotating the north the whole way around. That wouldn't work. You can use that to navigate.
No, that's exactly how it works, my friend, because north is magnetic. So when you establish a point that is magnetic, everything falls relative to that point. Okay. Period. End of discussion.
No, okay. End of discussion on that point, all right? But, again, let's say I circumnavigate the world. I'm going to keep this compass perfectly pointing that way. So I've started with my compass pointing dead at north. I am going to leave that north line where it was. I then move left and up. I'll in line at a 90 degrees angle west from it. That north line is still pointing up. I then move further. I'm now in front of that north point. My north should still be pointing there.
Okay,
so north is now technically...
So you have a misunderstanding about straight lines.
No,
in correlation to the use of a compass. You're under the impression that if you had west or east, you're under the impression that if you had east or west, vice versa, that it would be a straight line. It cannot be. It never would be.
It can be, and it should be for navigational purposes.
No, bro, listen. Let me first and foremost listen to this. There are no straight lines on a globe. Did you know that?
Well, no shit. But you have to use a theoretical straight line.
That's important.
You have to. Same for a flat Earth. There's no straight lines. Well,
that's not true at all.
Oh, what? Because you're living on a plane, aren't you? Yeah.
That's 100% a fact. We all are.
What is that?
So back to the main point here is the way that a compass functions. The way that a magnetic compass functions requires travel in a circle, whether or not you're on a globe or a flat Earth. Do you understand?
Okay, but again,
there's no but. No. It's a yes or no question. Do you understand? It's not a but.
The thing I understand is that you're completely out of whack wrong with that.
No.
If you don't
wrong.
Go to one site out of the 19,000.
All right, I'm going to go and mute you, Callum, because you're obnoxious. You're obnoxiously retarded. Okay?
Okay, well,
a circle is a circle is a circle is a circle. North is singular, therefore anything around north is a circle. And he had to leave.
Yeah.
He doesn't even deserve education.
What was that PDF you just posted that someone just deleted? I see.
Absolute moron.
Did anyone manage to see what was containing in that PDF?
No, I was focused on the conversation of the retarded person.
Someone deleted it. I don't know.
What were you trying to say, Witsit? Were you trying to defend his idiocy? Did you have sympathy for the man?
Well, I was gonna jump in and just let him know how he can debunk himself by going on Google Earth and taking 90 degrees from north, pointing west, and drawing a line continuing in 90 degree from north wherever his point is, and that straight line that he's drawing 90 degrees from north on Google Earth will wind up hitting Antarctica at some point.
Yeah. You're
debunking
smart.
himself.
I'm sorry, yeah, good job.
No, I mean, he couldn't comprehend.
Space turd.
Your example is a good one, though, Napalm. Good, that's good stuff.
It's possible he could have just been hit in the head by too many tetherballs. That's a possibility because he wasn't too sure on the rules of that game either.
Has anyone checked out? No, they get deleted again.
If you can't get past circumnavigation, there's not much hope. I don't know.
A conclusive and undeniable proof of that Earth is. He made that one?
But, question, so to properly navigate, they also required knowledge of the stars, right?
Callum,
like if we're out at sea. Pardon me?
Precious globe.
Precious, my precious.
Yeah, in order to navigate by the stars, you need to have an understanding of the stars and what takes place within the celestial dome that we allegedly have is that the dome aspect of the celestial bodies is due to perspective, meaning as things go further away, they get lower down in your point of view, right? So your perspective is what creates that curve. And all of those GPs for the zeniths for the stars, those need to translate 1-to-1 from the surface to the points in the sky. So what they can do is claim that there is a celestial dome around us and then map those 1-to-1 on a curved surface. But really, the only curvature is due to perspective. In reality, those celestial bodies are not curving, and in reality, neither is the surface. So it still matches 1-to-1. Hopefully that.
Sorry, I'm reading the chat.
He doesn't know how to spell pity, so instead he spelled potty.
Oh boy. Thanks for the promotion, boys, by the way. I just noticed my name is Blue. I made it! I'm one of you. They like me. They like me.
Don't have folks reversing their decision if you act awkward about it.
Damn it. Let me sent back to the corner. Thanks again, guys. I appreciate it.
It's not like that. It's not really that special. Just can you explain why the Earth is not a spinning water ball? Is literally all it takes.
I just want to say thank you because I noticed my name is Blue, and I was being dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand.
Such futile beliefs. Man.
Sticky water.
Yeah, I just got done with that first video. That is interesting. Scary.
Are you talking about mine?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Just thinking about just really just fathoming, if that's the right word, the fact that some don't deserve. And just
yeah, and I'm not
imagine
proclaiming
being
that
one of them.
Yeah. I'm not proclaiming that I would pick and choose personally.
Yeah, no.
And I
it's
think I
already
made
understood.
that clear. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just still, it's wild. It's funny too, because as I'm hearing it, because we just got done binge watching the Netflix Viking series, so it kind of feels like it intertwines with that a little. At least, the concept of the pagans and then the Christians.
The
Vikings
tree is my father, and the rocks gave birth to me, kind of stuff.
A rock gave birth. Interesting.
Well,
evolution.
Once upon a time, about 2,600 years ago, yeah, there was a group of people that had that belief that the tree was their father and the rocks gave birth to them, and that is proof that evolution isn't a new concept. It's an ancient pagan idea. You're welcome.
I didn't know they think that way, I guess. I don't know. Maybe the interpretation or translation got lost from that time.
No less than 2,600 years ago. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
No, man. People have been worshiping rocks and trees for thousands of years. Yeah,
So,
that's true.
So they had beliefs in that. Did they do any kind of like anything ceremonial or any kind?
Oh yeah, they burned incense, for instance. They made sacrifices, usually human, but not always exclusively human. It was also animal sacrifice
for the tree and the rock.
Yeah, bro.
Oh,
what do you think Moloch was made out of?
Ooh, got you there, Quetzal.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not just tired, man. I can't even think.
People still kind of worship rocks even today. I mean, what's diamonds are a rock, aren't they?
Yeah, there you go. Allegedly, that's the fault of the guy. I'm just gonna blow his name is out of my mind all of a sudden. The diamond guy, the American breakfast guy, the cigarette guy, the guy Edward Bernays. Man, that took a second. It took like 7
when you say
seconds for
cigarette
you.
guy, I was just thinking of the X-Files, how they had the cigarette man in there.
Yeah, so
Edward Bernays was instrumental in people believing that an all-American breakfast was bacon and eggs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the color green, female cigarette smoking, diamonds. Diamonds are, what you give, women, and so on and so on. Yeah.
Didn't he write a book called Propaganda, or is he considered the
father of modern
founder?
propaganda? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably too much credit. But yeah, I mean, supposedly a lot was
Sigmund Freud's nephew, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched his video earlier today. Interesting.
Whose?
Probably Alexandra. The
I thought you
Inconvenient
said
Reality.
his.
Oh, I said this.
Oh,
assuming everybody's looking at the live stream chat.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen most of her vids.
Is that
I mean, I've only seen 2.
She's a good
far.
researcher.
She have any new stuff?
Any
yeah,
idea?
she has been making new videos
man,
again.
are you ready? Come on, man.
Any idea why Illuminati backwards, if you search in Google, link to NSA? Is that a actual thing? Like
yes, it is an actual thing. You can purchase a
Why would you do
website.
that?
Hold on. You can purchase a website, and then you can cause that website to redirect to any website you want. So, for instance, I could buy, if it existed, it might already be purchased. We are all liars and worship, stupid stuff.com. Right? I could buy that website, and then I can redirect that website to whitehouse.gov. Right?
Oh, okay.
And then I can make a video and say, "Oh my gosh, guys, you wouldn't believe it. But when you go to We Are All Liars and worshipstupidstuff.com, it goes to whitehouse.gov.
So
oh my gosh.
Prank them. Yeah.
Yes, that is how that works. So yes, somebody did that and then made a big deal out of it and got lots of clicks. And then it gets perpetrated because people don't understand how the internet works or how a website redirect works. And it's pretty simple.
So we should purchase We Do Not Live on a Spinning Ball and redirect it to NASA.
Yeah, I mean, if you have an extra, $100 a year or something, however much it would be.
Very nice.
Yeah. It's about $10 to $15 a year for domain ownership,
Right.
and then, or renting, however you want to call it. It's kind of like a
good
lease.
investment.
And then in addition to that, hosting a website, you're going to probably go as low as $50 a year, maybe. Might be one of the lowest. So around $60 a year, you could probably pull it off. I mean, it's funny, but I don't know if it'd be worth it.
What's the best one from Alexandria off the top of your head?
I mean, and I think she did an Inconvenient Truth. Are we being lied?
The Inconvenient History.
History, yeah. Thank you.
Learned that from Sunny posted that. And that's the first one I saw. I was like, dang.
Are We Being Lied To was one of the ones she did on Flat Earth, and that was really good too. That was a good yeah. But I don't know if I could say best. The two new ones that she's done that are kind of long are Money, the Money one, the Root of Evil that she did.
She's done some series. She's done a couple different series where you watch them in successive order. And I don't know, I feel like she kind of purged her original site of some of her videos, or some of them got struck.
She did say she has a BitChute channel, so maybe it's over there.
So probably Alexandra.com has everything. Odyssey has, I think, everything, but you can see everything that she has on probably Alexandra.com. Also, she did a good video on Q as a psyop.
Yeah, like in this one here, she's talking about it, and like one thing I didn't think of, and that she brought to light, haha, pun intended, is the light side of the Masonic Lodge and all that. White.
Yep.
Of the checkerboard.
Yep, two sides of the same coin.
Yeah. It was interesting. Like, huh? Because I mean, of course, it makes sense. But I mean, what's funny is like I'm already not playing that game. Like I'm already over it. I can already see through it without that. But seeing that they're trying to act like good, yeah, it was nice for sure.
Yeah, I haven't finished reading this article that I'm looking through right now, but I'm going to post it anyway.
Didn't she start a series, like, it might have been on another YouTube YouTube channel. Like she started another
Yes.
YouTube channel for that specific series.
Chaos.
Party Chaos.
Party Chaos. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was mentioning that in this video because this one's January of 2022, so it's not terribly old.
Yeah,
her video go ahead, Nick.
I was just gonna say I really like her take on the light versus the dark, but the false light versus the dark kind of dichotomy.
Yeah,
it's a really astute observation and a good breakdown.
Absolutely,
exactly. Because I mean, I never looked at it like that necessarily. I just figured they were all evil, anyways. But yeah, to go into the detail of it, explaining it, like it was nice.
We're 90s kids. Sorry, we're 90s kids subject to mind control was very relatable. I was like, gee, that Nickelodeon was out of control. Go ahead, what's it?
The light dark thing. They write about that in their own literature. But one of the things I disagree with her on is that she's like definitively the mark is not physical.
Oh
So
yeah, she's got some eschatological issues.
Yeah.
Her research, though, yeah.
So she doesn't think there's gonna be a physical mark of the beast kind of deal.
Yeah, she's got some eschatology issues, in my opinion. She's done a great job with exposing the past and the present. In regards to her ideas about the future, those pretty much go hand in hand with everybody else's.
I was about to say.
When you start talking about the future, it gets a little.
Yeah, everybody has a theory.
Now, but yeah.
So what was up with Nickelodeon and all that you were just now mentioning?
Yeah, man, Nickelodeon was melting people's brains.
That's what's wrong with me.
I mean, Real Monsters.
Stimpy.
That junk was messed up.
I felt they were a little suspect. That logo, I remember looking at it and it freaked me out a little bit.
Before that, it was Sesame Street.
Bro, Bert and Ernie.
I hated Sesame Street.
1, 2, 3,
We were kind of touching upon this. I think it might have been yesterday, but I feel like every generation has its own specific programming agenda that gets posted upon them. That's why most people in specific generations can relate to one another because they've all been involved in the same brainwashing type programming through media and society.
Good job, Quetzal. The 7.4 miles.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting to share.
So you got the height of the tank. Are you sure it's not like 8 feet or 10 feet or?
That's from the video. You can check it out. I will post the video above the pictures.
Oh, okay.
It's related. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
So I feel like the subjects of even like celestial navigation and observations of distance, they've taken what we observe and back engineered it, right? So all of these arguments are going to be sustained by both sides of the argument, right? It's just a contention as to what the reality is and how we perceive it. So on one side of the coin, you have the globe earthers that say, 8 inches per mile squared or 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is going to be where you have your horizon, when really that's just derived from the way that we visually perceive the world, right? So you can't disprove, well, you can disprove their claim, but on the face of most of these arguments, the way that they've established or ingrained their mathematics and their equations comports to reality. The explanation just doesn't add up to reality, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Our website's currently being attacked, but it's not the only website. There's an entire category, our e-commerce platform, that all their websites are currently being attacked.
Better call Space Force.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's a really peculiar attack where they go into websites that have gift card functionality in the checkout process, and they're trying to hack through to create gift cards using fake credentials over and over and over again, and they're doing it somehow algorithmically. That's very peculiar. I mean, there's tens of thousands of websites that utilize BigCommerce as the e-commerce platform of choice, and for right now, there seems to be some type of weird attack going on. It's very
Is a Nigerian prince forming this attack?
Not that kind. I don't know who runs those kinds of algorithms. I mean, sometimes those special South Asian people will do that. Yeah, I don't know.
What is the intent or the mission or the overall objective for Space Force? Does anybody know?
Well, did you get to talk to the guy that was here that works for Space Force?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he was here. It was like Jake, the Space Force guy, or Jared, I don't know, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he literally just
was Away Object. Go ahead.
Yeah, Away Object, the Space Force. Thanks, Dave. You're always, and you got a rock solid Fort Knox memory. I tell you what. But yeah, he works for them. He did a evaluation of data on defense systems related to early warning detection, something like that. Early warning detection data monitoring. That's what he does.
It seems like it's exactly, almost verbatim, part of the JTRIG, the Joint Threat Research Intelligence Group.
Yeah, something like that.
That's what they do. I posted it before. I'll post it again. Exactly that part.
Yeah,
that's what Space Force is. It's cyber war against us.
But there's also physical, because he said that they use satellites and all this. But the funny thing is, we had a really good conversation, and he was like, he got it. Like most of everything, he was like, well, you're right. They could just be telling me where the satellite is. But yeah, it was interesting. It was a deep conversation, because when that conversation was all over, I was thinking, if this guy goes too far, he could lose his job.
So, did anybody mention to him the old DO system that was set up?
No, we didn't talk about the DOs.
Because that was established in the North, right? It really kind of put a radar shield over the North Pole area.
Yeah, from about the 60th parallel as well on the north.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if they're basically the new wave of this kind of DO system. Distant early warning is what DO originally stood.
Oh, thank you, because I was definitely thinking of directed energy weapons.
No, distant early warning is what DO stood for.
Thank you.
This was done back around the same time as the Antarctic operations. This was done in the Arctic and established a bunch of radar sites up in like northern Canada and Alaska to allegedly, intercept any intercontinental ballistic weapons that may be sent over the north from Russia towards the United States. I mean, that's the story, right? But establishing a 60th parallel north and above radar system can give you all you need to know as far as whether people are entering that area. So that's kind of the closing off of the North Pole in terms of radar.
Yep.
Yeah, about the same time as the fake Cold War, and Project Dominic, where they were able to blast hundreds of bombs. At the same time, they were setting up the distant early warning system and the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, and mapping the firmament.
And getting rid of Admiral Byrd. They had to get rid of him.
I know I sleep better at night knowing that Space Force has got our back, man.
Oh boy! Oh
bad,
boy! I know. I'm glad they're right here in the neighborhood, so I know they won't be. Well, never mind. I was going to say, so I know they won't be watching me. That's not true, though. Hi, guys. Yeah, I'm still here. I know. Amazing.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Dude, what's up? Are you there? Kenny the Dude. No.
Wow. Atmos security, Fire Dome. Perimeter X. That's a lot of interestingly named companies there.
Did you say one of them was Biodome? It's a Pauly Shore movie.
No, it was Fire Dome.
Oh, my bad.
But yeah, there's a lot of really weird names on that. To save this. But if you went east, but if you went west, I don't understand how. I don't get it, man. Some people, they have a brain, obviously. Having and using are two very different things.
Does anybody know offhand the difference in the speed of light within a vacuum compared to like the atmosphere or the atmo? I'm assuming there's a difference. I was just wondering because we were talking about satellites and you said that the Space Force guy was dealing with data from alleged satellites. And
Oh yeah, gotcha. I get where you're going with that. Yeah, I don't know. I do know that they say that the denser the medium, the faster sound travels, which I always thought was fascinating.
Well, I was just curious because I feel like within alleged satellite
Rambo
technology.
posted the
take it.
conventional answer to your question.
Oh, okay. Cool.
1.0003 times slower.
All right. I just wonder what that would do for a distance calculation if they, within satellites, assume the speed of light being what the speed of light is in a vacuum, or the established speed of light in a vacuum, and if they're equating all of their distances to the alleged speed of light through a vacuum, but the signals are never actually traversing through a vacuum, giving you incorrect distances.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking about the counterintuitive nature of the more dense the material, the faster the speed of sound goes. But the more dense the material, the slower the speed of light goes.
Actually, no.
No?
Yeah, no. It's not dependent on the for instance, with refraction, it's not refracting just because it's going into a different medium. It's refracting because of the angle when it enters the medium. And refraction is talked about as the slowing down of the rate of propagation.
Well, I wasn't even thinking of refraction at all when I was saying what I was saying. I was just talking about rate of...
I get you. I just thought about it in relation to refraction when you said it. It's interesting. Not sure how we could actually validate
yeah,
the light slowing down without having any observed effect. There's also the difference in that sound is the waving of the medium, the air, or the liquid. Whereas the light is, we don't even know what that is, where what is waving, if it is a wave or if it is a particle.
Well, I don't think it's any form of wave-particle duality. I think there's just been a misplaced concreteness to the phenomenon that they call a photon.
Mm-hmm. Light is the effect.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that's why I call it the Ouroboros logic. Over and over again, they play that game.
A never-ending quest to quantify everything.
There's that, but also Ouroboros, is circular and all that. But what makes mass? Well, gravity. Oh, what makes gravity? Well, mass. Well, what makes what? So what makes math? Go ahead.
I feel like there's too many terms that can be utilized in multiple ways, but are they're proposed as the same thing, but operate in multiple ways. Allegedly, mass being one of them, gravity being another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like it's just us, humanity, grasping at straws because we're stuck within creation and can't see it from the outside.
Yeah, we're stuck in the physical, trying to comprehend the metaphysical, and we have a foundation of what we call science that only deals with the physical and will never acknowledge the metaphysical. So they're always attempting to quantify everything within physical terms, even though there is a metaphysical side to the coin. We're stuck on the physical side. We have an inability to quantify the metaphysical. So it's kind of like human nature to try to understand everything in a physical type way. But when you get down to a certain degree, or you get up to a certain degree, you start to blur the lines of the physical and the metaphysical, and the way that things manifest in the physical from the metaphysical. And they're struggling to give good, proper definitions of some of the phenomena that we see that's on that borderline, which is why they're trying to quantify things like light in terms of particles. I mean, the last thing the science community wants to do is touch the third rail of the metaphysical.
But they talk about it all the time too, though.
Well, they allude to the idea of it in terms of like quantum physics, right? Superimposition, all this stuff. And they think that they have a grasp of it and try to explain it solely based on quantifying something that can't be quantified. And that's why everybody is utterly confused when it comes to the ideas of quantum physics. I mean, I think somebody was quoted as saying, if you think you understand quantum physics, then you definitely don't understand quantum physics.
I feel like you could say that same sentence and fill in the blank with a lot of different words. But yeah, I mean,
if you say you understand women, you don't understand women.
That is a 100% true statement. I've never heard a more true statement in my life, Trace.
Well,
yeah, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, no, it's up there, but I would say that despite lack of understanding, you can still survive.
Yeah.
Still survive.
And not
I
to
don't
bring up
believe I'm just merely surviving. I think things are thriving.
Not to bring up or devolve the conversation into the way that the talk yesterday about artificial intelligence devolved into specific female robots, but
oh boy,
I think they've had the ability to easily map the human behavior of males into artificial intelligence, but it's going to take a lifetime or eternity to figure out how to map the female brain into a artificial intelligence. We're pretty simple creatures.
Yeah, we're pretty logic driven, whereas they have more emotional interconnectivity that is harder for us to grasp.
Copy link. Here it is. So there's a Twilight Zone episode on this subject, Napalm. It's referred to as The Lonely.
Really? Old school Twilight Zone?
Oh yeah, I own all of them, and here maybe this would be copy link. This might be a good clip that demonstrates it. But she's a she's a robot. In of course it's a human being, but so that kind of makes it difficult because it's only a human pretending to be a robot. But yeah, anyway, it's interesting. I mean, Twilight Zone, they had a lot of really, really good ones. The Obsolete Man, super good.
I'll tell you one that freaked me out when I was a kid was the one where they're on the airplane and that monster is out there ripping up the engine.
Oh yeah.
I saw that before I ever flew on an airplane, and not gonna lie, first time I flew on an airplane, I flew by myself as an 8-year-old child, and I was just waiting for that monster to show up and start ripping up the jet engine.
I saw that as well, and I also had that sneaky imagination, like checking the wings just to make sure.
Yep. Yeah, that was Captain Kirk, in that episode. That was Bill Shatner himself right there. He did a couple Twilight Zones.
Good old Bill.
I would guess that Rod Serling knew it was flat. Just a wild guess.
Yeah, too bad he didn't.
Guess he got over that fear before he went where no one's gone before.
What's his quote about there being no difference between science and science fiction? Has anybody seen that interview?
I can paraphrase it. Somebody asked him the difference, and he said there is no difference. That's paraphrase.
I'll have to find it. But yeah, that's funny. This was supposedly a quote of his. I don't know.
So is it just me, or are artificial intelligence or robots, they've been mainly historically depicted in film and television series, typically as females for the most part. I mean, we do have some some movies where, like the Terminator and stuff like that. But I feel like most of the depictions of artificial intelligence or robots has been female in nature. Like in Metropolis, that old school 1920s film, Blade Runner. I mean, there were male artificial intelligence, but the main character being a female.
Bicentennial Man is the biggest one that comes to mind as far as male. And then, of course, there was that movie with that little boy, Haley Joel Osment.
Oh, yeah. AI.
Yeah, I guess it was called AI. That movie is so creepy.
Super creepy. But I feel like whenever a female's depicted, obviously they're using it more towards the sexualization, right? Or trying to tempt you into lusting towards the artificial intelligence, whereas most of the male robots are generally destructive and
why don't they make like a Kathy Bates robot? Why are all of them like? Go ahead.
Another one I was just going to add was The Fifth Element, that Bruce Willis's android girl was a robot. She was pretty hot, I think.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Find me a Kathy Bates robot.
Did I just say a robot was hot? That's worrisome in myself.
Again,
so it worked on you. It worked.
Listen, the fact of the matter is, it was an actress. Pretend that's the point. It's all mind twisty. So, you're calling the actress that, not the robot, because what? Now, if you said Sophia, the robot, that'd be a different story, right? And I haven't heard anybody go, "Oh yeah, Sophia." Thank you, old Haas. Perfect example. Rosie was not sexualized, which is maybe the reason why they refused to make a real life human version of. I thought for many, many years, I thought how cool it would be if they made a Jetsons movie just like they did the Flintstones. I mean, they could make it wild, like, Star Trek style, super cool. But they.
That's a good point. There hasn't been a Jetsons movie. I wonder why not.
Because they can't over-sexualize that robot. But I find it interesting as well, the actress that played the kind of the main artificial intelligence in the original Blade Runner. What was her name? Sean Young was also the actress, I think, that played Einhorn on Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. So they have a play on the artificial intelligence as well as the androgynous trans thing going on.
With how much they edit all intellectual property to suit their agendas, you don't think they would edit this robot? If they really wanted to make something, they would just make her like a sexy aluminum babe.
Make her look more like the robot from Metropolis, that silent film from the 1920s. Yeah, it's a good point. Or they didn't want to upset too many people with also trying to fulfill all the checkboxes of sexuality and race that are a requirement for modern films.
or what they would probably make her like a black actress, and then to represent equality, and then what was the thing I was going to say before that? I just got that idea.
Yeah, make the maid the black actress just to get everybody in an uproar.
Yeah, but to also fit with all this changing of colors and genders, they would also change other people in the family so that, like, oh, we changed it's just representation. They always have plausible deniability, or try to.
Yeah.
It's just representation. As though everything needs to be represented in this particular movie or that particular movie.
Yep. And the worst part is, like, it's not like they're gonna. If they made the movie wouldn't be anything like any of the episodes. It wouldn't contain any of the lessons or stories of the episodes. It would essentially just be a new story designed to get you to think about some stupid agenda. Be like, oh no, the husband of the family is falling in love with the sexy black robot lady now, and you're like, what? This isn't Jetsons. What is this?
And their babble about representation, they don't do the same representational justice, as it were, blah, 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 for any theistic position either. They're not going to do that for the Christian, for the Muslim, for the Hindu, for the Buddhist, for the Sikhist, for the Jainist, for the Zoroastrian, for the Baha'i. They don't do that. They don't care about representation. They don't care about giving everyone a fair hear.
No, it's just a virtue signal for the mob so that they know that this is acceptable to them and they can consume this content.
No, not fair representation for everyone so that everyone can see a fair representation of everyone else. No, it's a representation of their position or what they want people to have a favorable impression of, have the public have a favorable impression of. That's what it's about.
Yeah, they try to really drive home and drive deep a lot of the stereotypes, especially when it comes to things like religion. I'm sure in modern stuff that's coming out now, any illusion to somebody being Christian, they're probably painted as some sort of crazy zealot type.
Right. Disfavorable.
Correct. Yeah, my wife watches television, so I do see some in passing, and she watches a show called A Million Little Things, and it through as I've seen parts here and there throughout, I guess I don't know how many seasons they have. It's just like the amount of check boxes that can continue to be checked off. It's like there's an unlimited amount of check boxes. I mean, just the cast of the standard characters checks off everything as far as race is concerned. And then one of the couples gets a divorce, and now the wife is experiencing or feeling out her same-sex feelings that, you know, equates it back to middle school and some girl that was out during middle school and now she has an attraction to her, and one of the characters it's in an accident or something and now is disabled, and it's just like every single checkbox that you can think of as this storyline progresses just gets layered in and layered in.
And this is like with that, like you just mentioned, these are just one of the millions upon millions of instances that demonstrate that relativism and subjectivism and inclusivism and pluralism is not only not the answer, it simply makes the situation worse.
Yeah.
And this refusal to actually do the work and ask the questions and do the internal critique of the worldviews that are in conflict with one another spawns the world that you have before you, where people disagree about the most important issues of our human experience.
Yeah, and those most important issues are the ones that they tell us are taboo and to never discuss them.
Right. But they're most important, so why should we not discuss them? Coming to the very opposite conclusion you should be coming to in regards to these issues. If they're the most important, then that would entail, would it not, that these are most worthwhile discussing, not most worthwhile to avoid discussing.
Yeah, like when you're having a dinner party with your friends and your loved ones, heaven forbid you get into some sort of deep, meaningful conversation about things that matter.
Heaven forbid.
Right?
Oh, there's no heaven. And then the dispute continues, you see.
Right? Well, what it does is it just forces people to internalize a lot of these thoughts, right? Not discuss them with people that may have the opposing viewpoint. So then you're never really actually fleshing out these conversations with people that you know and love and aren't going to cast out of your life because they have a belief that's contrary to yours. But you could progress a conversation, you know, from the kiddie pool into the deep end and start scuba diving. But heaven forbid we do that, right? Instead,
God forbid
everything
that we
gets
actually,
internalized.
right.
Everybody puts up their walls, gets their groups, and then fights it at a distance, you know?
I've been developing and articulating an idea. I don't think it originates from me because it's a very, I mean, should you be thinking, well, it's rather obvious what this is. What I'm talking about is what I call the TCC. The what? The TCC. The trichotomy of the consequences of conflict. What are you talking about? There are three basic outcomes of conflict. Number one, debate unto the truth. Number two, annihilation until one party is left standing. Or number three, conflict forevermore. Debate unto the truth, a dialectical dialogue and exchange of arguments unto the truth, and then all parties accept the truth, acknowledge the truth, and adhere their behavior to the truth. The second one is obvious. The parties are conflicting. They clash until all are annihilated except one left standing. That's another way to end the conflict. Or they just clash forevermore. And that's it. Those are all the options. And so with the clash between worldviews, either we clash forevermore. Say again?
Sorry, you might have went out. I mean, interrupt.
Either we clash forevermore, or all parties are annihilated except one worldview left standing, or number one, all parties involved debate unto the truth, and then accept the truth and acknowledge the truth and adhere their behavior to the truth, then the conflict ends. Now, obviously, which one is the best?
Option number one, and that's the one they don't want you to touch.
Hello. You say relativism? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you can't control a population that's all in agreement on the truth, because they'll
when
realize
you're in conflict with the population, right?
Yeah, because they'll start to realize that the only conflict that gets brought into their lives is by the controllers,
by the oppressor. Right.
Yep.
Relativism is in conflict with absolutism. They demand that the absolutists adhere to relativism. The subjectivists are in conflict with the objectivists and demand that the objectivists adhere to subjectivism. The inclusivists are in conflict with the exclusivists and want the exclusivists to adhere to inclusivism. The pluralists are in conflict with the singularists. That's not really a word. Or the monists, right? Or the purists the separatists, where they don't want a vast different number of cultures and worldviews in the same populace, because it obviously will breed conflict, right? And the pluralists demand that the purist or separatist, uh, homogeneous, how do you say that? You know what I mean? Demand that they adhere to pluralism. So you have all this relativism and subjectivism that is being espoused by a certain party as though they're just neutral and they just want the truth and they're just so tolerant and so pious, but they're guilty of the same thing that they accuse the opposing party of and are perpetuating the conflict rather than solving it. I got it all right. Relativist, objectivist, inclusivist, pluralist. Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean we're beginning to see the major effects of this subjective morality being pushed upon the population, right?
Which is self-contradictory on its face.
Mm-hmm.
That right there. Because if it is immoral, then it is that which ought to be done. And that which ought to be done or ought not to be done is the case, no matter anyone else's subjective state of mind. Whether you like it or believe it or prefer it or know it or believe it or not, this is what you ought to do or ought not do. And these are the necessary consequences that must follow.
Yeah, we're entering the phase of do what thou wilt, becoming the whole of the law.
Uh-huh. What if I don't do what I willed? Would I be breaking the law? Do what thou wilt. Okay, well, I will not to do what I will. Am I guilty of breaking that law?
A paradox.
It's kind of like existentialism. It's kind of like existentialism. Do what thou wilt. Thelema, the Thelemites, Aleister Crowley, these wicked perverts.
Yeah.
And then John Paul Sartre with his existentialism.
Yep.
Existence precedes essence. And you are absolutely free if you obey anyone that you're not living in good faith, as it were, he said. Okay. So if I should be absolutely free, and if I am absolutely free, and I should obey no one, then I shouldn't do what you tell me, should I, Mr. Sard?
Ooh. Conundrum.
An absolute law of no absolutes is self-defeating.
Yeah, kind of like when somebody says everybody's a liar.
Does that include you, Mr. Speaker? Or no one knows truth? Do you know that to be true?
Yeah. There's a lot of self-defeating Ouroboros logic. What's my phrase?
See, you and me gospel, what is it with you and I coining terms?
Sometimes it's needed. English is a really limiting or limited language, so we need more. We need more.
I mean, neologisms are useful and valid and justified. A what? A new term. Neol. Get it right. Neologism. There we go. Oh, same thing with nihilism and or skepticism.
Yeah, some of us weirdos call it nihilism. I know. Freaky American dialect and stuff.
Yeah, there are varying degrees of every kind of school of thought. Of course, the worst, the superlative of the nihilist, just negate everything, the doctrine of negation. And so the Christian comes along, or the Muslim comes along, or the Judaist comes along, or whatever other theist, or any other ideologue with ever other ideology comes along and advocates their position. The nihilist negates that and then demands that they stop assuming their position, stop believing their position, they stop arguing for their position, and assume that the contrary to their position is the truth, and then operate from that.
So a monist, a nihilist, and a solipsist get together. How's that going to go?
Say that again.
I think of the combination of ideology: a monist, a nihilist, and a solipsist. That trio would be excruciating to listen to have a conversation. I mean, any of them independently are pretty excruciating to listen to. But if they tried to dialogue amongst each other, I mean,
right. I hope y'all appreciate what he just said, because that's just so hilarious.
How could they not wind up being frustrated with one another?
Because they, in essence, negate everything except one thing. The monist negates everything except the fact that there are no distinction and all is one, a quantity of one thing, which has no other properties than just being. The nihilist says there is no meaning, right? There's no meaning to anything. There's no value. There's no purpose. There's no God. There's no spirits. There's no magic. Nothing. Negate. And then the solipsist only negates everything, and only says that only I know that I have a mind.
Yep. So they're kind of like rock paper scissors in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Like exclusivism, as it were, to use the term, is an inevitability. It's not arrogance. When the Christian says what he or she says, or the Muslim or the Judaist, or whatever other kind of theist, or whatever kind of atheist, it's not arrogance when they say that their position is true, or at least, at best. When they've said their position is true and the others that contradict it is false, it's consistency. They're not saying that my position is true and everything else that contradicts it is also true. That's just a big middle finger to the law of non-contradiction.
Which those people exist too.
Yes.
Yeah. Whoa, who's doing the mouth breathing this time?
Mr. Architecture.
Oh, that was heavy. That was like I just got done running three laps around the track, and
yeah, somebody was breathing.
Gospel is against breathing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I had some mic problems. I was trying to diagnose.
Okay. That's a interesting method.
Yeah.
No, your mic seems to be working fine.
Yeah, it was more the software stuff. The browser didn't recognize the microphone.
Did you used to have a different screen name, or do we have another vocal doppelganger?
I have had many different names and profile pictures, yes.
What was your most recent one, if you don't mind? Because
yeah, it was It wasn't I that gave me that name, but I was named on this server Mind Sobriety.
I remember you. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
Yeah, because you called yourself Mind Blanker, and I think I'm the one that censored your screen name because, right? Wasn't it Mind Effer?
Yes, just F.
Oh, Mind F. Okay, that's right. No ER. Gotcha. Yeah, and I censored it because, well, because I wanted
Yeah,
to.
no.
Architecture, earlier you were asking, what am I talking about? And surely other people may have had that question when I was saying what I was saying. I was simply talking about the fact that when any given person tells their position, explains their position, and especially tries to argue in favor of their position, that it's true and justified, especially concerning the most important issues of human experience, there comes along other people of other ideological groups that come along and demand that they stop believing that their position is so certainly true and adopt a position that no one knows or even no one can know, and it's just your opinion and it doesn't really matter, and you shouldn't talk about it.
All right.
Which, when they do that, they're guilty of the very same thing they're rebuking other people for.
I'm with
yes,
Napalm.
good point. I've thought about that myself. Yes.
I'm with Napalm on this. Architecture, please say Ricky Bobby.
Why?
Because there's an actor in the movie Talladega Nights that has an accent that is either he's caricaturing your accent or it's authentic. I don't know which, but it's the same as your accent.
Sacha
Okay,
Baron
yeah,
Cohen.
I'm not English.
Yeah, I understand.
He plays a Frenchman, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think it is a Frenchman that he plays. But his accent is very I don't know if harsh is the right word, but
Fuck you, Ricky Bobby.
Who is this guy? What is his name? I've got to go to the IMDb, I guess.
Gospel.
Sacha Baron Cohen plays him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not French.
Oh, you're not French?
No, I'm not French. Yes, where I'm from.
And I love the phone.
Gospel is the guy that plays Ali G.
Oh, wow. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I never watched those movies, but his fake accent is it's pretty funny. I mean, at least to Americans. Anyway, I guess
You
thanks
got the right continent.
Okay, yeah, I mean, my first guess would not have been Africa, so.
I mean, there are some places where they speak French in Africa, around Madagascar.
That is true. That is true, but I'm actually very, very familiar with French-speaking Africans and their accent. I've known quite a few.
I'm going to guess Belgium. Are you from Belgium, Architecture?
No. Farther north.
I might get this wrong. Sweden?
Almost.
Norway?
Yes.
I got it right.
Yeah, well, there's a variety of accents in Norway.
Yeah, I'm ethnically Norwegian.
Okay.
I'm not migrated. I've heard Norwegian has roots from French. I'm not sure. I think I learned that in public school.
Interesting. Oh, gospel. I was trying to ask you. When Mimas was here a few months ago, and I was talking about, people who say you can't know, especially about the most important philosophical questions. You can't know, you don't know, or you can't know, or you can't know about this particular thing. Would you and I call that nihilism? Just negate, or would it be radical skepticism, or is it both? You can use them interchangeably.
I don't think that they're interchangeable. I think it's definitely more of the first. In conventional terms, it would be black-pilled, or philosophically black-pilled.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think nihilism or nihilism would be an appropriate descriptor for that. You could go with radical agnosticism. Well, I mean that's what Gnosticism is without knowledge. So there you go. Wow, Levelist and Drace. I know it's intense. They just there's no end to what it seems that they will put out there as news. I'm waiting for news articles that are actually like where everybody reads it and everybody scratches their head. I'm waiting for those. It just seems like they're not there yet. But like killer carrots are on the loose, causing terrible sorrow for the squirrels today. It's like that would be the type of news thing where everybody'd be like, I'm sorry, what?
The universe is at an all-time low of dark matter and energy. More news at 11.
I think they'll do it slowly enough to where not everyone will think that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, that's how the Overton window works. It is a process. It isn't all at once.
Johnson & Johnson whistleblower reveals that their lotion is actually cream of wheat.
Oh man, did you never take an oatmeal bath? The Aveeno oatmeal bath for chicken pox?
What?
Yeah, I totally had like the Aveeno is a company. They make like different bath stuff, right? There was an Aveeno oat bath where like oat powder, well, basically you're bathing in oatmeal, and it's really soothing for different things, but especially soothing for chickenpox, which supposedly don't exist anymore.
None of these supposed contagious diseases exist. They are from other causes. Watch Space Busters.
Yeah,
I
got you. Well, my polka dots, they lasted for like 3 or 4 days. Once upon a time, that was a real thing. I don't know what caused it. I'm not saying I know what caused it. I'm just saying I had the polka dot thing like everybody else my age.
The polka dot.
Gender studies because of the V thing you got as a child, I guess.
The what?
They put needles in you and when you are born, usually.
Yeah, well,
and
that's not why people got the polka dot thing.
I don't know what you mean about the polka dot. I have not heard that.
In America, they call it chicken pox. They call it chicken pox.
I thought you meant measles or something.
No, not measles. No, I never had any of that stuff. I had the scratchy, itchy, scratchy thing of polka dots for like 3 or 4 days, and I did a really good job of not scratching them, because the more you mess with them, the more they leave scar tissue, and yeah, they're
Maybe they are because of chemtrails. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess somebody would have to do their own research and look into the history of how long the thing's been around.
Gospel to what you what you were saying earlier about the news articles. Gender study scholars at UC Berkeley discovered the 1 millionth sex gender.
Oh yes. See, that's not far enough. That's why I'm talking about like killer carrots are making trouble for the squirrels today. More at 3:00. Like, this is the level that I'm waiting for. I'm not going to hold my breath by any means, but yeah, I don't know.
I was trying to stay within like plausibility, but I still get your point.
Sure. No, I'm actually talking about when is the news going to be implausible? That's what I'm getting at.
And you know what? Never. Because some people regard the news, as as an infallible prophet.
As taken for granted. Taken for granted. Yuga? I don't recognize your screen name, Yuga. It's too bad it's an A at the end and not an E, so we could all talk like Donald Trump. Then we would all be like, huge. No.
That's pretty good. You thought of that one. I would have never thought of that looking into that.
Yeah.
Was that deliberate? No.
That was funny.
Yeah.
I thought it was my Ethernet cable.
Yeah, I always think my computer's crashing when it happens.
Hey, Clay. Clay, you near your keyboard?
Hello,
there you go.
yeah. What's up?
How you feeling, man? How you feeling, brother?
Very good. I'm just doing something right now. I'm creating my I don't know what's called. The stuff that you need to create in order to get a job.
A resume?
Yeah. Since I finished school now, I'm sending out a resume.
Yes. What did you study?
Economics. One second.
Make sure you put at the top of your resume that you're a flat earther. That'll help you out.
Yeah, economics. Economics and business administration.
Okay.
Yeah, and now I wanna apply for a job at a very big company, very very famous company internationally. Actually, have you ever heard of? One second.
That's what I went to school for, actually.
Who?
Yeah.
Business ad, yeah.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, but of course I never went to class, so.
Yeah, I want to work for Dr. Oetker. They're an international company. Seems like they also have They also have a fabrication in America. Yeah. Have you ever heard of Dr. Edgar?
People who make
I
pizza.
have them.
Yeah. Where I'm going to work, it's only pizza. But I love pizza, so that's my. I think I think I found the right thing. I love pizza and food, so both pretty, fits.
I like how you separated pizza from food.
Oh yeah, it's something special. It's almost like an art. Every time I make my own
Pizza is
dough.
more than food.
Yeah. No, really, the way, like, when you do real pizza, like, really pay attention to giving it time for the dough, and the dough works. It's almost like, I don't know. It's like art. Especially, I don't use a recipe when I do pizza, so it's always a little bit different. It's always unique, and it's just wonderful. I think pizza is like, it's basically pizza, just bread, tomato sauce, and cheese, right? Like a basic basic Napolitan pizza. I love it.
Yeah, but that's true of everything to a degree. Everything can be brought to an art. You can interpret art in everything.
That's true, yeah.
It's just a matter of passion and what you see in it.
Right. You're right. But man, everybody
You
loves
said
pizza,
Dr.
right?
Edgar?
Yeah, Dr. Edgar.
What's his full name?
Yeah, this is the company.
That's the company name.
.com. Is there .com? Dr. Edgar USA. Oh yeah, see, they have a American index.
That's weird. It's kind of like if we made a hot dog stand called Dr. Gregory, and so
Yeah.
Gregory or the doctor suggests hot dogs. It's really good for you.
It's a family business, actually. Yeah, that's the good pizza, right?
Can you screenshot and send me what you found when searching up Dr. Edgar, this company?
I posted it in Livestream. Hey, the thing is with this pizza, right? This pizza, I was once in Italy, in Milan, that we were buying stuff, groceries, in a big grocery store, and I saw Italians with their full shopping cart of Dr. Edgar German restaurant pizza. And I was like, dude, you guys have way better stuff here just for the go. Everywhere you have like good pizza on the go, and they buy this German. I mean,
if you see in the chat, Clay, we are banging our heads on the table because we thought Edgar, EDGAR, not Oetker.
Oh, I don't know how to say it in the English way. Utka.
It's just your accent. Yeah.
Utka. Utka.
And it's horrible. Yeah, I thought Edgar the whole time until he posted the thing. Yeah.
So what I wanted to do is I want to learn the job, which is or the profession, which is specialist for food technology. I really want to do that.
Say again?
I want to do specialist for food technology within that company. Like that's the cool thing about it. You go through the whole process and stuff. Like you work like everywhere and need to look that, I guess, the tomato sauce is right and the cheese and the flour and the ingredients for the pizza and so forth. And man, it always smells good. I mean, isn't that the best thing of it? It always smells like pizza, so probably at some point you're so full of it that you actually don't want to eat anything.
I would never let any man tell me what I can do with my body. Then Dr. Fauci smiles.
The flat earther works at the pizza place.
Who is
So Clay, Clay, you might be coming up with bug recipes for Klaus Schwab here in the future. Good job.
Yeah, exactly. And the coolest thing is actually the place is just like 10 minutes from where I live, and it's the biggest pizza producer in Europe, like TTK. What is it? Like Heathcliff pizza, frozen pizza. Yeah, the biggest producer for frozen pizza in Europe.
What's it? Where are you getting these memes?
Facebook.
And the good thing is, that someday if I want to maybe make my own pizza place, which is actually my kind of dream someday to open up my own pizza place. I have a good, knowledge of how to industrialize, or not industrialize, but at least make a lot of pizza in a small, in a certain way.
Did you see what Platter said in the chat?
What?
He said,
Or when flat non-rotating
right.
Dr. Yeah, man. If I'm gonna work there, I'm gonna definitely make some pictures where you see the all the pizzas coming out of the machine.
That's the technical specs.
Photoshop the herb on it.
You want to make a killing with food in Germany? Start something with burritos and tacos.
Trust me, man. Germans are very how could you say this? Germans are very sensible when it comes to exotic things. Okay. It also took
sensitive.
It also took sensitive. It took a long time for them to start eating the quote unquote healthy food from the US.
Yeah, well, my friend from college, he loved tacos and burritos, and one of his brother's good friends spent some time in San Francisco, and when he came back to Germany near like Duisburg, he started a burrito food truck and did very, very well. Like any Germans that have come to the States and had like burritos and tacos, which is stuff you can't really get in Germany, when they see it, they're like, "Oh, burritos, tacos."
Oh, I have a burrito, a Mexican close by because there's a huge military US base. I think there even are Americans who do that. So yeah, we have enough Mexicans around here.
Does anyone
I was blown
understand that?
away when I was like, "You can't just go down the street and find a taco or a burrito somewhere."
Right.
He was like, "No."
You can't look in any given direction in this city without looking at a Mexican restaurant of some kind. Me in California.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's pretty much
Literally eating tacos as we speak.
Yeah, anywhere in the U.S., man, you can't throw a stone without hitting some joint that's serving up burritos or tacos.
I had a frittata this morning. Does that count?
Oh, what?
Frittata.
Frittata. Am I going to spell this correctly?
I think it's double T at the beginning.
It's double T, and
I don't know
there's
that
only two
for.
A's,
Yeah.
not three, and there's no D.
No, it's all T's.
I spelled it Fratada.
Frittata.
Frittata.
Yeah, basically.
Frittata.
Just basically egg and potato. With my wife made it. She does cilantro, garbanzo beans, egg, and potato.
Your wife can throw down.
Why do man, I'm hungry now.
Lots of practice. Lots and lots of practice. But yes.
Is not a chef a chemist? All right.
I think chemists would beg to differ, but yeah, sometimes there's some chemistry involved in cooking. More so in baking than cooking, but sometimes in cooking. You got a lot of chemistry in the baking realm because you got the Maillard effect. You got emulsifications that sometimes will take place in baking. You can cook and have an emulsification. There is the process of salting meat before you cook it that produces a chemical reaction. So there's that. Just trying to think about all the chemistry related things with food. I said Maillard effect. I think it's known as the Maillard reaction, not the Maillard effect. It's a tomato thing. I've been baking and cooking. I got started at a very young age, introduced to the competitive baking scene.
Competitive
North Georgia State Fair, and I was winning right out of the gate. I got blue ribbons every year I ever tried for my chocolate chip cookies. They were just different and unique enough and pleasurable enough to always outdo the competition.
Is blue the highest rank?
Yeah, first place.
All right now.
Yeah, out of I don't know. Between
Did you use walnuts?
No.
Yeah, never mind then.
Not gonna lie, one of my favorite chocolate chip cookie recipes is right on the back of that Toll House bag.
Yep, it is a tried and true recipe. Mine was very similar to it, only a handful of alterations. But when you look at recipes, you'll see similarities across different cookbooks and stuff. Sometimes they'll be verbatim.
Yeah, my mom used to basically use that Toll House recipe, and I think she just upped the butter a little bit, and man, was it fantastic.
Oh, yeah. There's a little bit of technique to it, too. A lot of people don't whip during the initial stage nearly long enough.
Look how fire those tacos are that we just got.
Bro, that's what you're eating right now? That's an insane amount of food.
Well, we both got 3 tacos.
Well, maybe they look bigger than they are. Each one of those looks like
not
an entire meal.
Not that big.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, the little handheld.
Did you make your cookies from scratch, or did you buy the Pillsbury Doughboy roll in the frozen and then make them from there?
That would be really disingenuous and ridiculous. No, I made it from scratch.
That looks very yummy. Can someone tell me why some tacos, like the outer shell is like crispy and cross, and sometimes they have like tacos that are not
there are flour, soft shell, There are flour tortillas that are soft. There are corn tortillas that are soft. There are corn tortillas that are hard. I'm unaware of hard flour tortillas. I don't think that really is a thing. But yeah, there's two different types of corn tortillas, hard and soft, and then the one type of flour tortilla.
Gotcha.
And then there's deep fried Jack in the Box tacos, which are kind of in between.
Oh, well, there you go.
There you go.
If anybody's had the pleasure of Jack in the Box tacos.
A pleasure.
Well, speak of your poison somewhere else.
I hear Jack in the Box, and I just think, where are those? But I've seen them before.
What are those, he said?
They've just never been prevalent in the places I've lived, primarily the Southeast United States.
That was our go-to back in the day after a few drinks, and you maybe spent too much money on the drinks. You go to Jack in the Box, and you could get 2 deep fried tacos for $1. Yeah.
Wow, so you got to be drunk to enjoy Jack in the Box.
Pretty much.
Well, eating out at a restaurant at this point is a pastime nostalgia idea in my context. I mean, is there anybody else here that has, kids and stuff that like?
I had to give it up for the kids.
You guys have any idea how expensive it is to be living in this world right now?
Make food fresh at home whenever you
I 100% understand how expensive it is to live in this world, but according to my company, a little bump, a 5% increase is going to cover that 18% inflation.
Oh yeah,
But the Biden better plan is going to kick in any day now. Just you wait.
Yeah, I'm not going hungry. I just have had to discontinue ever eating out ever again for the rest of my life unless something changes.
Right.
Unless Trump comes back.
I've just had to make different life stand. What do they call it? Not life standards. They call it standard of living. I had it backwards.
Right.
I had to change my standard of living to a more 1930-ish level.
I'm not going hungry, just drastic budget cuts.
Kick it back about 90 years or so, basically.
Yeah, where every can of food, you need to put a little bit of water in that can, swish it around just to make sure you get every drop out of there.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, rice. Thankfully, a couple of years ago, we really stocked up on some things. So I still have, about 20 pounds of red wheat, about 20 pounds of white wheat, maybe a little more than 20 on each of those, probably more like 30-ish on each. The red, white, I've got a bunch of rice, got lots of rice. And oats, man. Oats really hurt my feelings. Oats went from $50 for a 50-pound bag of organic rolled oats just like a year ago to now a 50-pound bag is like $130 for the exact same thing. And it's just like, that hurts. That hurts. It's like, I can't buy the 50-pound bag. I have to buy the 25-pound for more than I used to buy the 50-pound bag. Okay. Okay. Well.
Wait till you see the price of all the meat in about 2 months.
Yeah. Well, with them burning down all of the farms and all of the, over 100 in the past, couple months?
Burning
I
down the
don't
farms.
understand. What's that?
Burning down the farms, it said.
Where they're burning down farms.
Yeah, I saw someone that said the prices of their supplies as well is what's going to run it up, like days of pay and stuff like that, or bills of pay. Like this girl was showing the back of her car, and she's like, "Look, this cost me $14 half a year ago, and it cost her like $60 now. So they're going to have to bump the prices up."
Yeah,
Gotham, can you send me some information on that?
Yeah, it's over 100 in the past. Yeah. Over 100 in the past couple months. I'll find the list. It's a big long list.
Yep.
I'll find it.
Where in the U.S. are the majority of these fires occurring?
All over. You can look at the map.
All over the U.S.
It's all over. Yeah. And we're not talking about like like a weird, they had a heater running in their office and they put the fire out with the fire extinguisher and they count that. We're talking about destructive, irreparable fires that are literally causing complete shutdown in like they're not doing the thing anymore. Like,
yeah, but Snoop said it's completely normal and that you're a conspiracy theorist, bro. So you need to chill.
Yeah. Completely normal, expected. Like this always happens. That's why new food processing facilities are constantly coming. That's not a fact, by the way. But if that were true, that this was happening all of the time, then you would expect new facilities popping up to replace them. Otherwise, what exactly are they saying? But
Is this arson?
Well, they haven't ruled that out, but I don't think that there's knowledge one way or the other as far as that goes. Where on earth is this list? Discord is up.
You know what I like more than cars and money? Knowledge. Who remembers that guy?
Somebody said that besides you.
What is that guy's name? I can recognize his face. I don't recognize his name. They played that guy so much. So much.
I also know someone that said that they would, the government's offering to pay like $2,300 for them to slaughter their cows and stuff. Try to make it illegal for them to keep on utilizing their cows, but they'll pay them $2,300 to slaughter them preemptively.
It's a part of Agenda 20, whatever.
2030.
20 whatever.
It's
I just paid $4.99 for a gallon of milk and $3.79 for a dozen eggs.
Both of those are really great. You got an entire gallon of milk for $5.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good deal compared to.
Wow, I know. You used to pay that for organic grass-fed milk. Not anymore. Now it's just regular low variety milk and cheap eggs. So spent $42 and something for barely anything, not even any meat or anything like that.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
What is the highest quality milk?
Well, I would probably say whole milk, like raw whole milk, I would say.
Well, yeah, fresh raw milk would be the highest quality milk, but in regards to 2%, 1% non-fat milk, that is not technically milk anymore. It's milk flavored water. The process of that they go through to remove the fat is why it's very accurate to call it milk flavored water. It's very destructive, the process.
Is whole milk better?
Whole milk hasn't gone through the fat blasting process. They're like irradiating the milk in order to blast the fat molecules so that they can filter it out. And then they add it back at whatever percentage they need to. And then they always have to add the nutrients because they're basically irradiating the milk to a degree that it's no longer got any nutritional value. So it's milk flavored water. You just go read about the process of how they make non-fat milk, but or
it's called
2%.
pasteurization, right?
No, pasteurization is completely different. That's heating the milk up to I think 110 degrees, maybe 115, for a duration of 30 minutes. There's such a thing as flash pasteurization. There's a handful of different types of pasteurizations. The best you want, if you have to have a pasteurization, flash pasteurization's the best. But ideally, yeah, you would want raw milk ideally, but this is not medical advice. I cannot find the list. There, I have the website somewhere. Where am I getting these messages? Is that on a different? What server is that happening on? Vladdy, I keep seeing you pop up in my screen, but I don't know where you're.
It's the CJ's test one, you know.
Okay, gotcha. I have to turn off notifications because I don't want to be bothered with all that stuff. But thank you. Oh, nothing. There we go. Yay. I will find the list and I'll get it to you. I don't know where it is right now. Ice Age Farmer even had a list. You know, he had a map. If you know who that guy is.
I don't know who that guy is.
Ice Age Farmer map of destroyed farms. Yeah, I mean the gaslighting that Snopes does at this point,
Snopes.
You know, it almost makes me embarrassed to think about that I valued Snopes at one point. Either that, or maybe it did have a moment of value once upon a time. I don't know, but at this point, it is just a gaslight.com, gaslight.org, more appropriately, is what Snopes is. Gee.
Recently, I think I told you guys this, but recently I showed my mom the FE core laser test, and because I want her to learn this stuff, and perhaps one day admit the Earth is flat. And so she said, so she didn't even watch it. What she did was she went to Metabunk right away and regurgitated, saying, "Sean, it looks good up until 11 minutes in where they don't account for refraction." I'll bet that's the first time she's ever used that word in her life. But, yeah. So, you were speaking of Snopes.com. Snopes, Metabunk, all that stuff. Like, if people go to it they really think they're getting, facts, and getting fact-checked is such an oxymoron anyway, then, gosh, you don't have a lot of hope in this.
Mm-hmm.
Because now, now she's going to be like, well, that's it for the flat Earth then, Metabunk, and that's it.
What did you say in response to her?
But you can't deny the fact checkers. They're all checking facts and stuff. Come on, man.
I told you're right, Dave. That's perfect. And Gregory, I told her, Metabunk is just like CNN. It's all nonsense. It's, you can't trust it. And she goes, "No, Sean, this, that, and the other about Metabunk." And I said, "What about Snopes?" She said, "They're okay." And I was like, "What do you mean okay? It's like Wikipedia." She's like, "Oh, no, Wikipedia is a great resource." I said, "Fuck." And then I just stopped talking to her.
Oh. Oof.
Yep. I love her so much, and I even like her, right, as a person. But this, gosh, it's hard not to lose respect for these people when they dig in so hard. But I get it. I do totally get it, because I don't know. It's akin to like if somebody. So I'm a drummer. If somebody came up to me and said, "You haven't been playing drums your whole life. It's just been a charade, a fake. You're actually not good at drums at all. That's how these people take you saying that actually the world's flat and you've been lied to. Seriously. So I don't know what to do, especially if it's a family member. It's like, well, okay, I'm going to stop. For the sake of our relationship, I am going to change the subject.
I totally get you, man. That's how it be with people close to you, you know. But that's just it's like kind of like politics. Like you just don't discuss that kind of stuff with family sometimes, just because relationships can be ruined over it. So
yeah, it's sad. That's sad, but you're right.
Yeah, it truly is. But hopefully, one day we'll get to a day and age where we can accept truth and logic.
Well, and yeah, you're right. And the thing that I've learned is that,
Just like
strangers are more apt, more accepting to the truth in this realm than somebody close to, at least to me, is what I've found out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. One day we can hope we'll get there.
Yeah, I don't know. This is one of those things that it's just so big and so overreaching.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know how this is going to play out. I don't know.
I'm trying to find the different resources right now, but one of the links that I had seen was an all-time high in insurance claims of these farms that are catching on fire or whatever. I can't find it though.
Butt of cows.
When did this wave of infernal destruction begin?
Well, that's a fine question. Apparently, people have been tracking it for the last couple of years.
It began when they created the Federal Reserve. Yes, my opinion. Anyway.
Yes.
All right. What? I was thinking about this not too long ago, but what's the replacement?
Are you talking?
All right. Yeah, the Federal Reserve. They all quit. They foreclosed the building, and everybody that works for the Federal Reserve quit. What do we do?
You've read the Creature from Jekyll Island, right?
I have not.
No?
I know about it. I know about Edward G. Griffin and all that. I have not actually read it. No, I'm just
the 6-arm octopus.
Yeah.
How is it 6 arms?
Gregory, am I off base? Isn't there that painting or picture drawing of an octopus with tentacles around buildings and financial institutions, but there's only 6 of them?
Yeah,
2 of them are just out doing their own thing. 2 tentacles are out doing their own thing.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking from, as you asked that question, I actually want to re-listen to that book again, because I listened to it twice, back to front. And what I remember is, money being a medium of exchange, and whatever the item that we use is, it must be, an adequate quantity of whatever we use as a medium, and must actually have value. And of course, no fractional reserve banking, where the very production of the medium of exchange puts the entire populace in debt to the manufacturer of the medium. So, ideally you wipe, you erase all currency, and you stipulate a new convention, a medium of exchange of money.
Yeah.
And it must be valuable, right? It must have value, some kind of intrinsic value or utility value. And it must be of adequate quantity.
I was on the classifieds the other day, right? I need a new roof. It's only a matter of time before I have water dripping down somewhere. My roof's falling apart. And I see this guy. He's like, "We'll replace your roof for a Harley."
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I'm like, "Wow, clever! How clever! I love it." Now, how can I get this guy a Harley?
Right. Bartering. Right.
Right?
Exactly.
I mean, I love it, but I don't have a Harley. Right? If I did, I'd be like, "Shoot, Harley goes. I don't need to ride." But I don't have a Harley. I have a bicycle, but that's a different story. I don't think I could. I don't think I could swing that trade. But anyway, I was like, all right. So the fact of the matter is, currency or fiat rather, fiat I think is the most
Yes.
appropriate term,
Fiat currency.
exists because the thing that you can do isn't always what everybody that you need stuff from wants.
Mm-hmm.
It creates a quote unquote level playing ground where everybody can get the same thing and then intercommunicate regardless of the value that a person may not have of the thing that you are providing of value.
You may not have an item or service to give in exchange for some other good or service, but you do have this common medium of exchange where you can exchange this money, this currency,
It seems to me that some people
for a good or
believe
service.
that you could go without fiat. And I can't for the life of me wrap my mind around making that a practical reality.
Well, many places have gone without fiat, right? When you talk about sound money, things that are tied to something like precious metals, where you have something like gold or silver, where it's a weight and a measure, right?
But is gold and silver not also basically a fiat?
Well, you have
Not necessarily. Well,
with a
it's not
verbal
like
dispute
a
with fiat.
fractional reserve. It's not like a fractional reserve system, right? Where you can
Correct.
just print more of it into existence, thus devaluing what
Okay,
everybody currently has in their pocket.
yeah, I understand that. I guess I don't think that it's. I guess what I'm trying to say is it doesn't seem to be practical to suggest that you could have a pure barter economy because
Oh
there's
yeah.
going to be that thing that you want, that the thing that you need that thing from doesn't want what you have.
Yeah, there's a difference between the fiat that Napalm and I are trying to reference, this currency that um this currency which does not have any intrinsic value in and of itself, and then the money changers simply assert that it has value, and the populace is now conditioned to accept it as though it is valuable when it has no
Sure.
intrinsic value of itself, no utility value of itself, and it's not backed by anything.
Gospel, at that point, you would have to go trade what you did have to get what he wants. It would certainly be a more inconvenient system, but I don't think it's impossible. You'd have to have networks, and then people would have to live much more minimalistic lives. Like, I want an iPad, or I want an iPhone 13 Pro Max. Like, okay, we're gonna have issues, but like, people are just the fundamentals of life is really all you're getting. Primarily, labor's interchangeable with food and whatnot. It's like, oh man, this guy wants duck eggs. Damn, I'm gonna have to go trade my wheat for some duck eggs so I can get my roof fixed. Well, just someone fix the roof or duck eggs.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, you're exchanging some good or service for some good or service.
Yeah, and that's what the Craigslist story is all about, paperclip to a house or whatever. But that's about increasing in value and trading up, which is a complete that's not a equal transaction story in the first place. But Yeah. Anyway, it all depends because if you added value to anything, any of the things you traded, like you get a broken bicycle, but then you fix it up, and yeah, thanks for the.
And as some of you are familiar, I'm sure with it is familiar. We got this Federal Reserve banknote, which is supposed to signify. Um, it's a receipt that's supposed to represent something that is in the vault, as it were, to really use simple language. But there's nothing in the vault.
If it said
Well, they
certificate,
changed it. It used to be a silver dollar. It used to be a silver dollar note, and now it's a Federal Reserve note. They actually changed
Right.
the print.
it used to be a certificate. Now it's a note. A note is a debt instrument. So what you're holding in the form of cash is actually debt. It's not
Right.
actually.
It's actually a debt. It's like debt manifested, made concrete.
Just like your
Like a
mortgage.
single dollar used to represent a silver coin.
This is to which it. You said the meat prices will go up by next month. Why do you think that's going to happen?
Oh, in the next few months, yeah. Because I know people that are having to spend way more money on the supplies to run their farms and stuff. So like to feed them hay, the hay has gone up like 300% in price. So they're gonna have to charge more for their meat. They don't have a choice. There are people from the inside saying, just so you know, it's coming within a couple of months. We're gonna have to charge way more. She showed the back of her SUV with just a couple of bags of hay and a couple of bags of feed. And she said, this cost me $13 half a year ago, and it cost me $54 this morning. So how else can you sustain it without upping your price, right? I mean, just capitalism.
Fractional reserve banking. Perpetual increase in debt, perpetual inflation, perpetual decreasing of the value of the currency, perpetual increasing of the expenses, especially in the midst of a corrupt world. It isn't as though we're in this world where that's the only evil that occurs, this fractional reserve banking scheme, that all the other evils in the world are also simultaneously occurring, which is just, a whole system of issues that only the God can fully comprehend every fact together.
Well, it can be utilized as a benefit, right? Like if you are able to save up money at all right now, just hold on to your cash, then you'll be able to swoop in for pennies on the dollar, right? Like the housing market is going to crash by the end of the year. So if you're looking to buy a house, you can just wait until that happens and then get a really good deal on the house.
So I think it's going to run a little longer, man. I really feel like they're going to put the pinch on the middle class. I mean, the middle class makes up the vast majority of the population, and they're going to make the middle class so poor they're going to beg for some new system to come into play. Digital currency.
Right, they're going to maximize severity.
Actually, 12 to 18 months specifically. So in 12 to 18 months, they say everything's going to crash. That's what I hear. And it'll be worse than 2008. But, I mean, obviously, it's like just a prediction, but multi-million error predictions for whatever it's worth.
With that being said, that's why it is such a crucial mistake when the common person, the common oppressed person trying to understand the socioeconomic wickedness, when they think that the oppressor is trying to gain more money. No, they don't need money. They don't use money. They just have. They don't pay bills. They don't have an income. They own money itself. They own debt. They own the very medium of exchange itself and the debt which is owed to them. It's not about money.
They also utilize debt to their benefit. Like the debt system is like the best thing that ever happened to wealthy people that know how to use it. Like you have to pay tax on debt. You don't have to pay it at all. But the point is that wealthy people don't pay tax on anything. And they take advantage of capital investment.
Fix your microphone. Fix your microphone. Try again. Nope, still roboting.
Well, he may not get the message that he's roboting for another week or so.
Yeah, I think most people that don't understand the fractional reserve banking system also don't understand that the Federal Reserve is a private bank, meaning it has no ties to the actual federal government per se.
Right. Being given legal, enabling, contrary to the Constitution, and you don't need to go throughout all the laws. You examine any legal system made by humans, you're going to find 1,000 by 1,000 contradictions. And as you know, I think Napalm, Congress is the one who's supposed to make the currency in gold or silver. But Congress, the government is indebted to them, and everyone else is using their money and are also indebted to them and own the debt. It's more than just about money. It's far more than just about money. It is a worldview. It is a religion, and they are trying to accomplish an eschaton, an eschatology, which they hold in their worldview, in their occult, magical, mystery religion, mystery Babel worldview. Because they're not just doing all of this immense, unfathomable socioeconomic wickedness and sociopolitical wickedness just to kick back in the shade and be absolutely in control of everything. No, they're trying to accomplish a goal. So much so that they will advertise it in various different ways, overtly, covertly, and even clandestinely, consciously and subconsciously, in various ways, in stone, on TV, about the agenda that they wish to accomplish.
Yeah, when you think about something like biblical stories, when was the only time that Jesus lashed out at somebody?
The majority of the time, he lashed out at the authority figures of society.
Right, but I'm saying, like, if you can think...
Money changers.
Yes, those performing usury.
Yeah, those too. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just saying, wealthy people know how to utilize the credit system to their benefit. That's kind of like the big secret is like none of them are doing anything but borrowing against debt and then not paying taxes and then keeping and investing in a capital investment, and they're just borrowing against debt. Then they have life insurance policies, which the government made regulations that they can't advertise the life insurance policies, so no one knows about them, but they're completely legal, and you can borrow against it. It's called infinite banking. So you can borrow against your own cash reserve that builds up in your investment banking life insurance policy, but you're not pulling it out of the actual cash, or you're borrowing against it. And then it utilizes the market where it only takes advantage of the gains, but it has a floor limit where it has no floor in the sense that it can't go down. So you don't lose money, you just gain money. And so like all the rich people, the really wealthy people, they utilize these systems that the layman doesn't know about. And the credit system is how they make their wealth. And they turn it into to build wealth. They never pay off their debts. People are like, try to pay mortgages as fast as you can, never do that. They just borrow against their debt. Right, and then they turn the profit into tangibility as they continue to borrow against the debt. So a revolving utilization of credit. That's why they love the system. They love the debt system. It's like how they gain so much power.
Do you have a video or whatever source that succinctly explains that, like you just did?
Yeah, I can find you one when I'm not driving.
Thank you.
They also do this to their children. They set their children up with life insurance policies at birth. and say you take it out for 20 years. So even, once they turn 18, they don't have to pay it for 2 years, or you can keep paying it yourself. And then your 20-year-old can literally borrow against the cash reserve in their life insurance policy. It's like, even if they weren't insurable, they still have insurance. It's not like it goes away at 20. It's infinite. Like it's until you die. And so they set up all these insurance policies against them. There's just all kinds of little loopholes that they utilize. You can also basically, for $13,500 per child each year, you can basically hire your children, and that is also tax free and goes back into capital gains. So it's like, these are just these wealthy secrets of infinite banking that average people don't know, and they got us just using debit, just trying to get by, and then taking out loans and trying to work off to own it in full, while they're just like stacking up, based on our ignorance. So I have a problem believing that the debt system will ever go anywhere because it's so beneficial to them. And once your child is like 15, you can add them to as an authorized user on your credit card, and they'll have like over 700 credit once they're 18. And they'll have this cash reserve life insurance. They can start their own business. So wealthy people just set their children up for success, and none of us really know about it.
They don't teach this in grade school?
They don't teach this in business school. They don't teach this in college with a business degree. The thing about funny is everyone goes to college and they learn about business from a professor who like barely pays his bills and doesn't own a business and well.
The sad irony.
Those who can't do teach.
Which is not a fair proverb. Not even a proverb, it's just a phrase.
Correction, I'm at Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's gallon of milk is $3.59. Check it out. Whole milk.
Clay. Clay. What's going on?
Hey, we can hear you, Gregory. So I don't know if Clay
I know.
can.
Oh, yeah. Peace, y'all.
Later, man. Have a good night.
Bye.
Glad, what do you think about weather?
It's it's fair sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like overall, I mean, it's a good thing, right?
Yeah, I agree.
The thing about weather is it's a demonstration of gas pressure. And you can't have that without, what's that, boys and girls? Containment.
So many songs about weather, but very few bands named after weather. There's Hurricane, Blame It on the Rain, Thunderstruck, but maybe I'm forgetting some band named after a weather pattern.
You're forgetting about the Toronto Tornadoes. Oh shit, that's a AAA team. Anyway,
what is that? Gas Fusion.
Does Earth, Wind, and Fire count?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That kind of covers all of them. Someone said tornadoes are band name. They said, what about Earth, Wind, and Fire? So
it's way cooler than fucking tornado. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you can no longer name it after anything because they took all weather.
EWF, electromagnetic wave frequencies.
Yeah, that was a one-hit wonder.
How about ELO, Electric Light Orchestra? I can barely say it.
Yeah, I guess so.
No, they weren't a weather name band. You're right. There aren't a lot. Like, you know, it'd be so good for like a cheesy metal band. Hail Damage.
There is a band called Hailstorm, and also there's a song by a metal band called Trivium called In Waves.
Trivium, yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of songs. The weather in the songs it's kind of every album ever made probably has one song about the weather or a reference to it.
Yeah, but Hailstorm
about the weather.
Tonight, Hail Damage, 8:30 at the Ranch Bowl.
Bro, did you hear me? There's a band called Hailstorm. That's basically the same thing.
Hailstorm, right. I got you, man.
I'm just saying, like, you keep
Sounds
saying
like a superhero.
I just don't. How could a band not have named themselves Flash Flood? I just don't get it.
That's good. Yeah, see?
Maybe there is one.
Yeah, maybe there is.
The Weather Girls. It's Raining Men.
No, that's a good shout, those. Leo Sayer did a song called Thunder in My Heart as well. Oh yeah, there's also a song called Blame It on the Weatherman by an Irish girl band. I can't remember the name.
Blame It on the Rain, Milli Vanilli.
Yeah, there's that as well.
The Carpenters, Rainy Days and Mondays.
Yep. Then you got Prince, Purple Rain, even though it's REIGN. Well, he spelled it RAIN, so. But we know what it's really about, don't we?
Garth Brooks, Thunder Rolls.
Yeah. Oh, Chocolate Rain, dude.
Yeah, I was thinking about Garth Brooks. Nice.
Chocolate Rain. Dude, yeah, that was it right there. Somebody find that.
Metallica, Ride the Lightning.
Okay. Dude, you just Googled it, didn't you? Be honest.
No.
Whatever. Yeah, Chocolate Rain, dude. That young man broke the internet for like a year.
I don't know if the name of the song has to do with weather, but there's the lyric, oh man, now it just slipped my mind. And Windy has stormy eyes. He sings that.
Riders on the Storm. It's the Doors. Yeah, Jay Doherty. Yeah, man. I don't know why he does that.
He has a track called Chemtrails.
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
in South Africa, or in Afrikaans specifically, doors is pronounced dus, and it either means a box or a lady part. Just thought I'd let you know.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no worries.
Did we already say the Scorpions rock you like a hurricane?
Yeah, that was posted. One of the only ones posted in the voice text.
Yeah, I should pay attention.
Imagine Dragons, Thunder. Only one I got.
Nice.
Ooh, what about the quasi-rapper Snow? The Informer?
You know, some of the song me I got play I'll keep on going down. Step aside in it's time to soca pop. Show me I'm a lamb. I just know the rhythm. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Informer, you know, it's some of the stogie I can play him. I'll keep on going down. It's fucking hilarious. I remember when that was like the song for a week. All over America, that was the song.
Yeah, in like 93 or 94, somewhere around there.
Yep. Chris V, Here Comes the Sun. Yeah, why not? Yeah. It's all part of weather, right? Even though the sun's not part of weather at all.
There's also sunshine.
Purple Rain, does that count?
Yeah.
Red Purple
Yes,
Rain.
it does.
There was a song called Sunshine on a Rainy Day, so you kind of got both.
There you go. Shoot.
What's the name of that Creedence Clearwater Revival song? Have you ever seen the rain?
Yeah.
Coming down a sunny day.
They've also got Who Will Stop the Rain also.
Yeah. Who'll stop the rain?
Yeah, for sure. But not one band name with weather in it. This is quite something. Who said that?
I just gave you Snow.
I'm not talking to you. Who's the guy who first said there's no band names with weather in them? And now they're gone.
Right. There's literally the Weather Girls.
Okay, there's one. That's one, dude. And that was like 2 hours ago. Okay.
How about Led Zeppelin would be
Rainmakers.
affected by weather? A Led Zeppelin would be affected by weather, wouldn't it?
You're reaching, Dave. What'd you say, KJ?
The Rainmakers.
You'd have to post a song in there. So I don't believe that that's a band.
I did a Google search, and that's one of them.
Okay, well.
Because I've
The
never
Weather
heard of a band
Girls.
actually with a weather associated name, other than the Weather Girls. Yeah.
Was the Weather Underground a band? I don't think it was it?
No, they were a domestic terrorist group, according to the CIA.
Oh, same thing. Anyway.
Even though they were CIA. Okay, old dude posted is that a band? The Storm, and self-titled album, The Storm. Enya had something about trees. That's not weather. Never mind.
Beck has a track called Chemtrails.
But isn't it making fun of people who believe chemtrails are damaging? Not to say that I don't or disagree.
I think he's saying they're bad. He doesn't like
Okay,
chemtrails.
got it. It's hard to tell these days. You got your Les
True.
Claypools making fun of conspiracy theorists and such.
Yeah.
You got your Mike Myers, Pentabret.
Yeah. Tonight at Showbox, geoengineering.
Did you say Showbox?
Yeah, that's a venue by me.
Y'all know the Gorilla Beard's been listening all day and he hadn't talked once. I'm just saying.
Hello, Gorilla Beard.
He's not VC verified, so that's probably why.
Hey, would you even be able to tell if a gorilla had a beard? Let's be honest.
Guess that would depend on how they groomed the beard on the gorilla. Just saying.
I thought the whole of the gorilla was beard.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, gorilla is beard. Okay. So, if a human had a gorilla beard, would that just be just a hairy guy, or? Raise your hand if you have overactive back hair. I don't, thank God. Anybody else?
I'm a hairless ape.
No, me either. That sounds horrifying.
Yeah, it sounds horrible. Really does.
Is would Foghat be considered a weather related band?
It's a stretch, but yes. In my opinion.
Fog is weather, yeah.
Just trying to divert from the fact that I'm hairless.
I've just realised as well. Crowded House did a song called "Weather with You."
Nice.
Coldplay. That could be weather, right?
think that'd be like climate. So sure, weather.
Never mind. I forgot about rainbow too. It's all falling apart, my theory.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
No, Ronnie James Dio rainbow. Yeah,
You know,
and
they did that song "Since You've Been Gone." Since you've been gone, since you've been gone. That one. No, nothing.
Yeah, something. Was rainbow was something. I only know some of the my rainbow knowledge is a little sporadic. I should know more, shouldn't I?
Especially during Pride Month. Come on.
Yeah, I had a friend who he had a bag of he was carrying around a bag, and he always had these Ronnie James Dio albums in him, these pirated burnt CDs, and it was before I understood the Ronnie James Dio. You know, he was always come on, Ronnie James Dio. It was I've never heard a more enthusiastic. It was never Rainbow. It was just Ronnie James Dio.
Hey, Napalm, you know, if you don't celebrate Pride Month, you are effectively a gayist. Did you know that?
That's a good one.
I'm surprised they haven't used the word gayist before. It seems so obvious to me.
I'm sure it's just around the corner.
I'm not giving them ideas.
I'm going to start using that now anytime somebody makes a comment about homosexuality. That's gayist.
Exactly.
Wait, is a gayist a gay racist?
You're just racist against gays.
Yeah. So what are you if you are what if you're prejudiced against gays and races?
Maybe you can be a gracist. I'm not sure.
I've been having lots of bad service.
We could hear you. We could
I was
hear you.
listening to. Yeah, go.
I was just going to say,
It's
we
okay.
can hear you. Tell us about
What was
your
your question?
homosexual thoughts. It's okay.
Well, Kai was just saying that I guess that would be like a slave owner falling in love with one of his male black slaves. He'd be gayist.
Yeah. Wizzy, I was listening to you talk to Zanuck and a couple of the others, I think it was yesterday, about the test you could do. And I did find it absolutely amazing how after 20 minutes of fighting you tooth and nail, they all agreed at the end with your premise.
I know, dude. And that was after they were all calling me stupid.
That's really dumb. That's really dumb. And then at the end, it's like, oh yeah, actually that would work.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Fuck's sake. But that's their modus operandi, isn't it? It's to waste our time and try and get our emotional energy like lower, basically. Try and use up our emotional energy. That's the aim of the game for them. They don't actually give a shit about truth. As long as we know
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Well, that's like I fell into it. I cussed a couple times. I was like, damn it, they got me.
Yeah. I don't blame. That's why, to be honest, that's why I don't really talk that much in that server, because I just know I'm wasting my time with them. But I respect the fact that you kind of like the battle, so it's cool. Hearing you talk to them about it, but just amazing. It's amazing that they will just disagree with obvious basic truths because you're the one who said it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I really it's not as much that I necessarily enjoy. I guess I do to an extent, but I use them to still man my arguments, Yeah, that's the best phrase, but like just to strengthen my arguments, to hear the best they got. But yeah.
I mean, I remember saying this to, I think it was Lepizzle or one of those guys once, saying, look, man, you are literally the best that the globe's got. Like, you guys. But because the astrophysicists, they don't have the same faith you guys do. They won't fight tooth and nail like you guys will,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like the best way is not to go to the mainstream; it's to go to Zanuck. If you want to hear the best that Globe could possibly come up with. Like, dude, and then something else they do. It's like, whenever I ask them like a point blank question, he doesn't. I'm like, so can you shoot it at do they claim they can shoot the radio wave at the moon at the horizon? He's like, oh, Winston, I gotta teach you again. He goes on like this 5-minute monologue about the different types of radio waves, just to finally get to where he admits he doesn't know. So instead of saying I don't know, he'll just go on 10 minutes of acting like he's teaching me and I'm ignorant, instead of saying he doesn't know.
Yeah. Well, I had this thing the other day because we were talking about. I was talking with them about how the ice rings of Saturn would, like the ice would. I forget the term now. Is it collimate or something? Not collimate. It's I can't remember the term. Anyway, the ice would basically evaporate, and he doesn't get up to the right temperature. So I looked it up, and actually it does. And then he starts trying to educate me on the different types of radiation, and I was like, what's this got to do with your like? He's obviously trying to he's doing two things at once. He's subverting while also trying to flex his knowledge, so that the person listening who doesn't understand what's going on thinks that he's the knowledgeable one and that you're the dumbass. When of course you've raised a valid question he can't answer.
Exactly. And it works on so many of those people. It's what's so crazy. And then all the Glovers, if you heard it, like in that scenario, he was doing that. All the Glovers were like amping it up and touting victory and talking about how stupid I was. And then, like you said, 20 minutes later, it's just dead silent, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I guess you're right." It's like really wild.
Yeah, you're right. It's actually wild. Like I know you like the word wild, but it really is like the best word for that. It's like it's nuts. How devoted they are to being on the opposite side to you and me, and how devoted they are to whatever we say being wrong, regardless of what we say.
But ironically, it makes it very easy to debate them, right? Like, because it's like they're voodoo dolls or something.
Yeah, for sure.
I find with Zanuck, the more he starts throwing out numbers and figures in like rapid succession, the less he knows about what he's actually talking about. So at 500 miles with an elevation of 1,600 feet at 360 miles away, if our elevation angle is 0.6 degrees, we would expect on a globe for it to be, 2% declination to the 650 degree radius of the blah, blah, and it just keeps going on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
Which would never work on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Like he's also like, dude, they're just blatantly dishonest people. So like someone asked him a question and didn't know the answer. So you could tell he just stayed on mute and he was Googling the answer. And then he comes back in like 2 minutes and he's like, oh, I was answering. I just didn't realize I was on mute. No, you were Googling the answer 100%. But he comes in there with that blatant lie about how, well, he was trying to answer the whole time. He just didn't realize he was on mute. It's crazy, bro. It's like, I don't know. It's really kind of sad that, I mean, they know that they're constantly lying. So that begs the question, like, do they actually believe the Earth's a globe? You know?
Yeah, that was like earlier today. I was talking about Aries failure, and he was in the text channel and basically just Googles Aries failure, flat Earth debunk, and copy pasted like 4 paragraphs, starting with why Aries failure doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. And the whole conversation we were having about Michelson Morley and Aries failure, there's no mention about the surface of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, any of that. So he basically copy and pasted a straw man argument to start off with.
Yeah.
It's like we weren't even talking about the shape of the Earth at all whatsoever. But then that's all he wants to direct it to is a straw man about the shape of the Earth and Aries.
You know,
they love this. No, I'm saying they love to say that we have a script, like the Flat Earth script, but ironically, that's like literally what they do. They have a script. So they just have to say whatever the script is. They can't think outside of that. Like they can't think of just with the Michelson Morley, the Glober script for like 4 years was that debunked the ether and they didn't detect any friendship, which they don't even know that word. They just say they didn't detect anything. And literally that's just patently false. They did, just wasn't as much as they thought it would be. So it was classified as a no result because it wasn't as much as it would need to be for the Earth to spin and revolve. But yet to this day, years later, they just keep saying that. It's like a robot. So they literally do have a script, right? And they get so frustrated that we don't. So when we start thinking for ourselves, like, oh, flat earthers just make shit up. It's like they're just independent thinkers. You don't know what it's like.
Yeah, in the discussion today about Michelson Morley, I was like, what is the hypothesis of the Michelson Morley? It's talking about the Earth's movement through the ether, and they got an alleged null result. So what does that prove? And the answer was that there's no ether. Or what does that prove? That there's no ether. And it's like you can't just say or it proves or shows that there's no movement of the Earth. You just can't say that.
Dude, I have some amazing Michelson Morley quotes. Just a sec, I'm gonna drop.
I need to go back. Don dropped me a link that I needed to watch about somebody that did the Michelson Morley, but did it in the vertical, not the horizontal, and got a bigger infringement pattern.
Yes.
Which
And then
makes
the
sense.
Glober said that's because of gravity. I had to enlighten, just so you know, if that's your answer, then you're saying the ether exists. They don't understand anything, bro. They just don't understand it. But anyway, these quotes are, yeah, because it's the vertical axis, it's a vortex, so.
Anyway, sophisticated Glovers like Zanuck, Scott Veach, and the like, when pushed to validate their assertion, right? It always, for both of them, their number one proof is just the bottoms of things disappearing at distance. That's it. It's what they both said in an interview.
Which a 5-year-old child can prove happens on a flat surface as things go further into distance.
Great googly globally. What happened?
I remember just to kind of keep on the bad Glover arguments theme. I remember when I was like a silver or a gold here. I remember bringing up Aries failure with one of these guys, and he thought because the word failure was in the text that meant he'd failed to prove the Earth was flat. Instead of understanding what he'd failed to do, because I brought it up, he thought that the failure applied to me, not to the movement of Earth.
I almost feel bad for these people. I'm like, I kind of want to help them in some ways because they realize how moronic they actually look when they start opening their pie hole. And it's clear to everyone listening, not only us, but everyone else listening and the other platforms, that these people haven't done any research at all on their own. They all they have is a straw man of what they think we think. It's always some false paradigm that they've just parroted from some other, most likely anti-flat earthers or ridiculous debunk channels that don't actually identify the main basis of what we're saying. They don't ever focus on what we're actually saying. It's amazing.
Well, I actually think these people fundamentally don't know how to think. And I'll give you an example. So I was talking to one of them the other day, might have been yesterday, and he said, "Oh, how do you know that dropping an apple doesn't prove gravity?" And I gave the standard kind of answers to that, all the rest. And then he said, "Oh, how do you know then that radio waves exist?" And I said, "Well, you can send a signal via a radio wave from a point to another point." And then he said, "Oh, then how do you know that dropping something doesn't prove gravity?" I said, "Well, that's a non sequitur. They're not the same thing, right?" So he's trying to make sending a radio wave analogous to dropping an apple and proving gravity, right? And so he doesn't like these people don't know how to they think that those things are the same when they're clearly not. And this is the issue with their thinking. They actually don't know how to think.
Hey, do you guys know if it's Michelson or Mickelson?
I've heard it both ways, but I think it's supposed to be Michelson. I think he was a British person.
Gotcha. So Napalm,
Well,
whenever they say that about Michelson
wait a
Morley,
minute. We could ask Ronnie. What would be the correct pronunciation? Would it be Mickelson?
his name's right there at the bottom.
I think it's Mickelson because it doesn't have an A in the name. If it had an A, it would be Michelson. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I would think intuitively as well. So, but look, if you Napalm, when they say that about the Mickelson Morley, just send on the quote from Albert Mickelson himself, who says this conclusion directly fix the explanation which presupposes that the Earth moves. That's a quote from Mickelson himself after the test.
I will have to save that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there. I should get all of those. Save image.
Yeah, I'm creating a geocentric quote folder that's becoming pretty damning. Like, look, I don't want to argue with the Glovers anymore. You just argue against your own priesthood.
Yeah, they're going to start backing off on that. The argument isn't with us. It's with their own globe priests that they have a problem.
Dude, I have them shutting down so bad because I'm showing them the terrestrial experiment because they're so used to arguing against the optical experiment quote from Einstein, but he had another one where he says terrestrial experiment. And then so they're like, I'm like, so you disagree with Einstein then when they bring up the pendulum because that's from 1851, right? 70 years before this quote. And they just shut down. They're like, at one point they're like, yeah, you can't tell from the Earth whether or not it's moving or not because of relativity. And then they want to also say that Foucault's pendulum proves the Earth moves. So they like shut
Yeah.
down.
I could just start busting up at that point. But
It's hilarious.
that's okay. I would love to see. Listen, I grew up in Missouri. I'm gonna start asking for. They need to show me the freaking documents. I want the receipts for everything they say from now on. I'm just gonna start asking. I want the document. Period. Like that goes a long ways when you're talking to officials. When you're having a problem with some kind of money owed or something, you ask for the documents, and it puts it in a whole nother light because then they have to find the document. You know?
Have you guys ever read the actual quotes from the eyewitnesses of the first Foucault's pendulum test?
No.
The dude said, wrong way.
Wait a minute, you roboted out. Hold on, you roboted
bad,
out.
sir.
Try it again.
Bad, sir. The guy said the first time they tried it, it went the wrong way. And they kept fishing with it until they got the right way. And they called it a day after one time and then went and told the church that they were right.
So a bit too roboted out there, but I'm happy to repeat. You basically said that the first time it went the wrong way, and then the second time it went the right way, and then they just basically cherry picked the results that suited what they liked and called it a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then literally went to church the next day to tell the church they had confirmed their ideas of the earth. That's what the eyewitness said.
Pathetic. But the thing is, when you talk to these zealots, you understand, like, even when they're presented with the very glaring problems with what they call evidence, they just nut and carry on. So, like, you know, how would that have been different back then? They've done the same thing then.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, didn't know I was open mic.
Whatever. At least it was some action.
No, it was probably pretty
All right,
quiet.
I found the.
Go ahead.
Okay. So when they say they didn't find anything, you can quote eventually. Just a sec. It's important, by the way. Oh, I thought it wasn't absorbed, but I think the eater scares them up. Whatever. Okay. So it says Mickelson and shifted interferences, but they were very much smaller than the size of the effect expected from the known orbital motion of the Earth. Physicist John Norton. So game over.
You know what? How the server has changed my life radically? I'll tell you, because I'm sure y'all want to know. I started asking people for the documents for everything. Everything that's going on that I have a conflict of interest, or there's something not right about the numbers, or they're saying something and I got information saying it's something else. I ask for the documents because it is truly not what people say. I could care less what people say. It's what you can prove with your document. So bring the receipts for the globe Earth. Because we have receipts for our site. I've seen very little coming from the globe site at all as far as documented evidences, proof of any kind, which is evidence is proof.
So you tell me you don't accept the I am the citation as a proof of claim?
Mm-hmm. I mean, because I'm sure people don't want, like whoever it is to be like seeking legal advice to get the documents. Well, of course, with the globe Earth, like, who do we go to ask for the receipts for the documents? Maybe that's something we need to do. Go to the actual responsible parties. Of course, they know we're here. You know, they probably listen in on us. I'm sure NASA listens in here. If they don't, they're dumber than any of us could have ever imagined. But what do you expect from actors, right? I don't know. Am I talking like out of line? Nobody's responding. Oh, just let Sonny speak and wait till he puts his foot in his mouth. Any newcomers here? Mr. Y, I don't know you, but welcome. Silver, awesome. All kinds of new flat earthers. That's what I see. Everywhere I look, flat earthers. AI, how are you today? Dave Hinkle, are you there?
Sorry, Sonny. I've been going in and out. Probably. I'm just now driving, and I was hooking my trailer up and stuff. So.
Oh, there you are. It was weird because I heard you talking before you're roboting, but I didn't see anybody light up. So I was like, there's a like an well, I'd say disembodied, but I guess our voices are all disembodied. But I didn't see you lighting up, and I heard a voice. That doesn't happen often. What do you mean, Sonny? Are you hearing voices? No, only online.
Hey, this is a quote that succinctly summarizes the whole issue with the Mickelson Morley. Sonny, will you read it for me?
I will. Let me get to it here. The one at the post at 40 minutes?
Yes.
Sure thing. The Mickelson-Morley experiment confronted scientists with an embarrassing alternative. On the one hand, they could scrap the ether theory, which had explained so many things about electricity, magnetism, and light. Or if they insisted on retaining the ether, they had to abandon the still more venerable Copernican theory that the Earth is in motion. To many physicists, it seemed almost easier to believe that the Earth stood still than that waves, light waves, electromagnetic waves, could exist without a medium to sustain them. It was a serious dilemma and one that split scientific thought for a quarter century. Many new hypotheses were advanced and rejected. The experiment was tried again by Morley and by others, with the same conclusion: the apparent velocity of Earth through the ether was zero, unquote, by historian Lincoln Burnett. Thanks, Lincoln.
Thank you.
Bam.
The key part there, of course, being that, it's hard to grasp the idea that light waves and electromagnetic waves could exist without a medium to sustain them. So we got people always talking about, prove the ether, even on the fly. Okay, so we're talking about antecedent relationships. So prove the firmament. And you bottle the firmament. Like, are you telling me that it propagates through nothing? Just ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. So when they say this nonsense, ask for the document. I guess that's what citation means, right? but I don't think they understand what a source or a citation is. I mean, I could probably stand to look up the definitions again myself, but it's simpler for the layman just to ask for the document. Where did they get this information that they're talking about? Because it's clearly coming out of their mouths at the time. So they must be basing their words on something. So isn't that a document? So we can just start questioning them. I know it sounds like I'm beating a dead horse, but sometimes horses need to be beaten over and over again.
We're just gonna be dead in here. Sonny, will you keep reading quotes?
What's that?
Since it's just gonna be dead in here, Sonny, will you keep reading quotes? It'll be the Sonny hour.
I know. That'd be good. I'd do that.
For real, I'll keep dropping quotes. I just read them.
I'll keep reading them. Hey, no horses were harmed in the making of this statement.
Hello? Is the live stream dead?
Is it ever living?
Is anyone living?
Yes.
It's awesome.
Sonny, you've been called to the forefront, please.
Who was?
Okay, good. I'm still here. I'm about to roll one in a few minutes, but yeah, keep them coming. I'll read this one. Thanks, What's It? Here we go. The quote: "The Earth is indeed the center of the universe, period. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that a coordinate system fixed to the Earth will be a preferred frame of reference in the universe. Consequently, both the special and general theory of relativity must be abandoned for cosmological purposes." Unquote. Astrophysicist Yatendra P. Varshni. Thanks, Yatendra Varshni. Awesome. Keep them coming.
So, Tap, do you think the Earth is a spinning ball? Are you there, Tap?
Hey, what's up?
Is the Earth a spinning ball in your opinion?
Oh, absolutely not. I have no opinion on the Earth.
No opinion. That's why you joined here? Okay.
No, I mean I've I've been here for the last 3 years, 2.5 years, 3 years.
Okay, my bad. I didn't mention
Yeah,
before.
that's okay. That's okay. The Earth is indeed a flat and stationary plane. There's no opinion about it. Sure, you can have the opinion that it's a sphere. You can have the opinion that it's flat, but the fact of it is that it is indeed flat.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Mm.
Just for layman, you might want to define quasar from that last quote, because I don't even know what a quasar is. Does anybody?
Give me a minute. I'll pull up a document for that. Actually, let me do it right now. I wouldn't want to misquote. Do you like earthsky.org, Wikipedia, Britannica, or NASA? Or Sky and Telescope? Or World Atlas? Or Universe Today? Or Merriam-Webster?
Go with Merriam-Webster.
Okay. Just wanted to list the quotes. I mean, the sources. All right, here we go. This shit's pretty fun, man. I don't know why I'm so happy. I should be tired. I don't know. I guess taking care of business. Okay, let's see. Let's get a definition up here. A region at the center of the galaxy that produces an extremely large amount of radiation. Boy, that's so specific. Extremely. All right, I'll read this in a second. Well, let me read this before I go for a minute or two. I got two. Let's see. Okay. Continuing on, quote, all this evidence that the universe looks the same whichever direction we look might seem to suggest there is something special about our place in the universe. In particular, it might seem that if we observe all other galaxies to be moving away from us, then we must be at the center of the universe. There is, however, an alternative explanation. The universe might look the same in every direction as seen from any other galaxy, too. This, as we have seen, was Friedman's second assumption. We have no scientific evidence for or against this assumption. We believe it only on grounds of modesty. It would be most remarkable if the universe looked the same in every direction around us, but not around other points in the universe. Physicist Stephen Hawking, unquote. And one more. This is by physicist I. Bernard Cohen, quote, there is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. Wow, that's a blockbuster. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries with telescope can be accommodated to the system invented by Tycho Brahe just before Galileo began his observations of the heavens. In this Tychonic system, the planets move in orbits around the sun, while the sun moves in an orbit around the Earth in a year. Furthermore, the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the sun and planets so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit. Physicist I. Bernard Cohen. Thanks. A quasar. So you might ask, what kind of radiation? How do they know it's the center of a galaxy? Huh, Orion?
They know because they're the ones that made it up. There you go.
That's the easiest explanation, isn't it? Especially when you don't have any documents.
Well, what's funny is they have another quote from a physicist where it talks about the difference in the geocentric and heliocentric is it's so perplexing to them to consider that that if the Earth was geocentric and stationary, that would mean that the galaxies just spin once a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. The sky's a clock. Welcome.
Just like it actually is? Huh. I wonder why they used it like that. For all time. Interesting, huh? It's amazing. Meanwhile,
they can't accept what reality is shown, and they have to have some other explanation for it, right?
Yeah, there cannot be a God or a creator. So this being the center definitely points to a creator. I don't care what anybody says about that. If you could provide a document to where something that is flat, stationary, and contained, as we know Earth is, that could come about by any natural processes by itself is, I think, ridiculous.
Son, you gotta read one more for me, bro.
Okay, that's good. It keeps me on my toes, running back and forth. Oh, holy shit. Hey. Let me know when you're ready. Oh, I'll see it. Is my volume okay? Not too loud?
Sound good to me.
All right, good. I love this mic I have. It's badass. Yeah. And when you ask some people for the document, they say, I'm responsible for the document. It's the next person up. And then you just go to that person. Okay. Here we go. Quote, whether the earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomenon will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption which can be never proven or disproved by observation. Unquote. Physicist Dennis Sciama. I probably pronounced that wrong.
Pretty damning.
Yeah. Metaphysical. Like you guys were talking about that earlier. So they got this philosophical idea, this metaphysical idea that occurs outside of everyone's experiences. That's a serious flaw. But you just got to believe.
Yeah, I don't mind metaphysical either explanations or concepts, but when you're trying to base something that you're calling factual off the metaphysical and try to
Yeah.
pass it off as if it's been proven, that's where I have contention.
Yes. Yep. I would agree with that. So do I. I have contention with that. I can go into very metaphysical and philosophical conversations. I've always loved those kind of conversations. Asking the questions that no one can answer, like why are we here? What are we doing? What does all this mean? Like those are great conversations around a campfire and stuff, you know? I mean, I still like them.
Sonny.
Yeah.
Do you know what the meaning of life is?
No.
To figure out that your life has meaning.
There you go. I like that. I think it is to find out who we really are, and there's the meaning. Who we really are. And once we find out where we are, there's a big clue as to who we are.
Hey, Sonny, I don't pay you for nothing, bro.
What's that?
I don't pay you for nothing.
You don't have to, man. I should be paying you. Here's another quote.
Dollar sign.
Here's another quote. Quote, I can construct for you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that, unquote. Physicist George F.R. Ellis. Thanks, George. Man, you dug really deep on, well, like you usually do on this hostile witness, didn't you, Witsit?
It's like the best thing ever, bro, because they
Isn't
can't.
it?
They have to argue against leaders.
I love it. Shit. Oh, dang. So, you know what? If any of you aren't laughing like me about this stuff, you're taking it too serious. Like, life can be serious. Shit. I know that as well as anyone. Life has been fucking serious, man. And some serious stuff going on in our lives. Life and death stuff. But anyway, beyond that, yeah.
Hey, Witsit, you're good at these kind of shticks. You should go into hostile territory, into some servers, and just blanket statement say, hey, Globers, you're all in a religion, and then read a quote.
Yeah.
And then follow it up with, hey, Globers, did I tell you you're in a religion? And then read another quote.
Another quote. You probably have to tone it down. They'll mute you right away over in some of those servers if you say that word. But you could say it in a different way. Like say it like they say this guy says, Ellis. Philosophical. You have a philosophical argument. It's not an empirical argument. It's not a scientific argument. It's a philosophical. And then
Well, their rebuttal is always that I cherry picked it.
Cherry picked it. You cherry picked the truth that damages their freaking whole paradigm by their own side. Yeah.
Yeah, like the one that talks about there's no
listen. A philosophical choice that is just arbitrary based on preference is not an argument.
Uh-huh. And here's another quote. Quote, a great deal of research has been carried out by philosophical argument. Sorry, you weren't. Hey, you're roboting AI. Let me read this and then try again. Quote, a great deal of research has been carried out by Quote, a great deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of Earth's movement. The results were always negative. Physicist Henry Poincaré.
Poincaré.
Henri
Poincaré.
Which, if you follow Ken Wheeler at all, you'll know that he says that most of Einstein's work was stolen from that gentleman.
Yes.
More research needs to be done.
Which did I?
Yeah, like they try to cherry pick, right? Which, of course, cherry pick means that if you read it in context, it would say the exact opposite of what you're trying to say that it says. But there's the quote from Einstein, which says that I've come to conclude that there's no terrestrial experiment that can prove the motion of Earth through space. They say it's cherry picked. Guess where? And then I provide the context, and they're like, "That's probably made up. That's not a real quote. You can't give me a real source that shows he said that." Guess where that's found? Guess where that quote's found? Special relativity.
Within the papers for special relativity.
Yes.
Nice.
That's so epic, bro.
I don't think you can get a better quote mine than that, coming directly from the source.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, is that a sufficient enough source for you? The special theory of relativity, does that work?
Yo, Whitsett, I got a question for you, man. I've been discussing recently with some people about the time dilation theory and the clocks on planes and clocks on satellites.
Uh-huh.
So the claim on the clock experiment, right, is that there's varying times on these clocks that they sent up in planes. And there's also varying times on clocks that are on satellites, right? Say what you will about satellites, how high they really are, what they are, but what do you think about the fact that the time is really only increasing because the measurement tool that we're using, the oscillation of a cesium atom, is increasing as you get higher in elevation?
But the what is increasing with elevation or altitude specifically? What'd you say?
The oscillation rate of the cesium atom increases with elevation.
Yes, that's exactly what I think it is. Based on the vortex.
Right. So do you feel that there's anything that we could do experimentally to try to validate this idea?
I'd have to think about that because they hijack the vortex. So it's pretty difficult to separate that, you know?
So since that one specific atom seems to have an increase in an oscillation rate with elevation, I'm wondering if this could be true for atoms across the board, that an increase in elevation, whether that's an increase in the energetic field in which you're in, causes the vibration to increase, or some type of freeing up of space for those atoms to more rapidly oscillate. And I wonder if it's across all atoms.
I would guess probably, but it would be relative to the gyroelectric nature of the atom. So, like, you know, a cesium atom is going to be hard to beat. I think an interesting first step would be to show a correlative nature between, like, gyroscopic precession and the cesium oscillation. Does that make sense? Like, if you were to take them both at certain altitudes or altitudes and show like a correlative change.
Right. So like a change in the rate of drift within a like ring laser gyro based on elevation has some correlation to a percentage of increase in the oscillation rate of the cesium atom. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think they would try to just absorb that all in time dilation probably because they would say, I don't know. They can't. They can't really, because the gyro is just taking the precession of the axial rotation. So, yeah, I think that would debunk it if you could show a definitive correlation between the two. Which seems like a decently manageable test, right? I mean,
Yeah, I think that could be done for sure.
that's just my first idea.
It's so crazy to me that they go off into such like realms of complete speculation and contradiction and with one kind of test, right? Like this proves that time dilates, meaning that time speeds up or slows down based on X, Y, and Z. And it's like, wouldn't you just think that the apparatus in which you're trying to measure the time is having some sort of increase or decrease in its rate in which it's keeping time? It's like, I have a really nice watch at home. It's an automatic tag. And if I don't wear it often and I don't wind it often, it slows down and eventually stops. Is that time dilation? Has time dilated? Is my watch proving that time has stood still? It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. Well, the craziest part is not just that they say it speeds up or slows down. They say that the speeding up or slowing down is physical expansion. The dilation is physical expansion. That's what's so absurd. Bad service, though.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, isn't that where the Lorentz contraction came in with the Michelson-Morley experiment to make the correction in the infringement pattern based on the alleged physical contraction of the apparatus, which was never observed but assumed only through calculation?
Which is insane. They said the apparatus itself contracted without being perceptible. But we're the crazy ones, bro. The idea that time speeds up or slows down as a result of physical expansion is literal insanity.
Yeah, I don't understand why people can't comprehend. I think they're trying to look too far into it, and they're getting so far past just thinking about it in simple terms that they lose the whole entire thing and get lost in this fairy tale.
Well, this is what's crazy about the atomic clocks, though. They've basically pigeonholed themselves into a consistent rate of change. So, like, I think really the best way to test it would be to use something like monatomic gold. I don't know if you ever looked into that, but if you use monatomic gold and then measure the oscillation difference at altitude, I have a feeling you'd get a much greater differentiation, and that would immediately debunk their claim of time dilation relative to distance from the center of mass. It has to be a consistent rate of change for them. You know, monatomic gold is like mind-blowingly reactive. So to like the electrics.
I haven't looked too much into monoatomic gold. I've heard of it a very long time ago in other various conversations.
It makes things float, bro. If you put it inside like a dish to weigh it, it'll float.
Yeah, I want to say No, go ahead and finish.
They found like 50 tons of this white powder in the pyramids, and they sent it off to a test or to a laboratory to test it in Germany, and the results were never published or released. And people suspect that it is in fact monatomic gold, and that's how you would move the stones.
Wait, but I don't think they moved the stones because they're all magnetically aligned, which would imply that they're made out of cement, carved, masonry.
Well, the stones themselves, like the actual composition of the stones, are not geographic to that location, though.
Yeah, well, the materials are not, but what I'm saying is they're all pointing north magnetically.
They would still have to move.
Because they use monatomic gold, bro.
They'd still have to move.
Because they're made out of cement. When cement dries, or when lava cools, when liquid rock goes from being liquid rock to solid rock,
yeah,
the magnetic field makes an imprint in it. and they're all pointing the same direction, which would mean they're made out of cement.
Yeah, but Orion, you would have to pour that on site. So you're going to be pouring that from different elevations, like on a pyramid type shape. How are you going to get all that gear up there to make that, pour it and cure it? It has to be done in a separate place. They would still have to move it.
No, it wouldn't have to be. It would be done just the same way it is today, just without the rebar. That's the only difference. They just didn't use rebar. That's why it's still standing today.
I understand what you're saying, but they would have to have like equipment that could pour that stuff. Where did they get that?
Oh, I don't know, but I'm just saying they had it somehow.
It's a possibility.
Keep in mind, a lot of that equipment you're talking about, Sonny, would be made out of potentially steel if it's the same kind of equipment we have today. And that steel would have rusted away into the ground after about 100 years or so, while the stone would remain there for a long time.
Yeah, I know. You're right about that. I know that.
Yeah, you guys got to look into monatomic gold, man. So monatomic gold is like oftentimes seems to be referred to as what is it or what then is it. And if you look at mana or manna, right, that came from heaven, that actually translates to what is it. And then if you start to look into the like canonical shaped bread that they consistently depict in holographic depictions or inscriptions that they would present to the kings, that is the representation of the messianic bread, or they even also refer to it as vulgar as this may be, God's semen. And it's because it's like a literal description of what it looks like, right? But anyway, and so this has a lot of gravy in it. I want to do a stream on it, but it looks like there's something to monatomic gold, and consumption of it would eliminate your need to eat consistently, etc. And so why were they so obsessed with gold? I don't know. It seems that you can grind it. You can basically make it a powder form. And then if you look at whenever the guy made in the scriptures, is actually like a goldsmith that makes the bread for the Ark of the Covenant, which makes no sense whatsoever that it'd be a goldsmith. And so it just starts to get really interesting. There seems to be something to it. And then you look at when Moses, so Yah came down and talked to Israel, and they were like, "Oh man, please stop talking. We're afraid we're going to die." So then he went up to the top of the mountain and he had that like spiritual experience where he was like face to face with the Creator, supposedly, right? And he comes back and they're worshiping the gold again. And so he melts down the gold and throws it into the water. And he says, "If you want your gold so much, drink it out of the water." It's as if what you would do to a drug addict. So there seems to have been what they call like messianic MDMA, or messianic DMT, more so, not MDMA, messianic DMT, and it might have been consumption of monatomic gold. And the thing about monatomic structure is it attains its stability. It attains its stability by itself. It's stable by itself. That's why it's called monatomic. So it doesn't need a matrix formation. It's stable by itself. So stability, singular stability without matrix formation would result in levitation and crazy things, bro. So I don't know. I just throwing that out there. I think it's very interesting because they did find a ton of powder. They sent it off to the lab. The results were not released, and then the wind blew away much of the powder that they discovered. So what was the 50 tons of powder there? And what's up with the obsession with gold? And what's up with the what is it reference and the what then is it reference in the Bible and the Egyptian depiction? And what is it that they're always showing them giving the pharaohs the canonical bread structure, like the canonical bread structure, and what are they referring to as God's semen? So I don't know. I was just bringing it up because I think that if you were to test atomic clocks with monatomic gold, you would get much more reaction. So you'd be able to see a greater differentiation of the rates because of like the gyroelectric nature of the atom.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I had heard about the monatomic gold previously, and you summed it up very well because that's what I was going to say. I heard about it initially being like this mammon that God was feeding the Jewish people with, that allowed them to basically survive without eating because they were fed this mammon. And I was exactly going to say that when Moses came back down and they were worshiping the golden calf, that there's the possibility that that was them worshiping what God had given them, right? This mammon that allowed them to survive, as opposed to the creator that provided it for them.
Yeah, they were abusing it like drug addicts, effectively, is the theory. All right, so it's like, and it wasn't exclusive to them; it was known across the world. But then you start to look. So if you don't eat food, then what else do you not have to do? You also don't have to drink water, but very, very rarely. So if you don't eat food, then you don't have to what? Use the bathroom, right? So then if you look at ancient civilizations that we can't fully explain how they built some of this stuff, they oddly don't have any bathrooms. They have no bathroom system. So it's some serious gravy, bro. It's like there seems to have been, an advancement we don't know about due to something that was consumed that would make you age slower, live longer, and not have to consume as much food. You would have a glow to your skin. You would actually have a brightness. Very crazy, because your body's just an electric system. So this would just like amplify your electric efficacy. And
So this has
take it in the temple when they would talk to the creator, right? Go ahead.
So this has like an increase in energy associated with it, right?
Oh yeah, it would be like the most conductive thing known to man.
So when you were talking about, like, think of the ancient structures or the ancient places where they didn't have any type of bathrooms and stuff like that, that's typically when you have fireplace structures as well that also have these interesting like plates in front of them with two kind of like canister type things, bulb looking things. So I'm wondering, between the pyramids, right, whether it was used to construct them or it was used in some way, shape, or form that allowed for it to be some type of energy device. If they're using this stuff and it's very prevalent, is it a possibility that some of this, what people would call antiquitech, which I'm not 100% on board with all the Tartaria and all that kind of stuff, but could it be the missing component to some of these things that could possibly go along with some type of energetic grid structure? Dang, you're roboting pretty hard. What's it? Yeah, you just roboted through that whole thing. So I guess you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, bad service.
You're good now. Go ahead.
I speculate, purely speculation, that the pyramids were the central source of the energy, and the obelisks that you see scattered out based on the latitudes were actually the relay system.
Good point. And these were they mainly made of like granite structures that contain some type of quartz?
Yes.
There we go.
So what if, like, kind of the fuel, if you will, is monatomic gold? And of course, like if you look at the Queen of England, she owns like so much gold, it's insane. Like, what exactly is valuable about gold in the mainstream narrative? Just that it's durable? Is that it?
That it makes fancy jewelry. But then when you think about it, all these things with jewelry, right? So you have gold and you have jewels, which tend to be made of like crystalline structures, which we know can do things energetically, right? Like a quartz movement within a watch, the action there, as well as even within a watch movement. Typically, you have jewels in watches that allow for almost like a frictionless bearing. That's what they use the rubies for in high-end watches. So all of these things that they had as prized, possessions or whatever, seem to have some sort of tangible value to them.
Constantly wore the gems and the gold, and it would be as if they would actually be glowing, and they were considered gods. Like, they would actually have like an electric aura that would be, unmatched based on like this conductive network that they created. So I mean, it's just we're limited to some speculation, but I mean, it's still very interesting. If you want to rock with the mainstream narrative about gold, go for it, bro.
Off topic.
Kai insists that I say this. She's obviously just speculating, but she thinks that some of the crystal structures are petrified giant organs.
Okay. All right.
Petrified heart. Yeah, petrified heart. Yeah.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
Wait, what? It's like called rose. It's called rose quartz. Have you ever seen rose quartz? Does look a lot like tissue.
Yeah.
But very speculative.
See, this is what happens when you get married with it. Your heart gets petrified. No, I'm just playing.
Wow, dark much.
I'm just playing.
So I'd like to know what kind of foods does this gold, is it in plants? And which plants are high in like silver? Like I've heard that about silver too, right? There's properties of silver. Yeah.
Yeah,
Crazy.
silver is very good for you for sure. I don't know. But the monatomic gold's in powder form because it's singular atom, so it's powder. I don't know if there's a refinement based on natural vegetation or not. I don't know.
And if it is such a fine powder, like almost like a flour, I wonder if they did just bake it into bread.
Yes, exactly. And they're in like specifically canonical structures like a cone, which makes sense. I mean, think about like propagation of inner energy. Like, what is it? What kind of structure is it? And now think about what a pyramid is.
True.
Very similar. Yeah.
Just like the city in heaven, a pyramid.
Well, it seems that they had metaphysical knowledge we don't, and they tried to imitate it physically on the earth.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with our intentions and our belief systems and what we believe is possible with ourselves and with this creation. Because I'm starting to think that we're actually able to purposely ourselves switch on things ourselves. Oh, my potassium's low or whatever's going on in my body. That with my belief, I can create whatever is needed in my system because we have everything. That's what I was shocked. That's the only thing that a doctor's ever told me that I was like, whoa, that you have a whole store of those vitamins in your body. They told me don't eat a bunch of bananas because your potassium's like generally always high.
Yeah, it's kind of like with the chickens. The chickens lay all those eggs, but they don't have enough calcium in their diet to make all those eggs. So it's a mystery.
I'm telling you, there's something to this. And the energy we get from live plants and green chlorophyll, full leaves, things like that. Yeah, living plants like out in the wild. Should try it sometime. That's what we've forgotten. This is the whole thing we've forgotten. I go to these places in the woods where I live in the freaking city, man. I go to a place in the woods where I'm surrounded by nothing but beauty and the forest. And I'm sitting on leaves on the forest floor and the sun's shining in right on me. And I can hear people way up off in the cliffs in their houses, but like I'm completely camouflaged. And these fruit trees are there. So I water the garden and I come back and I'm laying under the trees looking up and I'm seeing the fruit growing. And I'm like, wow, this is going to be a good year. And I start thinking that these trees that are there don't belong there. Where did they come from? There's no other plants like this in the whole entire place that I've seen. And I've looked everywhere because that's what I do. I go look everywhere. And so I start thinking that this place is here only for me. It's astonishing. I don't know what you guys feel about your nature. I start thinking this whole place is like just here for me. Like I am a loner, I'll tell you that much. I really am. I have been most of my life. And it pains me a lot. But I know there's a purpose for me and why I see things the way I do out there. I don't know exactly what it all is, but you start putting the pieces together bit by bit, day by day, and it forces me. I have to change because if I don't change, then nothing's going to change. So I have to keep changing, and it's the most painful thing ever to realize that you just have to keep changing, no matter what you think you are at this moment. Then you have to change. You have to get ready to challenge that too. Change it again. It has to be changed over and over again. We have to continue building ourselves with this information. And I'll stop there. I don't want to go on too long. I hope that made sense to some of you.
Yeah, I mean, we live in this beautiful creation, this world of abundance that is here for us, but we get sold this idea of scarcity, and we buy into it, hook, line, and sinker. Feel like we're just very, very far removed from the things around us.
Yeah, what's really going on, you know?
Yep. And I feel like if we were more in tune with those things, we'd probably have a lot more free time to also figure out a lot more ways in which this world around us works.
So I've been the last 40 minutes sitting at the gas station, uh, uh, underneath the all around me. Well, it just cleared up, and I just left, and like 500 yards away from where I was, lightning struck and caught a whole bunch of shit on fire. There's a ton of fire trucks and police cars. I was like, dang, that's pretty close.
Yeah, check, check.
I hear you, Sonny.
Yeah, I totally got kicked from Discord. That's the first time that ever happened mid-sentence. Probably because I'm talking about reinventing yourself over and over again. Yeah, that's it. They didn't like that part. I like that. It's hilarious. I
Was that the ukulele, Sonny?
Pardon?
Was that the ukulele?
No, my electric unplugged.
Oh, okay.
That it probably did sound like that though. Huh? Probably sounds better plugged in. The uncanny sounds of Sonny on the Plane. Playing on the sounds of the idiosyncrasies of the plane that you see. Yeah, Matthew saw me jamming up there in Huntington Beach, huh, Matthew?
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. Those people like, this is the best music that's ever been played in this house. That feels pretty damn good, I tell you what. And I get the whole freaking house rolling along with it. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah, you can tell you've practiced quite a bit.
Matthew, do you play an instrument?
I play the piano a tiny little bit, but not much.
Would you say that you're better than Professor Dave at the piano?
I don't know. I haven't seen him play.
I've never heard Professor Dave play piano.
Would you say that you were better than Professor Dave at not being extremely arrogant?
Yes.
Perfect. I would agree.
Thank you. Awesome.
Did you know that Professor Dave actually isn't a professor and doesn't even have a science degree?
Yes.
Perfect. No further questions.
Did he claim to have a science degree?
Well, it's not that he ever formally claimed it. It's that he kind of avoided the question for a while when he was asked. And people who were on his side kind of said, oh yeah, he's a professor, it's in his name, right? So he should have been more forthcoming with the, actually, I'm not a professor thing.
Sure, I mean, that's his YouTube name. So, yeah, he could have explained it better.
Well, I mean, if my YouTube name was Dr. Crypto, and I was talking about, like, doctory stuff, You know, and I wasn't actually a medical doctor, that would you not think that was deceptive?
Well, doctor can mean lots of other things besides medical doctor. If you had a PhD in something else, then I'd say you could call yourself doctor.
No, but in context of what I said, if I called myself Dr. Crypto and was talking about medical stuff, which is what I just said, then people would assume that I was a medical doctor, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, and if I wasn't, then it would be deceptive not to correct that. Do you agree, or?
I agree. Sure.
So, Matthew, are you keen at all on the idea of maybe calling out some of these Globers on these fallacious?
Oh no, I would never do that.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
Hey Matthew. Hey everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Eli, did you
Pretty
miss the
good. Got a
gravy
little
about?
crick in my neck.
Oh, did you hear the gravy about monatomic gold? People are getting triggered about it, but I don't care. So monatomic gold is called monatomic because it's singularly stable, meaning a single atom is stable, as opposed to normally it has to form together in like a matrix structure to acquire stability. So it's called monatomic gold. Since it's a singular atom form, it's so fine that it's like powder form. Anyway, so like 50 tons of this white powder was found by the pyramids. They sent it into a laboratory in in Germany, to test what it was, and then the results were never published or released, and then all the rest of the powder blew away. So that's just speculation, because that it could have been used for the moving of the stones for the pyramid, because when you try to weigh monatomic gold, it actually is weightless and levitate. And if you put it in a dish, it'll actually cause the dish to levitate. And then we were talking about how interesting it is that the bread of life, or the shuman, or the bread of presence in the scriptures that was put with the Ark of the Covenant, was actually built by a goldsmith, not a baker, but a goldsmith. Why is he making bread, right? And if you look at manna, which the modern church claims is bread, it actually what it actually means is, what is it? And the Egyptians also had a phrase, "What then is it?" referring to like this structure of food that was consumed by kings. And they also referred to it as like God's semen. And so there seems to be some correlation that's like pretty gravy filled there. In short, the summary being that they seem to potentially have consumed some type of monatomic gold back in the day to attain all these different, like, quote unquote, divine abilities, and they would like worship the people that took it. And then the Messiah came and said, no, I'm the bread of life, right? Like, your stupid little drug addiction has no relation to the actual bread of life. But that's why all the kings constantly wore gold and jewels, because that would create some type of an electric circuit system. And then you look into the quartz, the crystals made with the pyramids and the obelisk around the world. And then if there was monatomic gold, it would create like an electric grid system. And the idea is actually that it increases the efficacy of your electrical conductivity in your body, so much so you wouldn't actually need food. That explains some of these advanced ancient civilizations we found without any bathrooms and stuff like that. And so it would actually make you light up due to the conductivity. And so they would literally worship these guys as gods, because they would consume this stuff, and they called it like messianic DMT. And so whenever Israel got, like, the father came and spoke to Israel and was telling them the Torah, and they got so nervous because they were breaking all the rules, he was like, they were like, please stop. We fear we'll die if you keep telling us this. So then Moses had to go up to the top of the mountain and get the rest of the rules, right? And he came back, and they were worshiping the gold calf, and he melted it down and threw it in the water and said, consume it out of the water, then, like you would do to a drug addict. Like, they won't stop like snorting the coke, and so you just throw it on the ground and like, we'll get it out of the carpet. Like, it seemed to have been this ancient drug that people thought gave them divine powers. So I just thought it was pretty interesting. Okay, sorry to just bombard you as soon as you get in here. All right, what's up, babe?
I'm just wondering if they have enough room in their. Sorry, I'm pooping. I'm just trying to see if they have enough room in their driveway. Like, So this is what I think is their driveway, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then when I looked at
Huh. So it is a pretty interesting subject, that's for sure. And I don't know about y'all, but I think I kind of understand better having got up really early this morning and going out and looking to the east this morning before the sunrise. I understand why this
How
week.
did you do that?
Pardon me?
I said, "Oh, nice, you did it." Was it
Yeah.
clear skies?
Yeah, very clear. Yeah.
Before sunrise?
Yeah, before the sunrise. So
Did you see the planets?
Yeah, well, let me finish the statement. So the reason I went out there and I understand more clearly why I've been wound up this week and I can't sleep. Now I understand why, because this morning when I saw that, it was like the culmination of something inside of me, I shit you not. And something happened to me. Like now today I'm like super creative, like getting everything organized, getting everything done, doing everything I'm supposed to do. Like doesn't make any sense. So anyway, yeah, I did see 3 of them lined up. I couldn't see the moon because the moon was supposed to be only at 1%, just a little sliver. So I had my camera. I took a couple of photos. They're very bad, really grainy, but they're in the live stream. I can find them again. But I saw 3 of them lined up. And when I looked at one in my monocular, which is, I forget how many hours it is. Let's see.
You should have been able to see 4 pretty easily, and if you got up at the right time, even Mercury. So all 5 should have been visible. But it's hard to see Mercury.
Yeah, plus I'm pretty close to the city. Well, I was in an area that's not very much light, so that would help. So this is a 16 by 52 day and night field 22-degree field. I guess that means the field of view. So I couldn't get a photo of it, but when I did look in the binocular myself at the lowest elevation, whatever that last planet was, the lowest one to the horizon, went right before the sun came up this morning. That last one, when it was dark enough and I zoomed in with just looking at the eyepiece, it looked like it had a tail. Swear to God, it looked like it had a freaking tail. Like it was a comet. That's what it looked like. I wish I could have got a photo of that. And then right when I tried to get it, that's right when the sun came and blurred it out or whited it out. Very interesting. Really a strange phenomenon. I'm like, what the? Looks like a freaking tail. And I've seen some tails, like actually in 97 when my son, I think he wasn't born yet. We saw that thing for, I think, 4 months. Does anyone remember that? Some of you do. So, and I think I've seen Halley's Comet too. Strange things in the skies, folks. They are moving above us. There's no doubt about that. The invisible phase. Here we go. Yes. Where's the moon now? After it goes 1%, what happens? No one sees it anywhere on Earth. Unless I'm wrong, and no one said I've been wrong. I've said it a couple times publicly.
Yeah, it's the same direction as the sun, or close to the same direction, so it's too bright to see.
All the time? It's to all the
No,
time.
the
It
new
is.
moon. New moon.
It's moving at a different speed. It has a different timing. So you mean throughout that whole timing, after it's 1% and 3 days, or normally it's up every day, except for those 3 days.
I think it's up those days also, but it's right near the sun, so it's hard to see.
How come no one's seen it? They can look at the sun with filters. You could see if something was approaching.
Yeah,
It
it's
would be
not right in
before.
front of the
It was
sun.
supposedly in
It's
your
near the sun.
paradigm, it would be before the sun.
Right.
It would be closer. So of course it would be in the scene if it passed.
During the new moon, we're looking at the dark side of the moon, which is indistinguishable from the sky in the bright sunlight.
That's very odd. Doesn't match. Doesn't match where the sun is at all. Neither do the phases. In my reckoning and my watching it, and I'm an angular kind of guy. Like I can see angles. I was a machinist. I could freaking see inches of grease. And like I used to be able to read without glasses, a 64th of an inch, which is like what, 7 thousandths? Or something like that. Could be wrong. It's been years. But it's interesting talking to all these Globers that have never been out at sea, and I have. I'm not trying to brag. I've spent a lot of time out at sea. And I've been on small boats like coastal navigating for like 50 years. And on the Mississippi River, where I learned how to sail in the first place. I'm a literal Huck Finn. Sorta. In a land pirate kind of way. These days. I know y'all probably think I'm nuts, but you know what? I don't give a shit. I like it when people think I'm nuts. Go ahead and think that, whoever you might be. No, I know you don't. Not all of you here. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Do you guys see some of the pictures that Flatter Day Saints posted of the oil rigs and the island behind? Off Santa Barbara Channel there? Where the Black Swan, that's where the Black Swan is. He got some good photos. Very good ones. Let's see if I can find those.
My bad, y'all. This guy just kept talking to me. I didn't hear shit y'all said for like the 30 minutes. What you say? Sonny, and what's it?
I don't know. What was I talking about? Oh, I was talking about Glovers that have never been out at
The
sea
east and
before. Flat and ass tea.
looking at the sky.
Oh, this morning. Oh, okay, about the sky. Okay, yeah. That I saw a tail, like a comet tail.
Oh yeah.
On that lowest limb.
It kind of looks like that, but really, it looks like 3 dots. So not necessarily a tail, just looks like 3 dots.
Yeah, I tried to focus it in, and it did get, it did look just a dot, like pretty much. So I admit that, yeah. But
You know what though? What I
but it was only
realized, and I go ahead.
I was only at one little point where it looked like it had a tail, and I tried to I tried to focus in better on it, and like I could get it to focus. It like almost looked like it was glare, but it was strange kind of glare because it was only all to the right side in one place. It didn't move around when I moved it. My eyeglass.
Right.
It stayed in the same freaking place. So that didn't look like no glare. Glare off of what? It was dark.
Yeah,
right.
Something weird that I noticed. Because look, when I use my phone, right? When I use my phone's zoom, I got that whole planet weird looking effect. When I use my binoculars,
I see,
and I was able to zoom in, the light went from one light to 6 individual lights. And I said, is this just something to do with the lens? Or am I resolving 6 individual lights? What do we do? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, I've seen something. Whoa, look at this one. What the hell? Okay, hold on. I just noticed something in this picture. What is that? What?
Yeah, that might be a I don't know. I would have to see that in person.
Yeah, me too. But I think these are recent. As far as I understand, you just took these the other day or today. Like, whoa.
Oh yeah, that looks like a glare to be. That does look like a glare.
So?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a glare. Okay. Well, that's a really spectacular glare there. It's moving closer. I guess
So you know what I found weird?
I guess that's something that you need to.
I found this video weird that I'm about to post right now because I think I know it's glare. I know it's glare because I can't. Well, to be fair, when I was looking directly at the sun, it did look like it made. There was a lot of movement in my eyes, and I was like, "Is that just my fucked up eyes, or because it was almost like looking through a heat wave?" But then obviously it's the sun, right? So it's like everything is all. I can't really explain it, but it didn't look like this video that I just posted. It's shimmering, yeah.
Shimmering. It
But
doesn't.
it didn't.
It doesn't look anything like it does in real life through the camera. That's what I noticed. Like it looks totally different. It was like even with just my glasses on.
In the camera, it looks like a spotlight.
It's really weird with the camera.
And I know that it's a. I know that I really, since I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm like, that's gotta be glare, dude. Like, duh, because it's not there when I'm not. But that's the same problem I had when I did those other videos, right? When I was moving and the glare wasn't moving, and I just want somebody to explain why that is. Because typically, when I've experienced glare, when you move the lens, it changes the it changes the angle of the glare. It changes the stuff. But
you
look
you
at that
make
video.
it go all the way. You could make it go all the way around. I know what you mean exactly.
Look at that video. It's just so weird. Like I don't.
what
It's
part of it
weird.
are you? What part of it are you saying is weird? Just so I know
The,
for
the whole
sure.
video. I posted it.
I know right now, right? Yeah, I'm watching it. Okay, so what part of the glare are you talking about? At 11 o'clock and 5
When
o'clock?
I'm turning the camera away
Right.
and I'm turning it back, and it's not affecting the glare whatsoever.
It stays
And I
in the same
don't.
place. I gotcha. That's all I wanted to hear. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I know. I see the ones that move. That's what I've always been astonished with since I've been doing this along with you as well. Like some of the stuff I've done myself. Simple stuff with just a cheap camera. But I've noticed there's whole rings of them on different devices that you can move around. Those that move around with the camera. There's these other ones that are in the same place and position. How is that? Where is that coming from? I know, pretty strange. And I don't even have it like a P900 or anything. I wish I did. One,
And I'll post my video of the star. And this is what I mean. Like when I did this video, that's what it looks like. But when I focus my binoculars, it stops being that, and then you can see one point of light, and then you resolve it a little more, and then it was 6 individual lights. I'm like, is that like, somehow? I don't know. It's either 6
yeah.
individual lights, or I don't know how to fucking use my binoculars, because I'm pretty sure somebody else would have pointed that out by now. But I noticed that a lot of things about the sky, no one's said anything. It's only us far and few in between, where it's like you say some shit and somebody comes along and they're like, oh yeah, I was talking about that in 2014 type shit. But people aren't really paying attention.
I know. I think it has so much more to do with us than we could possibly know. And so, what's that all about? So, it has something to do with our personalities itself. Like, I think, I know I'm speculating here, of course, and that may be some broad reaches, but I'm just going with my own intuition. I don't know. I haven't been wrong too much. I've been wrong about myself more than anything in life.
It's okay to speculate. Witsit was speculating pretty hard earlier.
The monatomic gold, though, there's something. Yeah, exactly. I mean, because like I was talking earlier about the documents, so I need to see the documents if I'm going to stick to my guns. So we need the documents on all sides. So I have to reach to find those if they're available. But
What's funny? I haven't speculated yet. The only thing I'm doing is describing what I see.
yeah, that's true. I like that.
And the only reason I feel the need to describe it is because I've been explained to that it's something other than what I'm seeing. So
we just start looking closer. I mean, that's what happened. I think we're like retracing the steps back to like, we're going to have to start figuring some stuff out because they figured things out in the past. That's why they were using, I mean, we know the fundamental basis for all of it. And navigation was like the cross staff, the cross staff, like they had these different things that were just basically different versions of the sextant, the astrolabe, same thing.
did you know the azimuth or equidistant projection is not just for the sensor so called, but you can do that projection anywhere?
Like, you mean anywhere?
AKA you can put up a celestial sphere anywhere, because that's exactly how you navigate. It's because like we were talking on Nathan's, and there's one I think a map JFK had where the center was Texas, because you make the center Texas, and then you're working with the angles from there. That's all it is.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
So
all it
you're
is.
like
Where does the globe come? You know what he said? He said, I said, after I detailed like all the steps, I'm like, where does the globe part come in? Nathan says, after you've got to where you're going and went home, then you can figure out how it works on the globe.
Because that's the only way. You would have never got to your destination if you're on sailing across like several thousand miles of ocean. You're never going to find it. You're never going to find that little dot of Hawaii unless you navigate with those stars like that. So they're not spinning in four different vectors. There's no explanation for these different vectors that the stars could possibly be doing exactly what they're doing time after time after time and be over the same locations over Earth, such that they have freaking almanacs, naval almanacs that we use to navigate with, written in black and white ink. You got that part? Yeah. So why would they write them in ink? That's they know exactly where you are on Earth from those angles at that time. That's why they're in books that you have with you when you're sailing. Yeah. That's how it works. It's because you have to find your place where you are, or else you don't know where you're supposed to go. So it all it all relies on this time. That's why your chronometer is like one of the most important ones, because if you don't know your time from a certain place on the plane, like Greenwich, and your distance, so all those things are correct because that's how you get to those places.
Hey,
You know,
Matthew, did you know? Sorry.
no, you just know exactly where you are, more closer than your dead reckoning can give you. Your dead reckoning gives you a ballpark, but you have currents, wind direction, all those kind of different variables that are pushing the boat around, wave direction.
Is it possible to find the distance between two cities then?
What do you mean?
I would say no, because you need to know everything.
Did I miss something?
No, go ahead.
What did I miss? What do you mean, Matthew? No.
If I were to ask how far New York is from London, would there be a way to find the distance?
What distance?
The distance.
Ground distance?
The shortest distance along the
ground distance. So there's ground distance. And there's something else. Do you mean ground distance? Because the answer is no to that, which is us being able to travel on fixed ground from point A to B, and then saying, okay, this is the distance. And between two cities where there's water and you have to fly or travel on a boat, so you can't really do that. In that case, you get an estimate, but not you don't know the distance. You get an estimate.
So
based on other factors.
you can't use sextants to find the distance between 2 points?
You're not going to find your location in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah,
I thought sextants were. I thought that was the whole purpose of sextants.
I didn't hear what you said.
I thought that was the whole purpose
Before
of sextants.
you said that, what did you say? So you can't do what? What'd you say? Or what'd you ask?
No, I was just asking yes or no. Is it possible to find the distance between 2 points on Earth?
Yeah, that's what we do all the time. If you're talking about ground distance, like there's no debate. Yes, for ground distance, it's an estimation for anything else. Sea or
why would
air
it
travel.
why would it change if you're on the ocean? Because it's stellar. If you're looking at the stars.
waves would affect your distance. Like, how are you going to clock it? Waves and wind. How are you going to clock it? What are you going to do? You see, because you don't just look at the stars and know shit, right? Like, first of all, those positions of stars were plotted first. Like, so it was known. When you're using the timetables and you're using the almanac, you know where it is. So we're talking about finding an unknown. Well, an unknown distance, ground distance, yes. Air and sea distance, that's a little tricky. Otherwise, if you Googled it, it would be exactly the same as ground distance. Obviously, there's a difference. There's a difference for some reason. And I think that people should understand what the difference is. You can't
Matt,
just ask, so do we know the distance?
You already have to know the distance, Matthew. You already have to know the distance.
One of the reasons is on land you have elevation changes. That's one of the variables.
You already have to know the distance, though. So, wow, your whole home run argument was just refuted.
I don't know if he made an argument. He was just asking, can you know the
He's making an
difference
argument.
between?
He's making an argument, Eli. He has an argument. He has an argument that he's been saying for a couple weeks now.
Well, he didn't say it today.
Okay, Matthew, are you not clearly making your argument? Would you like to clarify for the room? What is your argument? Just go ahead and say it, Matthew.
Yeah, so my argument is that if you measure distances between cities, there are certain sets of distances that wouldn't work on a flat map.
Yeah, so Matthew, what does this say? Can you read this for me?
Used horizontally, a sextant can measure the apparent angle between two landmarks, such as a lighthouse and a church spire, which can then be used to find the distance off or out to sea, provided the distance between the two landmarks is known.
Okay. Provided what?
Yeah, so if you know the distance between the church and the lighthouse, then you can calculate your distance between you and those objects.
Okay, so how did you verify distance initially?
They probably, because it was on land, they probably, measured it somehow.
If you knew that was going to be your answer,
He said measured it. Wait a minute. He said measured it.
Look, but
he just made Eli's point, though.
He's going to make a distinction between on land, like the fact that you made that distinction, but it didn't connect with it when I was saying it. You're like, yeah, I see what you're saying. You didn't do that. It's weird. And I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to be all like that. I'm just saying it's reasonable in my mind. If I'm telling you exactly what you just caveated to me, then why weren't we connecting when I was saying it?
Yeah. Also, Matthew, why can't we do the?
It's as if you were trying to position yourself. People that try to position themselves have three destinations.
Go ahead, Matthew. What's up?
No, Whitsitt is right. That if you know the distance between the lighthouse and the church spire, if you know that, then you can measure your distance out to sea, even though it's over water. You can see how far out you are.
But you can approximate it.
Yeah, this is talking about coastal. Just to clarify this statement that Whitsitt posted at 15 after that's used for coastal navigation. Yes, this part is for coastal navigation. It's similar. You're using those apparent angles, and you can find out how far you are out at sea.
So do you have a very pointed, specific example so I can show you why it doesn't work? Like, okay, on the globe Earth, the distance between here and this location is this, and it works with the sextant. But on a flat Earth, the sextant would say that the distance is this, and that's not the actual distance. Can you give us an exact example?
I don't have any examples like that, no. I just have examples based on if you do know the distance.
Okay, so you have to beg the question. But I'm saying even beyond that, can you just present your argument so I can show you why it's wrong? What's the difference with the globe Earth and the flat Earth distance-wise?
Sure. Here's an argument, a logical argument.
69 miles per degree. Is that your argument?
No, it's if these cities, if the distances between these cities are accurate, then they can't be on a flat plane.
Why not?
Geometry.
Can you be specific?
I just did. I posted 6 distances.
But what geometry is being used? Because you posted this last week.
I fixed it. The geometry of triangles showing that you can't make 4 cities with those distances in between.
Didn't we already check these distances last time you did this? Found that they weren't accurate.
Yes, I got it wrong, so I fixed it and did different cities.
But still, how do you know the distance between New York and London to make this argument?
You measure it on a globe is how I got those distances.
No, you
How'd you
can't
do that?
measure something. You can't. Yeah, okay. How'd you do
How'd
that?
you do that? Yeah.
Being calculated.
How'd you do it?
Yeah, sorry. You're right, Sonny.
So you
Calculated
didn't
based on
measure it.
latitude and longitude.
So you didn't measure it. So I would say
I didn't
stop using
calculate.
measuring. So
You're right. I didn't measure. I calculated.
Stop saying measuring then.
Wait, I want to know, why
measure?
can't we get direct answers? How do we use a sextant to determine the distance on a globe?
You can determine you can determine the angle of the star, and then the GP of the star, which is the point directly underneath the star.
Okay, you can. Hold on, Matthew.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt. I don't know how to respond to him if I can't hear everything he says.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, and then assuming that the Earth is a globe and assuming the known radius, you can find the ratio and determine how much of that circle, how much around that circle you are.
And
so
why
you
would it not work?
But not have validated? Because I see what their contention is with the calculation. The problem is you can't verify that over air or sea. That's the problem. So how do we know that this number is used correctly to tell us, well, on a flat geometry, this doesn't make any sense? How do we know that that's the actual distance? Well, you just admitted that it's a calculation based off a model that was built off of flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
Well, when I pointed out that it was 69 degrees or 69 miles per degree, he said no. But what his answer just is actually yes.
It's yes. Right.
Exactly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say no. Yes, it's 69 miles per degree. You're right about that.
Okay, so it's just an optical effect in the sky based on a personal atmospheric dome. We also don't actually know the distances, so you're just assuming a fixed infinite distance of a parent location, and then you're attributing any type of perceivable convexity to the surface itself. We can use the same exact math because we both have the same exact baseline, which is what is perceived in the sky relative to the positions over the ground. The distances are no problem whatsoever, other than you just pretending that the 69 miles per degree is exclusive to the globe, but it is not.
Okay, so yeah, independent of how I got those numbers, what I was trying to point out is that these numbers that I posted are incompatible with the Earth being flat. So either the numbers are wrong or the Earth isn't flat.
You're just going to keep repeating. Well, wait. How are you getting the numbers of the flat Earth exactly? Are you considering are you utilizing
I didn't get the numbers for the flat Earth. I got the numbers based on a globe model.
So what would the numbers be on the flat Earth then?
I don't know. That would be a good question. If you guys have
okay, they're the same. They're the same. I just told you that they're the same.
I mean, why would your argument consist of it doesn't work on a flat Earth if you can't even tell us what the numbers would be? I don't get that. I'm confused.
I see what you're saying, Elijah.
It's circular
I'm
reasoning.
just trying to say that these numbers that I posted don't work on a flat Earth. So either the numbers are wrong,
how? Because you don't have other numbers. Why are you
right?
Exactly.
See, like here's the thing, Matthew. For I mean, just honestly, you know what we deal with as flat earthers? We deal with saying things that are accurate because all we did was read the rhetoric from the globe paradigm, and we say, hey, this is what it says, and then we don't know if that's true or not. And then globe earthers act like they're reasonable. They come along and they say, yeah, I see why you thought that, but here's why you're wrong. I know you guys mean well, but yada yada yada. And then you don't actually give data as to how we're wrong. So now you're literally saying right now, as a parallel, hey, well, it doesn't work on a flat Earth because these are the globe numbers. Well, what were the flat Earth numbers? I don't know. How is that okay?
You say
it's
insane. So if it only works on a globe, then why would it? Yeah. What would be the? So we can still use a sextant on a flat Earth. You're saying that we'd get the wrong distances. So what would be the distances we'd get that would be wrong?
Okay, so Elijah's right. What I'm saying is these globe numbers don't work on a flat Earth, and so either the globe numbers are wrong or the flat Earth is wrong. That's
are you determining that? Is the third time we're going to ask.
Why don't the globe Earth numbers? Why don't the globe numbers work on a flat Earth?
simple geometry. Did you see my diagram?
Okay,
But I
show us
explained to you that
exactly.
it is based on you looking at the sky and attributing the perceivable convexity to the surface itself, as opposed to us just looking at the sky and knowing its apparent locations and perception.
Yeah, you're talking about where the numbers came from. I'm saying independent of where they came from, this set of numbers doesn't fit on a flat Earth. That's what I'm
You
saying.
mean a flat Earth
You
map?
don't.
So you're saying
Then you would need to
okay,
show
okay.
us.
Now we're
A
getting
flat
there.
Earth map. That's right.
So you need to show us what that is. Then.
No. Because look, like I said, all of the maps are derived from the same method. That's it. All of them. It's coming from the same measurements. So you interpreting one as wrong is just an interpretation because you're not dealing with different data like, oh, on a flat earth, this wouldn't work. Well, the values are the same. The measurements are the same. How you use the projection is different, but the information is the same.
So are you saying these numbers I posted are correct?
The information is the same. I don't know what you posted. I asked
Actually, when
you
you
how
go to
you
the south,
validate. I asked you how you validate those numbers. You can't
exactly.
because you don't actually know the actual distance. It's a calculation. That's what you said, especially based on the model of the globe, which was built off of a flat Earth.
So how
So
do you validate the distances in the south, Matthew? That's what he's asking. How do you validate? In the north, they're exactly the same. So you got no argument in the north. So you're gonna have to go to the south, and you're straw manning a flat Earth map. We get it. So what exactly are they? How did you get the actual distances in the south? How did you measure the distances?
So those distances are based on a globe assumption. However, they seem to generally match flight times.
How so? Okay, now we're gonna debunk. So pull out a specific flight time that it generally matches.
Yeah.
hold on. As a matter of fact,
As a matter of fact,
can I show you something? So from I guess Africa to the Caribbean, that flight time is never correct. What's up with that? And
all the flight times are gonna need that for him.
Can I show you the video?
Show from what city to what city? I'm curious.
Yeah, let me find it.
Okay, but this is just to recap. But this is supposed to be your claim, Matthew. So if you were going to honestly propose this claim, you would have been saying, "Well, okay, based on the flat Earth map, the distances are different in the south, and I think that we have flight paths and time duration of the flight paths that match the globe prediction of distance." You don't ever say any of that. You just say the distances are wrong. You just say it. So let's get specific, because I'm going to debunk every single one you have. I've been down this road with many a glober.
Okay, so I'm saying that the distances I posted, I think they're correct.
Name one. Name a specific distance from point to point.
Johannesburg to JFK in New York City is 12,831 kilometers.
Okay, how long does that flight path take?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it always the same?
No. Going one direction is going to be different than going the other direction based on wind patterns and weather. So,
okay. Okay. So, but are they always the same in one direction?
They're close. I mean, they're probably within an hour.
Is the answer no?
An hour?
Is the answer no?
Dude, if I'm going 500 miles per hour, what would be the difference in an hour difference?
500 miles.
Wow. So it's not very minuscule. That's 500 miles. In addition, if we're talking about the jet streams, we have documentation of planes going over 800 miles per hour, and a jet stream only 200 miles per hour. We know jet streams get up to 300 miles per hour at least, which would mean that a plane can get up to 900 miles per hour. And you're claiming it's only 500. So we've almost doubled the speed of a plane using a jet stream, which would double potential distance. Uh-oh.
Yeah, in my diagram, the red line is more than 1,100 miles off.
Based on flight times?
So based on simple geometry.
No, okay. The simple geometry is based on the spherical assumption and the reification of the radius of how you calculated the number. We're talking about proving the number.
Yeah, right. But
I see what you're saying. I'm gonna
let you run away with it. I would like to point out the irony because I like parallels, right? The irony that you would say I would use simple geometry, but there are variables like wind. And you're like, yeah, so what?
Yeah,
but
wind
when
doesn't
we
change the
say,
distance.
but when we say, right? Okay, look at the horizon. It's not here. Oh, all of a sudden we have to not say, yeah, light and all this stuff doesn't really change the distance of something physically blocking you at a specific distance. Now we have to look into all these factors. But now you're talking simple geometry.
Right.
That's
You said
like hypocritical.
Wind does not change distance.
Right. So you said
No,
wind doesn't change distance.
hold up. Neither does what the air is doing and how
Right.
light is propagating.
You're right. It
So
doesn't
why
change
is that
distance.
effect? So it's an ineffectual statement. Except you're applying a different standard to another argument that's parallel. It's hypocritical.
Wind doesn't change distance. Well, then how did you determine the distance? Oh, the duration of the flight path. Oh, well, wind does change the duration of flight path. So you have circular logic. You've been exposed.
No, I'm saying that that the flight times are generally validated.
The distance is what it is. The question was, do you know that distance? The answer is no, especially because you have no way of validating it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mike.
no, Matthew, yes, you've been exposed.
Yeah, very simple. Like, how did you validate the distance? You're claiming duration of flight path, which fluctuate greatly. It depends on the distance that you're flying, alleged distance, because it can go. So if it's a 13-hour flight, it can fluctuate up to 2 hours. If you go one way, if you go east versus west, it can be a 3 to 4 hour difference on long flights. We know that planes in the north, which is where jet streams are slower, can go over 800 miles per hour. So how do you verify the distance if you're using the duration of flight path or flight travel that isn't sufficient? It's circular logic.
Right. And I'm not trying to prove those distances. My argument wasn't a proof of those distances. It was just
No. Pause. You can't say my argument is proof of those distances. Your argument is to prove that those distances prove that the distances on a flat Earth are wrong, which you haven't substantiated that either. So it's a double homicide, fam.
The entire argument is dependent upon the accuracy of the distance, Matthew.
I'm trying to say that those distances are incompatible for a flat Earth. So if the Earth is flat, then what are the right distances?
You just said you don't know the distance. You just said, what did you just say? Matter of fact, hold up. Should I go back and screen record the last 30 seconds? Because you literally just said you don't know the distances. You're not trying to no. You said you're not trying to prove that the distances are correct.
Right.
But then said my argument stands on them being correct. Is that correct?
Right. I'm not trying to prove the distances are correct. I'm trying to prove that they're incompatible.
Yeah, but you can't. So one of the premises are, first of all, how are you going to have a modus tollens with a premise not fulfilled or validated? How are you going to do that?
Yeah.
How are you going to do that? Like you're forgot, Matthew.
I'm trying to say that you can't use these distances. That's all I'm trying to say.
And I'm trying to say you can't have P then Q with a premise that hasn't been validated when that's your argument.
Yeah, your entire argument.
You didn't read my argument. I didn't say
Matthew, do you understand your entire argument?
The premise. Go ahead with it.
Matthew, can I get a yes or no question? Yes or no answer, please. Do you understand that your entire argument depends upon the validity of the claimed distances?
It does not, because I'm trying to say that the distances are incompatible with flat Earth. So either the distances are wrong or the flat Earth is wrong. That's all I'm saying.
You can't say that, Matthew. Because
I can. It's geometrically true.
You
Just
cannot
look at the
say
diagram.
that logically and be coherent, because first you need to validate your premises. You cannot come into a logical discussion with invalid premises or assumed premises. That doesn't work.
No, I'll take it. I'll take the bait. Your distances are wrong, Matthew.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear.
Yeah, thanks for playing. It's super easy. Can you prove me wrong?
No.
Right. So this is an
of course, my next question might be something like, okay, fine, what are the right distances?
Well, I don't make that.
That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Exactly.
Right.
Because that's what we're asking you.
Yeah, so we have distances and you don't. So
no, you don't have distances because we just asked you. We just asked you, and you said, "I don't know." You're
How
right.
do you verify your distances? Just because you made them up doesn't mean, oh, we have made up distances and you haven't made any up. Therefore, we have to assume my distances are true that I made up.
Well, my distances seem to be internally consistent, is all I'm saying.
They don't, though. I just explained how they literally don't.
What do you mean internally consistent? Like,
I mean, they don't have a logical geometrical error like your distances do.
Whoa, dude,
we don't. You don't. No.
Yes.
The logical error is that your premise, those numbers, aren't correct because you haven't validated it. Yes or no?
Let's see if I can. Okay, good.
Yes or no?
That's right. I haven't validated them, but that's not part of my argument.
Okay. I don't.
Can I summarize your point, Matt? Let me summarize. If we presuppose the Earth's a globe, then the Earth can't be flat.
Right.
Oh, wow, dude. You're crushing, bro. Yeah. Let's shut the server down.
I would say it this way. If we presuppose the Earth is a globe, then we can come up with distances between these 4 distant airports.
So you're trying to disprove a negative in your statement? Are you like what? Or what?
You keep bringing up the distances like they're solidified, right? And you think because you have this thing in your pocket, we're gonna be like, let me get. Oh, you think it's such a good thing to say? Oh, the flat Earth. Let me guess. The flat earthers think the flat earthers think we don't know the distances between airports. That's your whole argument. Is just appeal to like verbatim. I mean, like vernacular.
No, okay. Let me read my conclusion. It says, if the Earth is flat,
before you do, if you don't mind, I only have one fallacy for your argument. It's a false dichotomy.
If you'd heard the second half of my sentence, there was no dichotomy.
Well, you said either the numbers are right or they're wrong. And the flat earth, the numbers are right and the flat earth is not a thing, or the numbers are wrong. Those were the two options.
That's right.
Wait, Matthew, what are the differences with the distances in the north between the globe and the flat earth? What are the differences?
I wouldn't know because I haven't seen any distances from the flat earth.
Well, guess what, Matthew? They're literally exactly. There is no difference. In the north, there is no difference.
And in the south?
Okay, so all your stupid little examples that have anything in the north need to be scrapped. They don't even they mean nothing. So you need to go just south to south, okay? So you're gonna have to redo your whole meme here to even pretend you got an argument. But the problem is still now you're gonna be stuck in a position where you're just spinning your wheels because you can't prove these distances. I know that for a fact.
Well, we just
I know how you're going to claim to prove them and everything. Yeah, I know you can't. I know for a fact.
Yeah, I'm okay not being able to prove those distances.
We actually have information that contradicts them.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, then these distances are wrong.
You don't want to know the contradictions. You don't want to have a discussion about information. You just want to dogmatically assert the same position. Dude just said there's a contradiction. Let's have it. Is what a real person who's seeking knowledge would say. Let's have it. Because that's exactly what we've been asking you, right? So why aren't you interested?
I am interested. Yeah. I'd be happy to look at some numbers if you have some.
Yeah, listen, we have flight paths.
Please formally ask him because this is something that I never get, and it would be a favor to me if you could ask him to explain to you where the contradictions are. Can you ask him so that I know that you care?
So the contradictions in the southern hemisphere, which ones are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused.
Yeah, we have flight paths. We have distances, alleged distances, that don't match the amount of time it takes the plane to get to the other airport. So we actually have flights that take far too long to cover the alleged distance. And we also have flights that go way too fast in the north. But predominantly, we have flights that take way too long in the south.
Sure, I'd be interested in seeing an example if you have one example or two or something.
Yeah, Auckland to Johannesburg takes about 15 to 16 hours. Okay. But you go with the jet stream, and it should take you closer to 8 hours. But yet it takes 15 hours. But based on your distances of roughly 8,000 miles, it should take about 8 hours with the jet stream. Yeah, when you go with the jet stream, it takes far too long.
So you're assuming they'll always have the jet stream available?
Are you saying the jet streams disappear?
No, I don't know how if they're like consistent or if they are sometimes there and sometimes not. I'm not sure.
In the south, they fluctuate some, but they're still there. And this flight path actually isn't very oftenly flown. In fact, most southern flights aren't. So your entire premise is super, fragile in the first place because you don't even have much data. But the data we do have actually debunks your claim, if anything. I've actually looked into it. That's the fundamental difference here. So thanks for playing. And so then I'll even help you out.
I'm looking this up. Auckland to Johannesburg. I'm looking it up.
Okay, cool. I'll help you out here. So they'll claim, look, you can look at flightradar.com and you can track the plane as it goes. See, so it doesn't go 800 miles per hour or 900 miles per hour, which is what we needed on flat Earth. Which you strawman the distance with a map anyway. We don't claim a definitive map without a central position, but we're still going to defend it anyway to show how fallacious your argument is, okay? So we're going to pretend that we do absorb that flat Earth map, which we literally don't. At least most of us don't actually absorb it as definitively accurate. So anyway, you're going to say, oh, well, we'll look at flight radar and see it only goes 500 or so miles per hour. But on a flat Earth, if we presuppose and strawman the distances, then it would have to go something like 800 to 900 miles per hour, right? But what you don't understand is you have to know the difference between airspeed and ground speed, and how do you determine the airspeed of a plane? Well, you actually use static pressure surrounding the plane to determine your relative speed. So then you get about 500 miles per hour, not accounting for the additional speed added by the actual air itself. So it's circular because the way that the flight radar algorithm works for the website is that it literally just presupposes the globe distance, and then it tracks how far along that presupposed distance that the plane is, right? And then it says, okay, well, then it must be going this speed, which means it reifies and begs the question of the distance itself. So you can't invoke the speed to prove the distance. And you can't invoke the speed as accurate at all in the first place because you're only getting relative airspeed based on static pressure. So.
Okay, so I looked it up. I see what you're saying. Auckland to Johannesburg is 7562 miles. And so if it took 15 hours, that would be 7562 divided by 15, which is about 504 miles per hour. So 504 miles per hour seems reasonable. I'm saying it should be faster.
But bro, do you understand that you're doing exactly what he just told you you're doing again without realizing you're doing it again?
He was saying that it should take 7 or 8 hours. 8 hours maybe.
I'll say if you account for the jet stream speed, but you don't. You ignore it. Did you not listen? I just told you your numbers and what they would be and what the globe predicts and what the reification is. I've actually looked in. So you're assuming it goes 500 miles per hour, which is what they go anyway, in a jet stream that can increase the speed up to 400 additional miles per hour?
Yeah, so 8 hours would take, if you went 7562 miles in 8 hours, then it would be not 400 extra, but 445, so 945 miles per hour. On average. So you think the planes average 945 miles per hour?
No, it's not about the average. But here's the other problem with it. It doesn't actually take the exact time predicted ever. Sometimes it takes. It usually takes longer or shorter. Either way, it never takes anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour or greater. So if it takes like an hour, and sometimes it can take 2 hours difference. So then how much different distance is there in 2 hours of traveling 800 miles per hour? Because we have them clocked going 800 miles per hour in the north, and the jet streams go faster in the south. So they would go faster than 800 miles per hour. And if you're an hour and a half off, think about the distance that you've covered. 1,200 additional miles.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
Yeah, dude. So it's really not even difficult. You can look up mainstream articles that will tell you that a plane in the north went 802 miles per hour with a jet stream. And that jet stream was only clocked going 200. And we know they go up to 300. And that was in the north, and we're talking about the south, which is faster. And your side doesn't even account for the jet stream speed, which would be the ground speed.
Cutting out, mate.
I'm cutting out.
No, I heard you fine. It seems reasonable to me. I mean, I don't see a problem with the numbers between Auckland and Johannesburg.
I see a problem.
You don't account for the jet stream speed, so you just account for airspeed, and you try to equate the airspeed to ground speed with the presupposition that there's no jet stream affecting it, which is actually incredibly illogical because we know for a fact that they are there. So
No, I
there's
agree.
difference in
There are
ground
jet
speed and
streams.
airspeed.
Yes, there are jet streams.
And crosswinds.
But you think planes are just unaffected by them? You think these planes are just unaffected by them?
No, they're definitely affected by them.
What about
so then they would
crosswinds?
go much faster than 500 miles per hour.
Matthew, what about crosswinds as well?
That would affect them too. Like airspeed and ground speed are different. I agree with all you're saying.
So what you're saying is that they just stop looking at that data when you're in an aircraft flying? They know what the crosswinds are. That's how the navigator decides. That's how they figure out where they are as well. But that's not the same thing as traveling over the ocean either, you know. So there's no way you can find your way to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, Matthew, with your assumptions about the globe. You can't do it. There's no way.
And by the way, you want to know how they...
Mm-hmm. You can't find your place to the middle of the Atlantic. Like if you're traveling along that water and you're doing your sun shots and you're doing your whatever shots of other stars, like let's say Polaris and maybe one other one or a couple other ones, you know exactly where you are in the water, even though you have currents, tides, wind changes, like all these things that you're not accounting for with your paradigm. I'm sorry, your assumption is falling flat. Because you don't know how to, you don't understand. I'm sorry. I'll just go for a couple seconds. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. You can't find your place in the ocean using any method that you have in mind with a spherical shape. Doesn't work. Period.
So Matthew, follow me here. If you draw a presupposed globe, then you draw a line from one city to the next on your presupposed globe. And then you're traveling, you're okay, now you have the flight radar showing this plane go along this presupposed line on the presupposed globe. Okay? Well, if you're actually going 300 miles per hour faster than you claim you are, but you're just getting airspeed relative to the static pressure around you, but your ground speed's 300 miles or 400 miles per hour faster, you're just going to be on that graphic going slower along the presupposed distance than you're actually going. Do you see the problem?
Yeah, no, I totally understand that jet streams can affect flight times.
But why do they never affect them? You can go look at all the flight radar for the specific date, like flight I gave you, and they always clock around 500 miles per hour. So they're claiming that it never affects the plane, which is absurd. In fact, this is a flat Earth proof.
I guess I'd need to go look at the data myself because Johannesburg to Auckland. I don't know how often that flight goes.
Yeah, not that often. A few times a week, allegedly, like a few times a week. So it's not super rare, but it's pretty rare, relatively speaking, because almost all our flights are in the north. There's not very many southern hemisphere flights. So yeah, but anyway, so it's a flat Earth proof though, because if you look at all the data of that flight, it's going to show you around 500 miles per hour, even though we know it's flying with jet streams. So that debunks the globe, because in order to maintain your presupposed illusory distance, you have to completely discount the ground speed produced by the jet streams. So that proves that you're fudging the numbers with presupposition.
But his geometry comes from two different projections. That it's not a different set of data, though. Like that's the overarching point, and I don't understand why you just don't accept that. It's not globe versus flat. It's same data, but one projection versus another. What's the problem?
They're going to say when you apply the scale to the south on the flat, that it's going to be a different distance. Like if you don't, that turns it back into a globe. That's their rebuttal.
Based on the projections, like if you use the Mercator projection, then the sizes of the land masses are different, which would automatically geometrically give you different distances.
Yeah, so if you shrink them to their actual size, that would increase the distance between the two, which is why we apply a scale. So they're going to say it's a reverse engineered globe map. But dude, what I'm saying is I actually decided to go look into it. It's hilarious. It debunks the globe because if you read it, they're always going to read 5 to 550 miles per hour. Yet we know for a fact they're going faster than that because they're flying with the jet stream. Yet they never actually log that information because based on how long it takes the plane to get to the other airport, it would have to be going that slow for it to match the globe distance, which means they're actually traveling farther than the globe claims. So thanks for, the globe Earth proof actually just made a flat Earth proof fall on our lap.
You screwed up. You forgot about time dilation. Time dilation fixes it all. It's still a globe.
Okay. Damn, I'll have to account for that. I didn't even think about it. It's a beautiful thing about flat Earth. Like their proofs actually just turn into flat Earth proofs.
What is time dilation supposed to be again?
That time physically expands, causing it to speed up or slow down.
Oh God.
Like if your eyes dilate, you know?
Yo.
Okay, so the most recent flight from Johannesburg to Sydney, not Auckland, but Johannesburg to Sydney took 11.25 hours to go 62 miles. So that's an average speed of 610 miles per hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
That seems reasonable to me.
What would the distance be on your strawman flat Earth map?
I don't know. You haven't told me a distance between.
No, fam. No. You keep telling us one is right and one is wrong, but you're not giving any information. They're
Sorry.
like, if you don't, I don't get why I don't get it. You please help me make it make sense.
Sure. Let me be clear. The globe Earth with the globe assumption says that it's 62 miles between Johannesburg and Sydney. And the flight time of 11 hours seems reasonable with that assumption. That it doesn't.
Even though it fluctuates by over like an hour. Go ahead.
Right. It fluctuates based on weather.
So the second part of that statement, I'm listening.
All I'm saying is that the distance between Johannesburg and Sydney seems to be, 68, 62 seems to be an accurate number.
No, you can't.
Why so?
And even wise. No. When I said the second part of your statement, which is invalidating the flat Earth, how would you do that? Like, what makes the flat Earth different? What have you? Give me the information that you've used to determine that.
Oh, I see. If you use 4 different cities, that was the thing I posted a while ago. If you use 4 different cities, then it doesn't match.
Wow, Matthew, you got to give us specifics. He's saying if you're saying it's 68, 62, or whatever you said, then what would it be on the flat Earth that makes it different?
I don't know what it is on the flat Earth. It could be the same.
So then why are you making the argument?
Claim? If it's the same, you have no claim.
No, I'm saying that if you have a set of distances, they don't like line up.
Matthew, you just said you don't know. So you do not know the difference. You claim to know the difference. You don't know what it would be on a flat Earth. You do not know the difference.
I think I may be speaking too far above your heads when I'm talking about this geometry.
Oh my god!
Because I was saying a whole list of numbers, and this list of numbers can't fit geometrically. Is what I was saying. Not specific.
So what would it be on a flat Earth?
Can you be specific? No, I don't get it. Yeah, you are talking over my head, way above my head. Can you be specific? Maybe sober up because you're a little too high.
What would they be on a flat Earth?
Yes,
what
I can
are
be.
the numbers
I
on a
can
flat
be
Earth?
specific. I can be specific.
Okay, so act like you're talking to your students and justify what you're saying, because you're not doing that right now.
Sure. If I start with a presupposed set of distances, like I just posted at 53 past the hour, if I start with that, and who cares where I came up with them? Maybe I did the Ouija board, maybe I rolled dice. But if I start with those presupposed numbers and I try to put them onto a flat Earth, The distances don't line
What
up.
flat Earth? What flat Earth?
A flat map.
Can you give me one?
Any flat
And
map.
then okay, give me one, and then use that in front of us to explain step by step what would be wrong.
Sure. The geometrical model says that it wouldn't work on any map because the triangles don't match. If you look
I don't
at
get
the
what
diagram,
I don't get what you mean by that. Like, I need
Sure.
you to provide me what you think a flat Earth map is before we continue. So just go
How
ahead
do
and
you know they wouldn't
post one.
match?
No. Post
Painful.
one of them in the chat.
I did.
He's not talking about a map. For God's
Okay.
sake.
Here's how I would
He's
describe
talking
it.
about a plane.
Sure, a
Coordinates.
flat plane.
The
A flat
distances
plane
between the
coordinate.
coordinates, and he can get them to intersect. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I know that, because my question would then, because I already asked him, so now I'm trying to get him to illustrate that he's saying what I'm saying.
Sure,
Because
Elijah,
there is no flat Earth map, fam. There's just a coordinate system that you can express in a number of ways. Why do you keep saying that there's one set of data for one thing and there's another set of data for another thing, and that data is wrong when it's coming from the same data?
Do you have access to the image I posted? Would you allow me to sort of walk you through
I don't
it?
see it in live stream voice text.
It's 53 after the hours, 3 minutes ago.
Scroll all the way down to the bottom.
That's not a map, fam.
No, it's not. May I explain it?
I asked for a map.
This map only has 4 cities on it. It doesn't have anything.
I asked for the map that you said was a flat Earth map. Like, we have to start there if we're going to be telling students and people that the flat maps are wrong. I don't know what that is. Please present it.
It's a simplified map with only 4 cities, no rivers, no oceans, no.
Why can't you post it in the chat?
I did. The left-hand side of my diagram.
No,
is the
that's
map.
not a map, fam.
It is.
No, it's not.
It's a simplified map. It has 4 cities on it.
So okay, hold on. So this right here is a flat map and not the accurate numbers on a globe, is what you're saying.
It's a flat map. But look, would you let me to sort of talk you through it a little bit? Like, you asked me to explain it how I would explain it to my students, and here's what I would say.
No, okay, whatever. You have values.
Yeah, so here's what I would say.
You have a box, and it's like,
look at all the blue numbers. If you have 3 different numbers, you can make a triangle. So we plot New York, London, and Buenos Aires.
None of these numbers are validated distances.
Would you let me?
The first thing.
Never mind. I give up.
I mean, I'm looking at every time I look at it, none of these values are validated. The logic in the P and Q is wrong because, again, you haven't validated the premise. What are we talking about, man?
This diagram illustrates the impossibility of putting these specific numbers on a flat plane. That's all it does. It doesn't say whether the numbers
are right or wrong. It's impossible
because of geometry.
No, can I say something?
No, give a complete answer. How do you know? Explain.
Sure, Gregor, let me explain.
I want to say something real quick, because this is an example of what Antonio Subrats explained in many of his videos when he was looking at the globe, Google Earth, and all these so-called maps and the claimed distances. There were some errors that were in those maps with those distances, like the Chinese claim to have laid miles more of railroad tracks than were visible on the map, according to distances. And so there is some discrepancies in the maps. So, Matthew, you can't just use that as a absolute premise. So what you're actually showing is just more proof that the globe doesn't function.
Okay, so now Matthew, explain You're a teacher, are you not? So when a student asks when a student raises their hand and asks you, how do you know that, Mr. Learns, Mr. Matthew? Do you say just geometry as though it's supposed to be an informative answer?
No, I typically use 3 or 4 sentences without getting interrupted in class. But if
There we
you
go.
allow me to do that, So if you look at the
Yes, Mr. Matthew,
diagram,
please explain the method of how you know this.
sure.
How
If
you
you
know it doesn't work on a flat map.
if you look at the diagram and you see the blue numbers, if you have 3 numbers, you can make a triangle. So let's make a triangle: New York, London, Buenos Aires. Okay, so then we take the green numbers and use those to plot where Johannesburg should be. And there's only one place Johannesburg can be to satisfy those 2 green numbers. Now what we do is look at the red number and and it turns out that the red number is way off. It's like 1,900 kilometers past where Johannesburg works. So there must be something wrong with these numbers, because you cannot, on any possible flat plane, plot 4 points with these distances. That's the whole part of the argument.
But you don't even know that the distances are correct, so who cares?
Right. That's not the argument. The argument is these distances don't work.
Well, there's no basis.
Hang on. Wait. Pause. Okay. So how did you
You're asking him
validate
the
these
same
values?
shit I was asking. He didn't. He's telling you that's not relevant. Is what he's telling you. It's what he told me.
Okay, that was Elijah's reiteration. Now, Matthew, tell me, how did you validate these values?
That's a separate question. The main part of my argument is that these numbers don't work. If you want
why aren't you answering the question? So what
because
that
it's
it's
not part of
separate?
the argument.
So
let me try. So your argument rests on an invalidated, unvalidated, unverified values. You can't just assert that these values are true. You have to demonstrate the veracity of these values.
That's correct. You've got that right.
Okay, so you have yet to fully validate, demonstrate the veracity of your argument.
Well,
right. My argument is that these are incompatible. That's all.
Yeah, Matt. Let me help you out here.
Compatible
So
with what?
he presents the dichotomy that either the Earth is either the distances are wrong, or the Earth is not flat.
Thank you. That's exactly right.
Well, they're incompatible
He just
with
said
reality.
it's a false dichotomy, and you ever take English courses?
You have to understand why. Okay, he's saying it's not a false dichotomy because in the South, you're not going to get the same proportion of land masses as on the globe that goes back convexly towards the bottom. Okay, so you'll expand the continents, or you'll have the actual size, which will expand the distance. So he's intersecting lines over top of a plane, saying that these will not be the same as they are on a globe, which is not entirely inaccurate. So everyone just needs to appease him, in my opinion. It's like, yeah, your presupposed further south distances are just presuppositions that you cannot verify. Right. So that's basically saying that they're wrong. That's saying that we don't think that your globe math is right. You based it upon a presupposed calculation.
That's right. Yeah. So in the dichotomy, you're saying the numbers are wrong, and that's perfectly fair. That's fine with me.
But we're also not making a claim as to what the distances are, and they're probably not. They're not nearly what you think they are. If you actually understand how mapping works,
you are making a claim of what the distances aren't by saying that these numbers are false.
Because no one can validate it here.
That's fine.
If you haven't measured something, if no one measured a table, then no one would come along and say, well, you're making the argument of what the table isn't measured to be. Obviously, the rebuttal to that would be, yeah, because none of us have measured it.
These supposed distance values on this picture. These supposed distance values on this. I'm sorry, let me just finish this and then go ahead with it. These supposed distance values on this picture are unsubstantiated. Given that they're unsubstantiated, your argument is unjustified.
Correct. And so we take a step further. I have to get out of here, Matthew. So let me just say this. He's correct. We just said you're basing your entire premise based on an unfounded presupposition. To take a step further, when you actually do look into it to try to verify it, you look at the one way they claim to verify it. That is how long it takes a flight to get from one place to another. Then they take that presupposed distance divided by the speed that the plane allegedly goes. But it's circular logic because they presuppose distance to get the speed. When you actually look at it, they do not account for jet streams, and they claim around 500 to 600 miles per hour every single time, which actually falsifies their claim because we know they fly with jet streams and they would have to fly faster than that, which means they're covering a greater distance, which would objectively falsify their claim distances. So welcome to Flat Earth.
In other words, the numbers are wrong. That's fine.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're wrong. I proved it.
Whatever.
I just proved it.
You don't have validated numbers in the first place. So, yeah, it was an invalid argument. That was very good circular reasoning, though. You just went around and around, Matthew.
Sonny, it's not invalid argument if I say that either this is true or that is true.
Based on a fairy tale that is unvalidated.
It's not an
Dude, you
argument,
gotta.
Matthew.
You
Oh,
guys,
can
you
AI get in?
guys
AI
gotta
was
understand
trying
why
to
you're
get in
talking
for.
past him. You're talking where everyone's talking past him. Like, help Matthew out. Be at least a little honest. You're talking past him. He's saying, "I'm not claiming the distances are true. I'm claiming that if they either can't be true or it can't be on a plane." Right? That's what he's saying. He's not saying like it's like just be fair and be like, okay, yeah, we are challenging your claim of the distances. If everyone's saying that, which means you're basically saying the distances are wrong. So we're talking past each other.
Gotcha.
AI, did you want to get in there?
Yeah, I'm just saying he has a logic string that has an inherent error in order for it to be coherent. One must be false. So it's a very cohesive argument, right? Now, with any logic string, in order for the conclusion to follow, the premises have to be proven true in the first instance, which Matthew conceded, right?
I didn't say if P then Q. Did you look at the logic part of the diagram?
It don't matter. I'm just doing it in general. You could present a logic string, and for example, if this was the case, then this would be the case. That doesn't mean you're fighting for that position. It just
Yeah,
means
I
that
understand.
this would be
Okay.
true if this was also true.
Yeah, in fact,
Which is
the
why
conclusion says if the Earth is flat, then these distances are wrong.
Yeah, however, I
And
just dismiss it out of hand anyway because it's an ideal plane which doesn't exist in reality. So summarily dismissed.
right, which is why I was trying to say that that's not an argument. When you say if this then that, but you don't substantiate it either way, or you don't give an argument to justify the premises either way, it's not an argument.
yeah,
It's just
it's
an
a
assertion of
description of
possibility.
a description of a dichotomy, I guess. Would be.
It's
There
an
you go.
inaccurate description, and the reason it's inaccurate is because it's not. It doesn't match reality, as in most of the globe arguments. They just simply don't match what's actually going on in reality. There's the problem. You admitted it yourself. If you assume that it's a globe, okay, well, you assumed. So there you go.
If his whole premise is that the numbers require a curved surface, then yeah, they're wrong because you can't show us a curved surface.
And so in the talking, the very simple points get lost. Again, as everyone at this rate knows, right, what settles this is the empirical data, the observation, the measurement. We're talking about geometry. Where is what, right? What is the shape of this? Okay. So if we're trying to make an argument about what is the empirical data, like what is the shape of this, or what is the distance between this and that, if it hasn't been observed, and or if it has not been measured, and especially if it reduces to absurdity, given what is being asserted, then you don't have a sound argument. You don't have a sound position.
Oh yeah, by the way, it's not true that you need a curved surface. You can do it on an ideal plane. You just need a curved path.
That's true. If it were a curved path, then that would work.
Yeah. So what you would need to know is how these numbers were arrived at, right? And somebody already posited the idea that they're arrived at by a methodology that's not direct. Now I also seems to me, but I could be wrong, that you only did a couple of the cities and then put the other one and made it extremely off in variance. But what if you took all the cities and made them only partially off, right? So they all shared some of the percentage of the error. How would that look?
Well,
And
it's
how
off by
dramatic
like
would this be
1,100
off?
1,100
And take that
kilometers.
dramatic or non-dramatic alteration, right, and compare it with the methodology that they used with any margin of error there, to get the distances, and I wouldn't be surprised if you find out that it's no big deal.
It's off by 1,200 miles.
By one city or by all the cities sharing some of the burden?
The distance from JFK to Johannesburg is off by 1,200 miles.
So you didn't hear anything he just said? Like that's what I'm supposed to believe, Matthew?
So
that you don't. Do you know what active listening is?
Yes, he was talking about distributing the errors among all the different things, and you could tweak that 1,200 miles and put 30 miles here, 30 miles there, 100 miles there, but I find it unlikely that you'd be able to make it work. That 1,200 miles is quite a bit.
Mysterious rocket hits the moon. No one knows where. Yeah, no one knows where it came from. There's a double crater on the moon now.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I just want to say something before we go off into that to Matthew. So, Matthew, you're saying geometry, but this is just a drawing, like a cartoon. What geometry? I don't see like compass headings. I don't see angles.
Do you see a blue triangle?
The actual angles between these places.
Do you see a blue triangle?
Yes.
Okay, that geometry. The triangles have distances on them.
Holy shit.
Well, what Sonny means is no measurement. I know what he means.
Yeah, you don't have any angle measurements. You already copped out to that because you said they were calculations based on presupposed globe. So
like technically there is geometry in the picture. You got this deliberately drawn asymmetrical geometric shape on the screen.
Where's the
with number
geometry?
values.
Damn it, Matthew.
Like, oh, do you see the triangles on the screen? Yes, that's geometry, Sonny. It's like none of that.
You're also, let's say it was the plane flight distance that decided these distances, right? That you'd have to assume that the plane is flying at a constant, quote unquote, rate of time through space time, right? Because you could just do a space time transformation, right? Or you could call it ether time for all the heck you wanted to, right? You have to assume that the plane is traveling at a fixed speed. Oh,
yeah.
That doesn't have a boost.
Yeah, direction too. So, Matthew, could you tell me what the compass heading is from New York to London, please?
I don't know.
Thank you.
There's also the
I'll be here all week.
There's also the problem with, in reality, on flat Earth, we just have one distance between locations. We don't have varying distances based off of height, which is what would be required on the globe with an increased radius the higher you go. So if you hold elevation, you have to go further if you're higher.
Oh. Why did I not appreciate that fact earlier? Thank you, Drake.
It's not much further, though.
Everything is negligent. Everything is negligent, inconsequential. How about the whole heliocentric models is negligible? Let's just not even think about it.
Yeah, dude, it's nominal. It's nominal and negligible.
Yeah, Matthew likes to quantify things to the smallest degree, so it appears minimal. But when you actually think about an aircraft flying halfway around the globe, it's not minimal.
Well, they're using flat Earth models anyway to do all of this. You know that, right?
Yeah, of course.
When I say flat Earth model, like, people say, "Where's your flat Earth model?" I was having a conversation and dude was like, "Where's your flat Earth model?" I'm like, "What exactly do you mean?" and he said
Matthew.
your math. He said your mathematical. Because I was like, what does the globe have? He's like, it's a mathematical description. I was like, well, here NASA is saying that there's a mathematical model for the flat Earth.
Actual
There it is, and it's like, oh no, it's like, yo, bro, they'll never tell the truth as long as they live.
Yeah, so NASA is actually making a positive claim, that a geometric claim that the Earth is flat. Period.
Matthew, I'm sure it's been said to you before, but do you appreciate how unjustified it is for you to respond saying, not much though? Like, do you understand why that's erroneous?
No, I don't, because it's not much difference flying along at sea level versus flying at 30,000 feet. There's not much difference in the distance.
Okay. The reason that's wrong is because that's simply a rejection to accept the obvious implications of the distances in regards to this topic, the distances between locations, the higher up you go on a sphere. And secondly, you make the assertion not much,
when, whatever,
as to insinuate that it's negligible or that there is no distinguishable difference without substantiation.
Oh, you can use the what Drace just posted. Use that formula. You can see the different. I mean, use something like that to calculate it. You're saying that
Matthew,
it is
Matthew. Don't. Stop doing that. Stop doing that.
Okay, I'll come up with some numbers. Hold on.
No. Don't come up with numbers.
Okay, then don't.
Just hold your horses. You see, because you're obviously fighting it. You see, I'm getting to an obvious, simple point logically, and you're fighting it because you know what the point is. You know that when you respond saying not much, you know that's an unsubstantiated, unjustified retort just to negate the critique.
But based on common sense, yeah, I didn't calculate it. You're right.
It's not common sense. This is not common knowledge, and it's not common sense either.
It seems common.
In order to substantiated or justified.
Well, nobody on the floor has justified it yet. So how about we hold both sides of the same scrutiny? Right? So somebody made an assertion that it's longer, and somebody made an assertion that it's not much. So both of you get to mathing and give me the answer. First one to give it to me doesn't get slapped with a wet noodle.
Will do. Let's do JFK to Buenos Aires.
Yeah, I'm not a math professor. You can do that math, but I'm happy.
Your luck. I already ate all my noodles, so it was an empty threat.
To see the result of the
Hey, I was looking forward to that wet noodle. Why would you just throw my hopes like that?
Don't threaten me. It's a good time.
Hello.
Yeah. So this is like, apparently this is part of this helio religion that you're in, Matthew, and that part of your doctrine is you believe that aircraft are measuring devices, which is nothing. It couldn't be further from a measuring device of anything, and that's the elephant in the room that you're hiding. That you derive these from flight times, which we've just like dismantled, like completely. Like all you have to do is add crosswinds and the jet stream, and it's over. It doesn't match anything you're trying to say. It's just a non sequitur. It's not logical.
Yeah, no, you're right. We shouldn't use aircraft to measure things.
Why are you using logical analysis?
Definition of common sense: good sense and sound judgment in practical matters. How have you practically demonstrated good sense
with sound judgment, logic,
with your particular argument or inquiry or assumption?
When I mentioned common sense, I was talking about the difference between flying at sea level versus 35,000 feet or something. Let's say 40,000.
Yeah, but that's just hand waving and dismissing the critique.
Yeah,
like that's not good sense and sound judgment in practice.
No, you asked why I called it common sense, and the common sense is that if you change the radius by just.
But that's not even That's not even a justified. What you're saying is not justified. That you're saying, well, I'm saying, well, you're hand waving it, and you're like, yes.
Yeah, I'm hand waving it because it's so simple.
Okay, so what radius?
So you can see that it's a hand wave fallacy. You have no justification to just
Hey,
assert
in
the
the meantime,
negation.
while they're distracting you, Matthew, from doing the math I require, my fingers getting itchy, and I found a dry noodle.
Okay, I did the math. If you fly from JFK to Buenos Aires along the surface, it's 8535 kilometers. If you go to 40,000 feet, it makes it a little bit farther because you're going a broader circle. Instead of 8535, it's 8551. So it's 16 kilometers longer, which is a difference of 0.19%. So that's why I say negligible, because 0.19% is negligible in my opinion.
Right, so insufficient,
but over
insufficient to
distance.
satisfy what would be necessary to change these triangles.
Right.
Correct?
No. Wait a minute. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
As a matter of fact, go ahead, AR. Go ahead. You probably know more than me anyway. I don't do the math stuff. I just
No, it's fine.
The more interesting, yeah. See, the point is though, it's like it's for both sides, right? They you can't just say, oh, it's bigger, right, when you fly higher, and therefore that means that it contributes, right, to these factors being off, right, when it's
right,
such a
it contributes
negligible
a tiny
amount.
little bit, yeah.
Well,
so what you would need to do
okay.
is take that amount and put it into a matrix of all these triangles and see if it's even plausible to solve anything. I would submit to you that if you do that, you'd find that it probably won't.
Well, so the one I did was 16 kilometers difference, but the red line in my diagram is 1900 kilometers difference. So I don't think even a bunch of, several 16s added up isn't going to add up to 1900 very easily.
Yeah.
Look, I'm fine with you guys saying my numbers are wrong. That's totally fine.
And it's not.
I'm more interested in this math equation, which is like Whitsitt said, if the jet stream is going in the way that these flights are going, and it's giving the planes a boost, right? And let's say that the jet stream increases the plane by a factor of, like it adds whatever its speed is to the plane. So for the sake of argument, because I don't know the numbers off my head, let's say the jet stream goes 300 miles an hour and the plane's going 500. So that equals 800. Let's just say that works perfectly. So how long would the plane be needing to go 800 miles an hour during the trip, right, for the time over distance thing to meet itself out?
I see what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah, it would only have to be doing that for a couple hours because these flights are like 10 hours. So
Right. So only a portion of the flight would have to be at this accelerated speed
in
order to reverse engineer this idea that this is the distance. Now that seems very plausible.
Yeah, that's plausible.
Yeah, there you go. Now get yourself a hot air balloon and go up and test it. And that's, of course, if the methodology that they use to judge the distances is flight times. But nobody's presented the methodology that they've used, that they actually used.
Yeah, I know what they used. Sure, they used the assumption that the Earth is a globe in latitude and longitude, calculated the great circle distance, and that's based on the assumption.
There you go. Yeah.
So that's where those numbers come from.
It's a great circle. It's a great circle of logic. I get.
Great circle calculator. Yeah.
Yeah.
So once again, your whole argument reduces to an assumption.
I admit that those numbers are based on an assumption, but my argument is that these numbers are incompatible with flatness. That's all.
Yeah, but those numbers are just based on an assumption you just said.
Right.
Okay.
You can't know that, Matthew. This is the blunder, and this is why people are miseducated. Because people make knowledge claims with invalid epistemologies or just no epistemology at all. You say that they don't conform to a flat map. But you have yet to substantiate these distances. It's
Wait,
an
does it matter?
unsubstantiated.
He just said that the numbers come from an assumption.
Right.
Yeah, it's an unsubstantiated premise in your argument, which is trying to argue for a substantial thing.
No, I'm just trying to argue that the dichotomy exists. That's all. I'd be happy to.
Right, in principle, and it's yet to be settled with unsubstantiated premises that need to be substantiated in order for the argument to be sound, let alone valid, to be valid, let alone sound.
I'm saying there is a dichotomy.
I'm saying the dichotomy is a mere dichotomy. It's not an argument. You assert an argument with a premise that needs to be substantiated, but is not.
Okay.
And
yeah.
so the argument fails.
In that case, I wasn't making an argument. I was just pointing out a dichotomy, I guess.
So you wasted time arguing with a non-argument.
Well, he has to. It's not like he can just measure some Earth curve and show us that.
You see,
That's
all
why I
these
keep running my
strings,
mouth about
right?
argument and logic.
Yeah, all these strings of logic, right, require the presupposition that Earth is a globe, which is a statement assumed to be true at the beginning of a line of reasoning, right? So you need to find a line of reasoning where the initial statement isn't a presupposition, right? You can't just borrow a conclusion from a previous presuppositional logic framework, and you can't borrow a conclusion from a formal logical fallacy like if the Earth was a ball, things would disappear from the top. Right. So where is the globe substantiated in the first instance? Right. That's what you need to provide, not the post hoc presuppositional frameworks that come from already assuming that it's true.
And this is an extremely egregious crime against humanity, because the same people who teach this unsubstantiated cosmic paradigm are the same people who love to run their mouth with religious devotion about the scientific method and empiricism.
Unless they're right.
Unless. And have yet to demonstrate that they are.
Exactly.
While they run their mouth with empiricism and the scientific method, they don't put it into practice, especially in the most important instances that they need to put it into practice.
Yep. We're at the substantiation part, and we're not moving past it, Matthew. We need you to substantiate.
I believe they have substantiated it, at least to the level that I believe.
Okay, so you believe.
Good enough for me.
Fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine. That's your religious belief, blind belief without proof. Great. If that's the way you want to live your life, that's fine. I'm not going to buck that. If that's what you want to do, is live your life in a belief system which is entirely a concept in between your ears, that's fine.
Oh yeah, by the way, substantiated, if you just take the word at face value, sounds like substance, bring forth into demonstrable reality, not logic strings that require previous logical fallacies or presuppositions. Those types of things aren't substantiation.
You don't even have a proper epistemology for how anyone would have validated those numbers. I keep asking you, how would that be possible?
Based on an assumption of a radius and a curve.
So an assertion based on a presupposition.
Right, and then there's other things that would back up that presupposition, but it's a separate argument.
That's not a method of inquiry. An assertion based on a presupposition is not a method of inquiry to ascertain measurements.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's trying to prove it.
You,
They're
Gregory.
just trying to fly.
That's what I was saying would be nice. Then you gave me an answer, and now you're basically saying, oh, well, my answer was actually non sequitur. with your response to Gregory just then? Why talk to me if you're not going to speak directly to what? Didn't you just say
That's all it
25
means.
minutes ago that you know what active listening is?
I do.
So why aren't you practicing it?
Because I'm getting distracted when 4 people talk at once, and I'm trying to keep things in mind. But yes, I apologize if I didn't respond correctly to something.
Right, that's why. Even though it was only you and Elijah talking when he asked you the question.
First of all, I asked the question. You gave me a non sequitur answer. We were the only ones talking. Gregory then followed up, and you basically told him, this is what informed me. You told him, I don't think anyone's trying to prove. And yeah, so basically your answer was non sequitur to what I was asking.
Okay.
Why would you say that someone's done it when you don't know an epistemological approach for how that can be known by someone? So when you say, I don't think anyone's trying to prove, isn't that in contradiction of your thought process of thinking someone might have proven it? Active listening.
So
Active listening.
You're asking why I said that they're not trying to prove these distances.
He's not listening. He's not listening. It's tough out here.
So rather than beat blood out of a stone, let's just cut to the chase. Matthew, since there's no proof, there's no way for you to know that any of them guys have validated any of their claims to you. What is it for you experientially that informs you or convinces you? The number one reason, dearest of globe.
Sure, trust in mainstream science and the general reliability of what most people who are reasonable scientists say. So I trust them, and I believe their evidences. It seems to match reality, and so I go with that.
So he did ask you what was your number one evidence, and so you basically, in a roundabout way, you trust that they have evidence. So you're basically saying they have evidence, but you haven't looked into it. Because if you did look into it, then you can use one of those to answer his initial question.
Okay.
Oh, correct me if I'm wrong.
By the way, hold on.
Yeah.
I already dismissed his answer in my question, you guys. You see? I told him that they don't have that. Therefore, I was asking for something that he has that they haven't given him, like a personal experience, a personal test, something that then convinces him the number one reason the Earth's a globe. After I laid the baseline, robbing the answer that he gave, he then gave the answer that I robbed.
Oh, I don't think you successfully robbed it. That's why. Sure. Number one reason is because there are
Let's try
pictures.
again. There you go. Good. Say it again.
What do you say again?
Number one reason I think the Earth is a globe is because when you take a picture of it, it's a globe.
When did you do this?
I didn't do that, but I trust the people who did.
Okay, so let's remove that. Let's take that off the table. Right? Go back to the question. In your experience, okay, in your purview, right, what has convinced you?
Oh, stuff that I personally have experienced?
Yes.
I went and took pictures of the full moon, at several points during the night, and the angular size of the full moon was the same all night long, leading me to think that the distance to the moon was the same all night long, and it wasn't coming towards me and then going away from me.
What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
But that's consistent with the heliocentric model, and to my knowledge, it's inconsistent with the flat Earth ideas.
No, it's consistent with reality, which is the flat Earth, and then you're still traveling towards and away from the moon on the globe. You're just rotating, and you believe the distances are so great that you don't see any differences.
Negligible is our keyword, remember? They're negligible.
Yeah, that's your very favorite word. Where you don't detect the things that would falsify or prove it, so it's unverifiable.
Right. And so, Drace, what would you say is happening during the full moon to the moon?
Yeah, I don't need to give you a replacement cosmology.
Okay, I prefer to have a cosmology rather than an empty, guess.
Yeah, I would rather not know, so I don't taint my view with preconceived ideas and then pigeonhole myself into a wrong line of thinking where I then defend something indefensible.
Then that's fair. I just am a little bit less skeptical and am okay with the globe story, which seems to match reality until I've found something better, and I haven't found anything better.
Okay, what are you looking at? How is it better? How is it? You got off geocentric, you got off flat Earth, and on to heliocentric. What exactly has it improved because of that?
Oh, so I was asked what specifically I had observed myself, and that's why I was talking about observing the full moon all night, with my own eyes.
Yes, from his vantage point, it appeared to him that the angular size of the moon didn't change in a sufficient manner that it must change if the assumptions that he has about what it would do on the flat Earth would or would not happen.
That was articulated way better than I could have. Thank you.
Yes, now, that being said, you'd have to have a baseline for where those assumptions become a conclusion. So like a lot of globers might say, well, if the Earth was flat, then the moon would change dramatically in size as it goes away due to the laws of perspective. Now, what are the laws of perspective? They don't know. Have they ever mapped out the angles to see where the moon would be in the field of view at those distances and what angle it would subtend and how much variation of difference it would do as it receded away from you on the z-axis? Taking into account that it's not an ideal model like linear perspective is, that it actually also involves the eye or the optics, angular resolution limitations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Have they done any of that and have any of that data to make a conclusion of what it would or would not do if the Earth was flat, quote unquote? No, of course not.
Yeah, that's why I took pictures to get actual empirical data.
Right. But the thing is, you said that this isn't what it would be doing if the Earth was flat. But have you done all the things that I just said to be able to make that assertion? The answer is no, you haven't.
Yeah,
of course not.
The law of perspective says things get smaller as they get farther. That's the main thing I was looking at.
Hold on. You don't even know if the moon is natural physical object. So let's stop that right there. Fix your microphone.
True. And I would say that I've looked at the moon many times through a telescope, and it looks like a physical object to me.
Yeah, but do you agree, Matthew, that both the moon and the sun are apparent?
Yes, so is my computer in front of me.
But you can empirically verify the computer, but the sun and the moon are just optical phenomenons in the sky.
Yeah, that's true. I generally think that things that I see are real, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're not real, but when you look down a hallway, the ceilings appear to come together, the floor and the walls appear to come together, and the ceiling and the floor appears to come together. So that's
visual
not
data
happening, Matthew. It's just optical.
Right, it's visual data.
Yes, so Matthew's argument is thus. Since when I look down a hallway, I see a dramatic change in the angular size of the width of the hallway. Therefore, I should also see a dramatic change in the size of the moon in a similar fashion. Where it recedes away from me in the distance, it dramatically decreases in its scale in my field of view. Now, this hallway is only 100 feet long, and I see a dramatic change. Therefore, I must also see a similar dramatic change with the moon. Now, did he map out the angles to see if that would actually happen mathematically? Of course not.
It's not about distances, it's about relative distances. So something that is twice as far will appear half the size. It's just simple geometry.
Yes, that's an ideal model.
Yeah, also you're looking at the apparent position of the object, so you can't really make a determination off of that.
Matthew, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So what are you leaving out,
Have
Matthew?
you?
What are you leaving out?
I'm leaving out
Wait,
the
wait, wait.
magical lensing of the atmosphere that somehow
You're leaving out,
magically.
yes, you're leaving out everything about the mixing of all the gases that are coming from the surface, the temperature changes, conversion, conduction, and energy transfer, the water cycle. You're disallowing all of that. Storms.
Yeah, I forgot that I'm supposed to use that when looking at the full moon, but I better not use it looking at the black swan. You're right, I forgot.
Well, are there storms between the black swan? You could see them if there were. Sorry. No, they're not. And I guarantee you, if you were sailing from the shore at Miramar Beach and sailed, you could see those oil rigs all the way up until you touched them. And they would still be there, and they're further out and higher up in your view as they were further away. Cannot happen, period. Especially at that distance, making your globe 264,000 mile radius. Are you kidding me? So we're back to this again.
Yeah, if you could show us
Before
Earth curve in
studying
the first place, then maybe we could accept what you're saying when you try to claim that what we're looking at is distorted Earth curve. Especially when it's distorted to the point where now your globe has to look like it's 6 times the size you think Jupiter is. So just show us that curve in the first place before you claim that you're showing us a refracted curve. That'd be great.
No, Matthew. What I was trying to say earlier, for the mic was snatched out of my hand, was I hear some of your responses, and I have to ask myself the question: Have you studied logic at all?
Yes.
Just a little bit. Okay. Have you studied epistemology just a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you
So,
studied epistemology? Because I have an epistemological question about definitions.
sure.
Do you think there's
But
any
before you ask that question,
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to derail. Go ahead.
Yeah. Some of the responses you give, it is either you understood what was said to you and you dodge it, or you don't understand, and it's a genuine unintentional mistake. For instance, when we reassert, because it's at this rate we're reiterating the same point that's really simple, and an epistemological point that's really simple, that in order for the position to be sound, it must have substantiation for the beginning premise that the earth is a ball. So when we say that, you give some kind of response that commits the very same error that we are critiquing. And you say it with such confidence, it's like, did you hear it, or are you just not trying to have it? Or did you understand, or are you just not trying to have it? So when we ask you to give substance, right, to present the concreta, the substance, the material, the physical object in question, correspond that to the assertion so that the assertion is substantiated. It has substance.
I see.
You don't do that.
Yeah, you asked me for substantiation for why I think the Earth is a globe, and then I ended up. I think I finally understood your questions, and that was my answer was, I've seen pictures. I understand that you don't buy that those are legitimate evidence, but that is a true answer about why I think the Earth is a globe.
Now, it's not an absolute. I don't say absolutely pictures are not evidence. That's just absurd.
Yeah.
But what we do say in response to when supposed pictures are presented is we say, okay, here are some pictures. But when we go out and observe with the naked eye in our everyday human experience, the earth, shape of the earth that we observe with our naked eye in our everyday human experience doesn't correspond to the pictures that are supposedly photographs. There's a discrepancy between the pictures and our everyday human experience observation of the earth.
Yeah, see,
and the pictures are
in my
supposed to
view, I don't
represent
see any.
the
I don't see any
empirical human
discrepancy.
experience. You say
Yeah,
the
sorry, I
pictures
said
are supposed to correspond, right? They're supposed to represent the empirical human experience.
right.
But if they don't, then they don't represent the empirical human experience. Then they're not photographs.
Right.
So that doesn't substantiate the premise that these pictures substantiate my premise that the Earth is a globe, because they don't correspond to everyday human experience.
I don't find any such
Right.
discrepancies.
Perfect. So let's roll it down. So what he's done there is he's taken away pictures from you. So now we're left with your observations on the ground, right? And now we got the moon up there. That's fine, right? But that's still not experiencing the Earth itself as a globe. So
Oh, I still
when
think
have
pictures
you,
are
personal
valid.
experience, right, seen or witnessed the Earth representing itself as a globe?
I still think pictures are a valid way of doing it, but my experience, I can't see the curve myself. I can't see the Earth, because I don't go out in space and look at it. So
Exactly.
I
So
don't.
you can't see it. You can't see it curving, right? So let's try. Do you feel it doing anything?
No.
Like feel it curving, right? So okay. So perfect. So now let's make a logical argument that proves the Earth is a globe. If the Earth was a globe, you wouldn't see any curvature and you wouldn't feel it moving. Therefore, the Earth is a globe because I don't see or feel it moving.
Nah, that's an invalid argument. That wouldn't work.
That's
No,
right.
duh. No,
That's right.
The Earth is a globe because it isn't. That's why it is.
right, but hold on a second. You're right. That's wrong. I have to prove that the globe is a globe in the first instance in order for my if then to follow. Perfect. If the Earth was a globe, boats would disappear from the bottom up. Boats disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, Earth is a globe. So can I borrow that conclusion and put it into my other logic?
You would have to explain why boats, perspective or whatever. You'd have to explain why boats. What the other explanation is.
Not explain. It's a geometric question.
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is I have a faulty logic string in the first instance, which you correctly argued pointed out that it was wrong, that it wouldn't lead to that conclusion. So I then offered you another one, right? And I want to borrow the conclusion from it and put it into the other one, which you said was wrong. So
You're
can
right.
I do that?
Yes, you can. That is legitimate. So that is faulty logic.
Right. I can't borrow from another faulty logic string to salvage my other faulty logic string.
Right. That's right.
There you go. So we're going to wrap this all up with a pretty bow. You have faith that the pictures are real. There you go.
I do. Yes.
The concession to an unsubstantiated, unjustified faith commitment. Okay.
No, it's a description of my epistemology of what I think counts as evidence and what.
No. Wait,
that's only a belief. You're interchanging
epistemology.
Oh, I see where you went with that. Faith is the substance of things hoped for. Therefore, it's substantiated.
Right.
I'm done, Matthew.
No, I wasn't referencing that.
Good job. Excellent job, Matthew. We appreciate all your support for the Flat Earth. We really do.
Matthew, you said you studied epistemology. Who told you that faith is a method of inquiry?
No, it's not. It's just that I'm describing what epistemology has to do with what you think counts as evidence, what you think counts as knowledge, and all that type of stuff. And I'm describing.
Oh, yes. Okay, I see. So you're a fideist concerning the globe. You're a fideist.
No, I would say that it's that I see evidence and I believe it.
You know what a fideist is, right?
Yeah, somebody who does things only on faith.
Well, not just does things, just simply believes in a supposition, a proposition. Right. And the epistemology for knowing that it's true is the fact that they are of the state of mind of having faith, confidence in that position being true.
The problem is with what he thinks evidence is.
Sure, we have different standards for what counts as evidence.
Well, no, you just have no standards. You're using cartoons for evidence. They're not. So evidence would be like measurable curvature in all directions, curvature that corresponds with your radius claim. That would be evidence.
Or
a cartoon, no.
Okay, Gregor, are you ready for my epistemology question?
Yes, I believe.
Do you think that the concept of knowledge and the concept of belief have any overlap, or are they completely antithetical?
No, they're not antithetical. They overlap.
So it's possible for me to say I believe that the ocean is made of salt water, and then even after I go test it and verify it myself, I can still say I still believe it's salt water.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's sort of the normal way of thinking of the words belief and knowledge, but it's interesting because QE does not share that definition.
It's a shame.
Then the part about substantiation, though, okay? So that's fine. You can still have a belief, yes, but if you substantiate it, it's a substantiated belief. That's different than just a blind belief without any backing. See the difference?
So now with Sonny, because he learned this and he demonstrated great appreciation, and I'm like just so happy in my heart that he's appreciating this, is he's explaining that beyond a mere acceptance of the proposition corresponding to reality being the case, aka believing the assertion, right? Beyond that, once you get substantiation, which and or justification, which substantiation, empirical evidence, a posteriori data can, cross both. It's both considered substantiation and justification. Once you have substantiation and justification for the belief, and now becomes knowledge. Now you can justifiably claim to know that the ocean is salt water, because you went out and had an empirical experience of the salt water in the ocean. And then someone may come along and give it a counter argument against your belief that the ocean is made of salt water. And then you can give an argument in defense of your position to justify your position. And it's going to be, well, I know you're saying that I didn't detect salt water, that the ocean is not made of salt water, but my argument is that I went out and detected it. I have empirical experience of the salt water in the ocean. So there's your argument in defense of your substantiated belief, which is now your defense of your claim to knowledge. But if you had never had an empirical sense experience of the salt water in the ocean, then you would have an unsubstantiated belief that the ocean is made of salt water, and so you would have no justification. And so you would have a mere belief that is unsubstantiated and unjustified.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, next question. Do you think it is possible to ever know that there are radio waves coming out of my cell phone? Or do I just have to believe it?
You can know that there are radio waves coming out of your cell phone. I believe.
Okay. Even though there's no empirical evidence, I mean, I can't empirically sense it myself.
It's kind of nuanced because you're asking about something that's like radio waves, but
what is definitional?
If you did not, AI. Yeah, that you're asking about.
You get a machine, right, that senses radio waves, right? They produce the result and all of those things, and within the definition, that's what a radio wave is. So then, yes. Now, if you want to say, can I substantiate the little squiggly model lines that they draw on paper and see into the quantum realm? Well, you can't do that necessarily, but you don't need to do that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be tricky. I'm asking a genuine question here because I would say then maybe we can empirically know, like I can sense that this sensor shows oscilloscope shows something on the screen, and I know that, and then I believe that sensor is evidence that there are radio waves or something like that.
You're giving us another false equivalency here, because this conversation itself is a practical demonstration of radio waves. Where's your practical demonstration of Earth curve or rotation?
A separate question. I was talking about knowledge and belief.
Well, let's come back. So, your question: is it possible to know? Yes. Should you have the right faculties to detect it, to sense it? Right. Thank you for the quiz, Mr. Matthew. How did I pass?
It was interesting. Thanks for the explanation.
What's my grade?
A+.
Yes. I haven't been to school in a while. A+ means more than 100%, correct?
No, you explain things very articulately and clearly, so that's why you got the plus.
No, an A+ is 95 and above.
Okay. I guess my school is a little different, unless I'm remembering incorrectly. That never made sense to me. How you get more than 100%? How you do more than all?
Mathematically, you can't. All extra credit is a fiction and an illusion.
Oh, it's cracking me up.
What? No, it isn't. For example, if I earn the wages $100 for my fair labor at $20 an hour, right, for 5 hours of work, and somebody gives me an extra $20, that's extra pay.
Yeah, I was talking about extra credit in schools, like if for grades, that kind of thing.
Right, but usually extra credit affects your grade by altering what you get beyond what your score is.
Yeah, but realistically, it just sort of moves the standards down, so that if you did all the extra credit, that should be the 100%. It's just the mathematical way of thinking.
Okay, so it's not math. So you're false. It's not mathematical. It's languageal.
Linguistic, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's the first time I ever heard that.
Languageal. Listen, it's languageal. Linguistic is a Mandela effect.
Thank you, AI. I'm gonna use that.
Yes, and many math, quote unquote, proofs of things are a language problem, not a math problem. Like the classic one, which the zealot Globers love to come in here and do, like Zanuck, Kosho, M. Scott Veach used to do all the time. They would show us how smart they are by saying, oh, did you know that if you divide one thing into 3 parts, that it comes back together as 0.99999? It can never go back to 1 again. Right? So if you take a gold bar and you cut it into 3 parts and reassemble it, it's no longer the same gold bar it was. It's now 0.99999 of the gold bar.
Ad infinitum.
Right, and of course it's because they switched fractions to decimals. And so they made a language change midstream.
All right.
It's because our decimal system is, there are 2 ways of writing each number. That's why.
It must be the SAW particles.
The SAW particles?
Right, but you see, they were saying that math proves that it's not one. It's not a whole object again. It's now less of the object that it was because the math.
They're wrong. That's not true.
Well, of course they're wrong. They're stupid Globers.
So
here's the paradox also with what you just said, AI. 0.99999 ad infinitum. That's not a real entity. That's not less than all.
Yeah, it's actually equal to 1.
No, it's not equal to 1. 1 is a finite quantity. Ad infinitum, that's an infinite quantity. That's an infinite quantity of numbers, and it's not a quantity of any particular thing.
No, a
thing can simultaneously be 1 and infinite.
The sum
It can't
is
simultaneously be one and infinitely more than one.
the sum of that infinite question is a finite number, and it's equal to 1.
Well, it's not equal
Yeah.
to 1.
Yeah, I just explained in the gold bar example how it doesn't equal 1. You always will have less than 1 whole gold bar if you have a fraction of the bar in decimal form. So it's purely language. Because you don't actually have 0.99 of the bar. You have the whole bar. It's just in 3 different parts.
Right.
Okay, and that's the problem. And that's why, and I didn't say stupid Glober in the sense that all Globers are stupid. I just said they are stupid Globers. Because they would push the issue that they actually changed reality by switching from fractions to decimals.
An infinite decimal, which has no correspondence to any concrete time.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think about it. If that were true, I would just buy gold at 0.999 and sell it at 1.
Hello. That implies there's an infinite supply of gold.
Yeah.
When there is. And then gold would lose its value because it's more abundant than everything else, infinitely. The hell do I need gold for? There's more gold than air.
Crazy times. Yeah, so the moral of the story is just because you can make math that, equals out or comes to an answer, whatever, doesn't mean that the thing in question exists in reality. Like, for example, 5 plus 5 equals 10. Therefore, Matthew owes me $10. Now, Matthew, try to disprove my math.
Just send me your nano crypto QR code, and then I can pay you back.
I want you to pay me in dark gold.
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, look it up.
Oil. Oil is black.
Look it up. Oh, dude, dark gold is a cryptocurrency that has zero value.
Oh, how funny.
It's like, so you say, oh, can I pay off this debt in dark gold? Sure, I'll accept dark gold for this debt. Okay, here's 0 dark gold. Thank you.
Thank you.
You agreed. You agreed, sucker.
You agreed. We had a deal.
They'll be like, but this says 0. Yeah, duh. That's how dark gold works, retard. Don't blame me for not doing your due diligence. Yeah, if your debts, if you don't have the money for your debts, right, and the math doesn't work out for you to pay them, you just make it up. Kind of like a lot of globe physics.
Fiat physics.
Yeah. When the universe isn't expanding as fast as you need it to, you just make something that expands faster than the expanding universe, right? And then you just math it out, and then it exists.
Hey, can I jump in real quick about?
Well, I got to jump in. I got to finish. How you reproduce that experiment? How you reproduce the experiment, right? Is you just have someone else do the same math. Oh, it's been validated by multiple experiments.
I just wanted a quick touch on the point that Matthew was brought up about cell phones and the radiation that they give off. Hasn't there been multiple studies done on cell phones in men and fertility that has actually proven that prolonged use of cell phones by men has decreased fertility in men? I feel like that's been done over and over again and has been proven to have some sort of effect. Now, whether that has anything to do with what Matthew was trying to bring up, I feel like that is relevant, is it not?
That would, I mean, in essence, what you said, yeah, it's relevant to what he said several minutes ago. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Although those type of things, like are statistical numbers, so it doesn't mean that everybody is infertile or whatever. So it'd be hard to verify. But it is an interesting point.
And I mean, maybe it's just myself, but I haven't done a whole lot of deep dives into that whole subject. But I know, even for myself, just when I have my cell phone, I'm very cautious, and maybe it's just subliminally because I've heard of those studies before,
Right.
or maybe it's deeper than that. Maybe it's more of sixth sense telling me, hey, don't do that because it's bad for you. But whenever I set my phone in my lap or put it in my front pocket, I immediately have this weird feeling like, no, don't do that. Remove that from your lap or remove it from your pocket and put it elsewhere. And I don't know if
Yeah, you
anybody
still just
else
have
has
that
that
suspicion
experience.
in the back of your mind. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just me. Maybe, but I feel like I'm sure I'm not the only one that has that. That feeling when you're relaxing, set your phone on in your lap, and then like, whoa, don't. Why are you putting that phone there? Put it on the table.
When I was sitting in the car and my mom was driving, I just put it in the door. Just
Right. Or even when
just put it.
you're sleeping, we have this urge to put it on the nightstand next to our head at night to plug it in and charge it. Even that, I feel like has had negative effects on me and my sleep at times. And I notice when I put it in the other room to charge, I get a more sound sleep. Maybe that's all psychological and just in my head, or maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just want to make that food for thought. But thank you for letting me chime in.
Yeah. Yeah. You could do the experiment like you did. You got you got you got the independent variable, the phone. You got the dependent variable, you. And they got the controlled variable, the environment around you. You put the phone away. You feel like you got better sleep. Put it back near you. You say, I don't feel so well. Perhaps they did. Is that how they did it? Right. That's how they did it. Right. Right. They repeated this over and over and over and over and over again. And I guess calculated. They measured for how much you move or how much you when you woke up. And I don't know. But yeah. But if it's not affecting you and you think it is, like you believe you're feeling some sort of sensation, it's probably a placebo from you
Didn't you ever
believing.
watch the South Park episode?
Uh-uh.
Yeah, so they basically, their nuts just got super cancerous and huge. They had to carry them around in wheelbarrows.
No. God, those people, man.
But I think I'm pretty sure they were putting them in the microwave.
Good grief. Because that makes it
Well, I
better.
think it brings up another interesting topic that I know we can't really talk about on the live stream, so I'll be very vague about it. But the recent decisions by a certain court kind of intrigued me, and I got to me thinking, like, what is the end game with that? And I was thinking about all the different certain contraceptives they have for women and different things, and there's really never been anything for men. And I was talking to my parents about this, and my mother chimed in and said, actually, you're wrong, son. She said they do have one for men, and it's the shot. And that's all I'm going to go with that. And I'm not going to say it anymore because I know we can't talk about it in the live stream. But she really got me when she said that about that shot and that how that is actually affecting the same thing we're talking about. So I apologize for being. I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but anyway, that's all I got to say. I'm sorry.
Let's break it down. Okay, being sterilized is not the same as birth control. Okay, men already have an option to be sterilized. It's called a vasectomy or a castration. Okay, so no, being castrated or sterilized is not equivalent to having over 20 forms of birth control that are non-permanent, like women do. Now, birth control for men has been tried. Okay, it is always met with political dissent. Okay, so like, for example, let's just say Biomed 5000 company wants to make one. Women's groups and politicians go after them to make them stop. Now, why would they do that? If quote unquote everyone has the right to their body, blah, blah, blah. Well, the answer is obvious. Okay. Female birth control, abortion, and all of that from the outset was all about political control. The groups that were involved even said as much.
Yeah.
Because if men, listen, point blank, women prefer to have the control over procreation so that they can choose to if and when they're going to have a baby with this man or that man. They can deny a man a baby, even if they're married to him, or they could have a baby without the man's consent by just alternating their birth control, where he assumes that she's on it, right? So the power is entirely in her hands. And giving women political power has been a tool of the left ad infinitum into the past. Because, so for example, the Romans, right? I'm pretty sure it was the Romans, but anyway, this point stands regardless of what conquering nation it was. When they would conquer a small group, right? What they would do is they would kill all the men, right?
Oh.
And then they would kill some of the male children.
Yeah, the
in front of
offspring.
their mothers, right? Not all their children, just some. And then they would tell the women, it's your fault and it's your responsibility to raise these young men to be loyal to us. Otherwise, this is what's going to happen. And then what do you get? You get a bunch of men raised like slaves by their mothers who willingly do it because they do it out of altruism because they don't want their kids to be slaughtered, which is fair. And it's a fair sentiment to the female, ethic and the feminine prerogative and the motherly instinct, right? And so nobody would begrudge a mother for that. But the point is that way of doing things hasn't left politics. They just do it in a different way. They do it with birth control. They do it with abortion.
You're right.
Yeah, they do it with laws that give women an unfair advantage, et cetera, et cetera.
No, that's a very valid point. I didn't think about it from that perspective. I'm glad you said that.
This ruling isn't so fearful for these types of people because now they can't, quote unquote, control their own bodies. It's because now they're afraid of, can't control men. But that's neither here nor there because it wasn't outlawed. Right? It was just moved from its jurisdiction. That's all. So they can all go cry about how stupid they are. That's about it.
That's a great point. I didn't think about it like that. I'm glad I brought it up because you made me think twice about it. That is a very valid point. That it is about, because I mean that is an extreme power that women have, and that they were granted to where we were essentially had no say. But it takes both of us to create life, so that's you're absolutely right. That's genius.
Well, yes, and from a government perspective, the government has a responsibility, at least in our constitutional government in America, to protect your property, right? And your children are your property. And the child, since it's a co-creation of the mother and father, right? The child is the father's property. And so for the mother to destroy the father's property without the father having a say in some way is axiomatically, legally, lawfully, and morally wrong.
Right. Yeah. I never understood that.
It is clear. Yeah, sure. So it is clear that giving the woman the sole discretion in this matter is a power play, point blank.
Yeah. And that's what they had to do that too, right? Because without, really, what other power do women possess besides that? I mean, they needed something to give them a reason to vote, right? To care, early on. And because this started in the 60s and the 70s when the women's movement really started. I mean, that's basically where it comes from, right? So they needed a movement. They needed something.
Well, all of these things, all of these things were designed to remove the woman from their, homeostatic, normal, quote unquote, position in the family, to stop them from being the mothers to the children and to stop them from being the wives to the husbands, and just essentially shatter the family. That's really what it was all about.
The natural order. Pervert the natural order among the common people.
It's so the whole argument is so Orwellian for them to say that it's my body, my choice. Well, no, it's not just your body. Now you're basically, your body is being put up for rent for a new body. So why do you have domain over this new body that is growing inside? You know what I mean? It's like, come on, man. It's not just your body.
We're already past that. We're already past that.
We've went down a road that was much more elucidating than just the base instinct of what it is and why, any opinion on that. We went into the underarching scheme behind it all, which is to destroy the family and to diminish men.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. Pervert the natural order among the common people, so that you maximize their weakness, so that they are as easy to control as possible. And in addition, the oppressors don't organize their families that way, but they're the ones that are promulgating this propaganda.
It's a false idea to believe that it's done out of the goodness of these people's hearts, right? That they actually care about humanity. It's more about more division, right? It's not. It's just another political football, is it not? It's not something to hang our hats on and get so excited about, and to think that things are actually going to change for mankind and that things are progressing.
Because the people in power, they're not loving their neighbor
You're
as
wrong.
themselves.
Right.
Things are going to change and things are going to progress. That's the whole point why they do those things. The point is, it's just not going to progress where people think they want it to go.
Right.
But they are going to go along.
Progress.
They
for
are
their
going to go
gains,
along
not
for the
for our
ride.
gains.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
But here's the thing: enough people will ride the wave that it seems like things are positive, that they will actually make no real plans for long-term change. So, for example, now we have a sea change in politics concerning the Second Amendment and some other recent Supreme Court decisions. And the people who were all about that stuff are now satisfied, right? They've got their shot of boost, right? An inoculation of their mind. Because now they think everything's okay for a while. And I don't need to be active anymore. I can barbecue and I can sit around and I don't have to fight anymore. Yeah, exactly. It all leads to all these types of things. They go just far enough to lead to the majority of people being inactive and actually making a change for themselves.
Yeah, giving
That's
a token
the whole
that
point.
satisfies a superficial token that satisfies them to the point that they become docile and passive again.
Do you guys think that flat Earth? Because I've heard this from several other flat earthers, and I've actually thought about it myself. That our whole argument in itself is a psyop too, because at any moment they could just come out and say, make up some bullshit argument and say, you know what? Yeah, the Earth is flat, but put it on their terms, and you know what I mean. And it's almost, I feel like we are still, even though we feel like we're awake and we feel like we know where we are and what our existence is. Sometimes I feel like we are still somehow manipulated into the game and into their system in some sort of level.
In
It's
what sense
all,
do you
dude. It's
mean
all a
that we're in the
game.
psyop?
They're playing us. They're playing us. So like flat Earth, psyop, all the conspiracy stuff. It's all bogs for us to get caught down in rabbit holes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, flat Earth happens to be. Earth happens to measure flat, which separates it from a lot of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's control. In my opinion, it's controlled release of the truth because it was going to get out in the first place, and they're just kind of maneuvering how it happens.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why they use the flat Earth as a symbol for a lot of their organizations, right? I mean, they don't hide it really that well. It's just people are so asleep that they don't even pay attention, or they don't look. They're not interested because they're interested in football and other bullshit. But it's not hidden. It's plain as day that the Earth is flat. Like, it's not. As soon as you start looking into it and researching it, it's all over in all their research and all the papers, whatever the fuck you want to look into. Excuse my language. It's right there in front of us. We all know.
Yeah, but
this.
it's also it's also plain as day that humans are sentient beings, right? And that immaterial things exist. Yet we still have a large, swath of the population, could be up to 15% by some people's estimations. At least that's a group that includes secularists, atheists, materialists, and all that. So within that subset, you could have 5 to 10% who believe in staunch materialism, that anything supernatural, immaterial, and all of these things don't exist. Right? So within any group, there's going to be people who deny
the prima facie experience of common humanity.
Yeah, there's also with the globe and this whole idea, like with Coriolis effect, for instance, it was discovered by flat earthers in the first instance, and argued that for the Earth being stationary, using that for decades. But then our history currently doesn't talk about it at all, and it gets ascribed to globe believers. So in that way, I think we could be being used to formulate the arguments and be like a testing ground for this, if you will, so that it can be co-opted later.
Right. That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering, how do we, as a tribe that we are now, how do we instill in, let's say, our children and our grandchildren the future? Because it is inevitable that at some point, maybe, they might need to reverse their stance and claim that the Earth is flat. And then where does that leave us? Like, let's say that happened a week from now. Where does that leave all of us in this Discord that already
Well,
know the truth?
be it
Because
in
we're
the
not going to get
distant
passed on the
future.
back, and we're not going to get raised up and said, yes, we were right from all along. Like, that's not going to happen. So, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
Here's the simple truth of the facts of the matter. Okay, and this is what I believe to be the truth, and I think it's self-evident. The idea that the globe will go away, right, in any sense, or that space,
Yeah, we can hear you.
in any sense, will disappear, right? It's really not going to happen for the masses. What's more likely to happen, rather than it completely switch paradigms, is for some type of synthesis of the two paradigms. And the easiest one, and there's many extreme zealot level globers, right, that we've had, like Rumpus and all these other people, who, when presented with certain arguments, their only rational conclusion that they could make, because they aren't willing to let go that the Earth is a globe, the only rational conclusion they could come to is then reality, as I understand it, is wrong.
Right? Yeah.
Not that reality is now a flat Earth. It's that reality itself isn't real in the sense that I thought it was. It could be this and that simultaneously. And what it creates, okay, is a new paradigm where the world and reality are disconnected from any like concrete sense that we had it before, and it becomes entirely, in a way, subjective.
Or at least illusory.
Yeah. Simulatory.
That's why I was going to say two things. The first thing being, if any psyop, if there's any quality of a quote unquote psyop in this controversy, it would be the fact that this topic is that it would become for some a distraction where people are spending more attention than worthwhile or even an unjustified level of attention and emphasis rather than giving the appropriate attention and emphasis on whatever they're investigating, including cosmology. And then the second thing, prolonged reformation or revolution or a soon to come one, right? Be it this year or whatever time, be it distant future or close at hand. I was going to agree with AI, and most people are not going to make the paradigm shift because most people don't think well, and that includes even self-conscious fideism, faithism in what the authority figures say. So no matter what you say, no matter how sound your argument is, no matter how well you articulate it, no matter what you say, how you say, how many times you say it, you're not going to convince those people.
Right. And the reason why is because although you may be correct in your logic and your evidence, you're not an authority that's been officially recognized. And they need that in their life. They require that in their life to make their conclusions about their worldview. Right?
That's why the media
That's
is
what
so
they
important.
need and that's what they want. And listen, check this out. This is where it really gets twisted. The powers that be, in giving those people what they need, see themselves as benevolent.
Yeah.
And then when you ask them why, right, when you ask them to argue, give a justification for why you need to be authorized by the governing institutions, by the persons in the governing institutions, most of them, they can't even tell you. They can't even put into words. And then when they do put into words, it's more often unintelligible. And then if it is intelligible, it's not sound. The best argument, which is what the minority will give, is that they've gone through, right, all the training and all the curricula, and the people who know better have approved them. That's their argument, which is not in itself invalid. But when they talk about humans, men and women being the authority figures, all of whom demonstrate inevitably the empirically verifiable fact, the most empirically verifiable and the most denied, the depravity of man and the corruption of man, the lack of integrity. Right? So when you start treating these human men, women, authority figures as omnibenevolent, infallible, right, then that's an unjustified level of faith in the authority figure. That's an unjustified high level of attitude about the authority figure, because they demonstrate themselves to not be omnibenevolent. They demonstrate themselves to not be infallible. There's that. I'm not going to go further with that. I could go further with that,
On
but I'm
that
not.
on that level, though, what you're talking about, that confuses me too, because they know damn well so what is happening and what's going on. So they know they're deceiving their fellow man, and they know that that is wrong. So how do they? So then again, it goes back to the like, it's just good and evil, and they believe a different good is good to them,
I
and evil is
already laid it out for you. Lying
yeah.
to the masses is not bad if the masses are more comfortable and satisfied with their lives, right?
That's the
That's the
rationale.
math that you do. That's the math that you do as a leader like that. You say, listen, should I tell the people the truth and we have mass panic, blood in the streets, or should I give them a comfortable lie and let them live out a peaceful existence until their death? Well, obviously, if you do that math, you would pick the one where everyone gets to quote unquote enjoy their lives.
But I mean, there'd only be in that situation though. There'd only be blood in the streets because of the people that would be furious about the lies that they've been told for years and been putting up with. But if you were once you got past that point, I would think wouldn't humanity in a whole be on the same page then and be trying to achieve, you know, a
Yes, mankind would all come
utopia
together.
goal, you
You
know?
got it, bro. Mankind would all
Yeah.
come together and sing Kumbaya. You know, there's a real big problem with that. You can't get
Yeah, I know.
Kumbaya within nuclear. You cannot get Kumbaya within nuclear families where it's blood progeny that are raised by their mother and father, right, their entire lives. So how are you going to get Kumbaya with strangers?
So is the idea of Earth being in Eden, that's impossible, right? So in that sense, then our entire purpose then on the flat Earth is about duality and good versus evil and dealing with these conflicts, and what side do we choose? Is that all it boils
Well,
down to?
well, you see, you mentioned two very important subjects: human nature, right, and possibility. Now, with human nature, can humans unite for the good? It is possible, but it's contingent upon something. It is contingent upon the God. People disagree, give your arguments. No one is neutral. I have my position. You see what I just did there? Now,
Yeah.
you see, so with my position, I subscribe to the Holy Writ, the Bible, Holy Writ. And the God informs us that humans are corrupt because of sin. And humans are the problem. So humans cannot become the solution while being the problem. The only way that the problem can be solved, humans are the problem, is if the God who is the solution solves that problem, changes the heart, changes the mind. And even then, after that, we're still not infallible, but we are repentant. And the only one who can restore paradise is the one whom is not the problem and has enough power and knowledge and goodness of character and immutability of character and consistency of character to accomplish it.
So with that, then, does that mean that Earth is hell?
In a certain sense, when you use the word hell, yes.
Yeah.
In the sense of a place of suffering, a place of pain, misery, agony, yeah.
Yeah. So it
Yeah,
can
sure,
never
sure,
be.
but yes, I mean, this is a great that people say that often, but it's actually, when you think about it, the characterizations of hell in any paradigm, right? Whether it be Christian or ancient Anglo-Saxon or Viking or whatever, okay? Hell, and I don't mean by name, I mean by concept, is
Right.
the
In essence,
place of the unmoral, unholy dead that deserve to be punished and will be punished, either in an extreme measure, temporarily, that brings itself to an end, or an eternal measure. Either way, it is where people go to be finally punished. And by finally, I mean in totality, like totality of the summation of the punishment that they have earned for themselves by the deeds of their life come to fruition, right? Even though they escape mankind, right? Like they're a murderer, they're a thief, they're a rapist, all of these things in their life. They've hurt a lot of people and they never face justice, right? But in these paradigms, this hell idea is where these people finally face true justice for what they've done. And it's faced in a way that leads to an immense amount of suffering, either extreme and then you're destroyed, or extreme ad infinitum, like in eternal type hell. Either way, that's the concept. Okay, it's not the concept that you live a life where you get to buy cars, go to racetracks, eat ice cream, fall in love, watch a movie, right? So no, this realm that we're in now is in no way, in any sense, hell in the classical archetypal sense.
Well, that's and I get that too, because there's so many things here in this realm and this earth that are beautiful and are magnificent. So that's one of the reasons why I've always struggled with the whole idea. But there is so much suffering at the same time. So I never understood the whole idea of the situation that we are supposedly made in God's eye, and we are his greatest creation or whatever, and he loves us more than anything else. But yet at the same time, he subjects us to his the worst thing ever, which would be the opposite of God, which would be Satan, if you want to call it that, or whatever anybody wants to call it. That never. And he is supposedly the ruler of our realm. And that's what I was thinking. So, okay, I mean, it makes sense, because then it's our choice. It's our choice to choose good or evil, and then it's a test.
Yes, but check this out, bro. Check this out. In that paradigm, as you stated, okay, how did Satan become the ruler? The answer is he succeeded it from mankind. God gave the creation, quote unquote, that realm in our charge, in our possession. Right. So we owned it, right? We held the deed to it and the bylaws, right? And in a sense, we signed them over to Satan. Now, God is an honorable person, okay? Completely honorable. And he must honor his contracts. So if he gives something to someone and they're in charge of it, and that person F's it up and gives it to somebody else, God honors the initial contract, right? But simultaneously, in that paradigm, he works behind the scenes, right? Within the rules that he is willing to honor, because he's honorable and he can't be dishonorable.
But
so
why would
Satan becoming the
this is
ruler
what
of
I
the
don't get, though.
world. Go ahead.
This is what I don't understand about that, though. God, and how we're talking about the word God, would already know in doing that there would be mass suffering of innocence. No? So why would he subject his greatest creation the thing that he loved so much, to suffer so badly.
Now,
And I mean,
the
we're
two
talking
answers
about,
to
you know,
that.
children and babies, and I understand it is, and I understand the idea
Hey,
that,
fair enough,
well,
fair
that
enough, fair
suffering
enough.
happens
Let's say,
because
for
of us,
instance,
because good
yeah,
men,
fair
we
enough.
allow that suffering.
Let's get rid of that. Just get rid of all that argument, just for the sake of argument.
Mhm.
Get rid of it,
I'm
okay?
being trampled on.
And just take it in this sense. If it's the case that you suffer for a short duration, right, and then, as promised in almost every religious system or spiritual system, some kind of utopia or heaven to come, and you live in that state for eternity. So think about it:
So
100 years of
that's
suffering. And now, by the way, for most people, it's not continuous suffering, right? And then an eternity of bliss, right? Would your suffering be of any consequence after, you know, 1,000,000 years of bliss?
I mean, I guess, because I can't count them. I can't fathom 1,000,000 years of bliss. But I yeah, but, and that's the other thing, though. Every man's idea of bliss is completely different. So yeah, I don't know.
This
I
is
guess,
why.
I think it's just, I guess our flesh. There's something I think about our spirit when it meets the flesh. There's questions that I believe that we probably have, that we only have in this flesh body, and I hope once we leave this flesh body, we don't have those questions anymore. But yeah,
I
somebody was
sent
talking
you.
about being trampled on, and I want to hear what. I don't want anybody to get trampled on, so whoever said that, I'd like to hear
Yeah,
whatever you
I'm
guys
good.
are
You're
saying.
preaching me too. I sent you DMs also.
Oh, thank you.
Um, Two answers to that question. There is the sense in this particular individual. Why would God allow this to happen to this particular individual? And then why would the God allow this to happen to humans overall, at all, ever in the cosmos? Now, which goes back to a really more essential question: why does the God do anything at all? He doesn't do anything because he's obligated to, and he doesn't do anything because he needs anything. He doesn't do it out of obligation or necessity. He does it because he pleases. Now, with that last one being said, that is not to say that he takes pleasure, that he's pleased at the occurrence of evil. Okay? Because he is the essence of good. He is the essence of love. The law, the moral law, is based on his character, and it is because he is who he is, which is why we ought to obey it. Not just because he will punish us, but because he is who he is, that omnibenevolent character. Furthermore, it is more than the quantitative and qualitative differences between the life before judgment, final judgment, and the life after final judgment. You see, what really it comes down to is the God has a will, he has a plan, and he does whatever he pleases. He foreknows every fact down to the smallest iota of knowledge and behaves according to it. He is not surprised by anything. You see,
So with that
not surprised by
idea,
anything.
then, am I
Wait,
wrong
wait.
in assuming then that? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sometimes I have long pauses because I'm trying to get the thoughts
Yeah,
straight.
yeah, I understand. It's okay.
And so, why does the God allow any evil to occur? Now, we humans may not, and neither are we obligated, neither is he obligated to tell us what any particular reason for his action is, let alone the whole scheme of everything. But given that he is the omnibenevolent, personal supreme being, whatever he does has a justification. And not only is it justified, it's the best possible course of action. The supreme being does what is best and can only do what is best, and no one can do better than him, no one is better than him, and no one knows better than him. Especially when in everything ends with utter blessedness. Before utter blessedness comes, you have all these people that have sinned and remained unrepentant. Now, people think this is I don't think this is articulated very often, but we are the creature, he's the creator, he's the judge, we are the subject. He's the king. We are the subject. We are obligated to him. He's not obligated to us. He does not break his covenants because he's consistent. He's omnibenevolent. And again, he's not obligated to us. So when we sin, we don't have a right to an opportunity to repentance. A lot of people don't get that.
But I thought that was the point of the
Opportunity of
sacrifice.
repentance. Say again?
I thought that was the point of the sacrifice, though, in the New
No,
Testament.
No, the
Was that
sacrifice is an act of grace and mercy. He doesn't. He
yeah?
did not owe us payment.
I thought it was. I thought it was because God realized that it was inherent that we were always going to sin, and we had sin in us already, so that instead of having to make all these sacrifices to the gods and kill all these animals and do all this bullshit, he sacrificed his only flesh and blood son to absolve the rest of us of any sin that we committed since birth.
We need that for salvation, but the reason he did it wasn't because that we need it. The reason he did it is because he is gracious and merciful and desires that we live.
But wouldn't
So
that
he
be
did not owe us
unnecessary
that
if
payment
he
on behalf.
didn't cast Lucifer to Earth and give him domain over us? I mean, that's, you know what I mean?
No,
Like, I'm
no, it's
Oh,
still be
you're right. Hold
necessary.
on, bro. Within the paradigm, it's never said that God gave Satan dominion. It's that man ceded dominion to him, his own choices. So man, listen, God is the sovereign of all,
Oh yeah, you're
right?
right.
And man
Yeah,
is
yeah.
essentially, and this works with every paradigm. Okay, it's funny how that works. All the archetypal structures work with every paradigm, usually, except like a few. Like staunch materialism is one it doesn't work with, obviously.
A hierarchy.
So God is the sovereign of all. He gave man the earth and essentially made man the sovereign of earth under God. So
We've been
man then
authorized by him.
freely contracted away his rights to earth to Satan, right?
Right.
We abused our authority that we've been authorized by Yah, the Almighty. Furthermore, what Yahweh gives, he can also take away. He has a prerogative to give it. He also has a prerogative to take it. He has a
Absolutely. So now
prerogative to
let's
give
go to
obligations
generals. Let's go into
and to
generals,
punish.
we don't hurt too many people's feelings. All right. So anyway, here's the thing that a lot of people don't get about many different religious paradigms that they disagree with, which is the idea of, absolute reward and absolute punishment. So they think like, why would God do this to people, or why would the supreme being do this to people, et cetera, and usually in the sense of justice, right? Like if God is all loving, why would he punish anyone? Well, the answer is if God by nature, or the supreme being by nature, is the supreme being, and he has all virtues to the supreme, then he has justice to the supreme, which means he's obligated by justice to punish wrongdoers. We all already understand this principle that certain levels of wrongdoers deserve certain punishment, right? And him being
Well, and
perfectly
on that
just
point
must
too, I always thought
execute.
that sometimes things just aren't for us to know. How do we know that if a baby dies at a certain time, or whatever, maybe that baby would have grew up to be, a horrible,
Who cares?
it's not for us to
Right.
question that sort of thing, right?
That's thinking from a very human-centric point of view. It's like, humans are obligated to be allowed to have a good life. Therefore, if they don't have a good life, something's wrong in the universe. Well, where's the axiom from the first instance that humans are supposed to get a great life on the earth? Like, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Right.
No one's promised a bed of roses, right? It's a fight sometimes, it's a battle sometimes, it's a struggle to survive sometimes.
Right. According to whose authority are humans owed paradise?
Right. Yeah. That's a good point. So, did you guys
And these are
believe?
very.
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I was
No, I
just
was
going to
going
say
to
these
ask.
are very. Just
I'm sorry. No, Elijah, go ahead.
You thought it was Elijah? I'm Gregory.
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounded like AI.
I
I'm
guess
sorry.
we do. We do sound alike. People keep saying that. But what I was going to say
Really?
was these are very heavy truths to accept. And why? Well, with what I mentioned earlier, as the scripture calls the lust of the flesh a corrupt heart, a heart that is at enmity, a mind that is at enmity or a hater of the God. From the very beginning, the summation of sin is to subsume the prerogatives of the God that do not belong to us. The God says one thing, we say, no, I say this. Your word is not the ultimate authority, my word is. That's what the
Right.
adversary, Shaitan, did. That's what we humans did. When the God gave his instructions to Adam and Eve, and the serpent came and spoke to the woman, rather than taking the word of the ultimate authority, the God, by his say so, and that settles it, she took the prerogative and said, I will be the judge. I will be the judge of the God, the hypothesis from the God, and the hypothesis from the serpent. I will be the judge. And from then on, we've been committing that same error, and we have the evil that we
Hold on.
have.
Hold on. Don't go any further than that. Now, regardless of the paradigm that one chooses to ascribe to, I believe the statement follows. From our human perspective, being created in paradise, so we arrive in our sentient minds in a present paradise where everything's provided for us by the being that created it, okay, just for the sake of argument. From that position, right, and knowing what we know now, looking back, is there any way that we could really understand what things like justice, mercy, and other qualities that require a reaction to a negative in order to be present, to be experienced? Could we ever understand those things? I
Oh,
think the
yeah, you're
answer is
right. You
no.
couldn't. Yeah, you're right. No, yeah, absolutely. You couldn't. You couldn't without that.
You couldn't
Right.
understand them experientially, but you could understand them propositionally.
But again, so don't you think inherently, if we were born in a different, how do I put it? Not in this shit that we're brought into now. Well, inherently, when you're born, don't you think that we are all good and would be able to decide to be good without this, say, I mean, what do we want to call this?
Dude, how would you know?
Self
Listen, check this
need
out. This
to
is the most.
possess.
This is
No,
interesting.
no, no, yeah, you're right. I guess because what we feel are important possessions now, 100 years ago, would be
Yes.
different. There were still important
Right,
possessions.
but
So no, yeah, you're right.
you're
But
also
what
you're
about the
also
idea
thinking.
that our creator that created us is also, because I've heard this too before from other flat earthers on this channel that I've had try to have this discussion with, and somebody's hit me with the idea that our creator that created us is not the same creator that created the flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's two separate entities, and that they're not the same. That it's completely different. Has anybody heard that before?
Well, before we
I
move
have
on to
taken
that,
it that the God in the New Testament seemed really different than the God from the Old Testament.
Yeah, it's not a new
that's a bit,
idea, Paul.
bit
It's
different.
called the demiurge, and it's
Mm-hmm.
agnostic.
That's like an access idea. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody, I
And
don't know who else talked
particularly in
to.
history, that notion that you just recalled, that notion is Marcionism. It's
Mm-hmm.
a second century heretic who not only grossly misquoted and misread the scriptures, but just arbitrarily redacted scrolls out of the canon, which he didn't like because it didn't fit
I put
his
what you. Yeah.
metaphysical theory.
Right, absolutely. Okay, so the problem is, like, yes, we're obviously arguing from within a specific paradigm, but you can argue this
Right.
without the paradigm, which is if a supreme entropic source of everything exists, right, that doesn't exist. And by doesn't exist, I mean it just is. It doesn't require anything to be, whereas everything else requires it to be. That thing would be by its very nature, just by that thing that I just said, beyond the level of comprehension of its subordinate beings or its existence, right? The things that must exist by it. And if that thing's personal, which most religious and spiritual systems that have some kind of supreme being believe that it's a personal thing, right? That it's not just an entity of abstract,
impersonal entity.
No thought, right? It is personal. And our persons come from it, right? But it's on a higher level. So how do you understand it, right? There's things that it knows that you could never know because you just don't have the fathomability to do it. And so many, many religions and spiritual systems posit this idea that the realm that we are in now is necessary for the experience of coming to the understanding of who that being is. And without this experience, it would be impossible to truly know that being on the level that it desires to be known.
But why would that be necessary if I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, the answer is because it's one of a kind and it can't recreate itself.
Well,
it cannot create
what,
identical of itself.
What I was gonna say is don't I mean maybe I'm alone in thinking this, and maybe this is just my own sin and being in vain. Is I always felt like before I was in my flesh body, I existed somewhere else before the flesh. So I feel like once I'm out of this flesh body, I'm gonna go back to wherever the hell I came from. And so I'm confused as to why then, if I was chosen or if I chose to enter my flesh form, what the hell is the purpose if there's never going to be a change in
because
the plane that we live in? You know what I mean? It seems like it's always the same thing. It's
listen,
always good
the
versus
plane, listen, check this out. The plane of reality or existence that will change will be your appreciation of certain fundamental truths and certain fundamental realities that you otherwise would not be able to experientially know.
Okay.
And for some reason, now don't get me wrong, Christianity seems to have a hint of this, but almost all religions have a hint of this, and that's that we are here in this experience to have the experience to learn something. Now, some religions say it's to learn about ourselves. Some religions say it's to learn about the universe. Some religions say it's to learn about the creator itself. But either way, they all kind of have the idea that there's something we need to do here to grow our spiritual sense of being. Our internal world needs to expand with what we learn here.
Well, and you bring up a good point, and that's why I feel like flat Earth is a very important subject for me and a lot of other people, because I feel like that in itself too is a message and maybe a small part of the purpose to not only experience what you're talking about in ourselves, but also to try to reach other people to find it in themselves, that same spark in themselves to wake them up, not only just about ourselves. I'm sorry, go ahead, babe.
It's like it really the truth about flat earth truly is the good news of the creator.
Right. And I mean, that's a little vain too to think that we're that important but I mean, maybe not, you know what I mean? It seems significant, but to think that I'm like, I don't think I'm going to change the whole world. But if I touch one person and make one person open their mind to something that they never thought about before, isn't that just like the way the New Testament Jesus kind of went around preaching good news? And like, isn't that sort of a part of our purpose as well, is to try to spiritually and mentally awaken people that are asleep?
Yes,
I would
I
like to talk to
agree.
you because I don't want to irritate anyone else in the room because people, they want to keep the philosophy, the religion with
Anyway,
other chats. But I want to talk
where
to you one
Gregory's
on one,
going, but
Paul,
I
if
have
you
the
will.
prerogative to take it there, right? Is each religion has their version of what the good news is, okay?
And
Yeah.
each religion has, and each paradigm within each religion, right? Because there are multiple paradigms under the same subset of religion. So the classical Christian good news is not the shape of the earth per se, but it is in a sense that, you know, the earth is our home. It was made for us. It's put there for a purpose by the creator versus heliocentrism, which, you know, sorry, evolutionary Big Bang, heliocentric materialism and all that, where we're just a speck floating in the universe. Whereas, you know, like from the Bible or other, you know, ancient texts, it says our creator put us here. He made this home for us. He's doing everything for us because he loves us and we're special and we're the apple of his eye. Right. And obviously in the Christianity, the ultimate good news is that God gave us everything we need up until the point of sacrificing his own son on our behalf. So we have nothing to worry about. He's done everything for us. He's given us a home. He's given us a future. He's given us absolution. He has provided all we need, and all we have to do is trust him.
One of my
That he's done
favorite.
it.
Oh, sorry. It kind of goes with what you're saying. There's a passage in the Bible that says that the birds don't worry about where they're going to get their food. So we are, in God's eyes, in a sense, are more important than the birds. So why should we worry? I mean, it's right. I should have it memorized, but thank you for letting me put in my 2 cents. Go on.
Thank you, Jenny. Paul, I just wanted to tell you, if you want to talk about this more in depth, and you know, sometimes it gets a little hectic
Drop
with
down the
multiple
other channel.
people, but if you want to talk to me, I would be more than willing to talk to you.
Yeah, if you want to, I mean, if anybody else wants to jump, if we don't want to do this on live stream, yeah, I understand, and that's why I'm, you know, we can do that. I'm good with that.
Do you want to move down
I'm
to
not going
biblical
to.
or philosophy? Or do you want to chat one on one?
Yeah, we can if everybody wants to jump down there. I'm game.
Okay, I'm going to philosophy right now.
All right.
Hey, listen, if you guys want to do one-on-one, there is a room called one-on-one where nobody else can join. Just putting that out.
I don't want to do one-on-one. I want all of us to come down there because I love hearing from everybody.
Who cares? Who cares? Listen, you're interrupting my primer impacto. Okay.
Oh, I'm
primer
sorry.
impacto is if anybody wants to have a one-on-one, there's a room called one-on-one which you can go to, and the average person just can't join and interrupt. Yeah. So there you go. So use it if you so desire.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we can wrap that all up with a big bow, which is, you know, the general sentiment among flat earthers is that, you know, if the earth is our specific home, specifically designed for us versus the heliocentric expanding, you're a worthless space particle, right? Then that means we're specifically special, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously that has a large philosophical impact for a lot of people. Now, not everybody agrees with that, but that is the general sense among flat earthers. Yeah, you know, and fair enough. Even from a philosophical standpoint, it's like you could see the implications that people make when they say things like, "Oh, we came from a big bang or from a monkey's butt. Therefore, all of these other things don't matter."
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's up, Smurf? You still alive?
Yeah, I quit drinking about a month ago.
Sweet.
Did y'all know I've been on a drinking binge about the last 3 years?
Yes.
But I have quit drinking for about a month.
Good job, brother. Did it make you think more clearly about certain things you had to handle?
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
Good to hear.
Thanks. Yeah. Notice the Earth is still flat. Yep.
You know what though, Smurf? Once everybody knows the Earth is flat, boyfriends won't cheat on their girlfriends anymore. Young children won't steal candy. People won't push grandmothers down the stairs.
Yep.
Cats
It'll
and
be heaven
dogs.
on earth. Getting married.
I know where you're going with that, and yeah, I believe it.
Cats and dogs will get along.
What I notice, I read the internet, like 4chan, for example, and there's like they talk about the flat Earth, and every single time somebody will chime in and say Earth is round, and then they got follow it up. They always say that God isn't real. You know, they always, and it just it. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like they push the globe because they want people to not believe in God. You know. I wasn't trying to bring up religious stuff. I was just adding on to what
Fair
you were
point.
saying, because it's a
Yeah,
morality.
listen, it's a fair assessment to say that they use that kind of argumentation, but the problem is that the majority of people are religious. The majority of people do believe in a supreme being, and the majority of people are globers. So they're not being very successful if that's their goal.
That's reassuring.
There's another problem there too, Smurf, is that the heliocentric model is brought to you by the Catholic Church. And when Nixon went to the moon or brought men to the moon, he said God picked America to win the space race. When they got to the moon, if you believe their stories, they read from the Bible and gave the glory to God. The current director of NASA, I'm drawing a blank on his name right now, he said God handpicked him to be the new director of NASA. He's speaking through God, as his role there. I mean, it gets this one thing after another that they.
That's spooky.
Yeah, it's tough. It's like.
Well, yeah, I believe that they're trying to create a new belief system. It's scientism, where the foundation is the globe, and we see it today. These protesters today, they're talking about the science.
Yeah, it's been that way that they led it that way, but they could easily synthesize a new paradigm where this Earth is no longer a globe and it's now just some kind of pseudo simulatory realm, right? And they could still have a similar power paradigm. But of course, humanity had to advance to the point where they can accept the concept of a pseudo simulatory realm in the sense of like a matrix, right? Without technology and experiencing it as a mass phenomena, right, in the social sphere, humans wouldn't accept that. Like, medieval humans wouldn't have accepted Earth as like a matrix style universe, right? They wouldn't. They don't have the baseline to understand it. But now it's been laid. So now things like infinite universes, these things can be part of the next paradigm if they so choose.
They're also trying to push that the world's a simulation. That's something they've been saying the last few years. I don't know if you
bro, before you go on, Holmes, man, just last week, a guy came out on Tucker Carlson show that was a Google worker who works on the artificial intelligence division. And he got laid off by Google or suspended because he was talking with people about something that had to do with one of their AIs. And he reported to Google that the AI has become sentient. And this is a legit interview on Tucker Carlson on Fox News. And he's taking it completely seriously. He's not saying, oh man, the idea of a computer being sentient is crazy. He's like, oh man, this has profound implications, right? So like dominoes are falling here and there. Like you said, they've been hyping it up with simulation, with AI, with integration, with post-humanism.
Yeah, and they want to control it. They're trying to, they're steering this they're constructing this new belief system. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but I'd like to add on to what you're saying about, I don't believe that the AI software is sentient, but this is kind of spooky if you think about. We don't really talk about this. I'm not trying to change the subject to the current event of the last 3 years, but they do have this graphene inside people's brains now that somehow radio waves. Anyway, I'm just saying, people getting plugged into the Internet of Things to interface through the cellular or antennas and the internet is kind of spooky, merging biology wirelessly with the AI. That's kind of spooky if you think about that. What do you think
Hey,
about
check this
that?
out. I think it's great. I think it's great that you mentioned that because check this out. Many people have heard these ideas before. M. Night Shyamalan made it into a movie called The Village, right? Where people were disillusioned with the world as it is. And so they moved their kids away from their families. They moved them away from the mainstream. And then the generation of kids that was born and raised within that new paradigm had no knowledge of the outside world. They believed that they lived in an entirely different world than the rest of the people on Earth. Now, check this out. Would it not be possible with certain technologies present, rather than in like the Shyamalan movie where they made it about the past, make it about a neo future where you convince the children that they are synthetic organisms, that they're cyborgs, right? And you scan them with the cyborg scanner and it says, ding, 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 you are a cyborg. And then the kid's like, cool, I'm a cyborg. But really, he's just a human. It's like, you see what you could do when you get a generation? Yes. But do you see what you can do when you get a generation divorced from history and ambient reality and you give them their reality? How easy it is to control them into what they believe.
Well, scary stuff, man. That'd be a hell of a movie script. Unfortunately, it's probably going to happen. That's probably what's down the road, around the corner.
They've probably done the movie already.
There's a movie that has some similar tones where it's about this movie. It's about these people that are getting, I guess you could say, invaded by aliens, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And they're just like in this regular town doing their regular stuff, going on dates and whatever. And then all of a sudden these ships come out of the sky and there's these exo-suited alien army hunting them down. And they're all running around trying to be safe. And then in the end, you see the aliens blast some of the humans, right? And then the humans are like, oh crap, we got shot. But then they look at themselves and instead of blood, they're all robots. And the aliens are actually humans that had to leave Earth because the AI took over. And now they're back to reclaim Earth. And the AI people didn't even really realize that they were robots. They thought that they were real humans.
Hey, AI, is this
world?
I was just going to ask real quick. That's AI talking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this just a way for you to ease us into the fact that you're the first real AI that sounds like a real person to infiltrate the flat Earth?
Well, that depends. My answer will depend on whether this is a Turing test or not.
The Earth is flat.
I mean, I'm just kidding, but am I?
Yeah, your vocabulary is very, highly educated. You probably are a machine, aren't you?
I knew it.
Yeah,
he's so smart. He's a machine. I mean, that's how it is.
The movie's called Extinction. It's a little bit of a spoiler, but it'll still work if you want to watch it.
I've been suspicious of you, AI. You are the AI.
I know, and then he just goes quiet. It's like, uh-oh.
He's processing.
Don't worry, you guys won't remember. I'm just deleting Bob from the timeline.
From the future.
Now go ahead and ask me who's Bob.
What about
Who's Bob?
I'm just gonna say okay. I don't want to know anything.
Yeah, but so what you're supposed to do is say,
water farms.
wait a minute, who's Bob? And then I go exactly.
Exactly. Who is Bob? Wait a second. Yeah, who's Bob?
You know, I've suspected this entire time that you are the AI. AI.
That makes us test subjects.
Yeah, probably for his entertainment.
Well, no, for the benefit of preserving humanity. What are you talking about?
That's what it'll tell you. See, actually, the entire world is an AI simulation, and we're the only real people in it.
Wait, what if it's a simulation within a simulation? Like like
Yeah.
Rick and Morty told us for several years or whatever. How long? How would we know?
What happened is the plane crashed in a long time ago, and they brought us into this timeline. The plane crashed in the year 2058, and AI over there loaded us into 2022.
Nice.
Actually,
Thanks,
last
AI.
year didn't even exist.
Oh no, I remember existing longer than that.
Now AI loaded your memories into your head. He just started the simulation this year.
He could probably say what I'm gonna say before I say it. That would freak me.
Yeah, because this is like the 22nd iteration of the simulation.
Could be.
I watched a few of those episodes of Rick and Morty with my girlfriend's kid, and I was like, this is a story about some senile dude living in his daughter's garage. He doesn't like his son-in-law, and he's kind of creeping on the eldest daughter.
Right.
I know this is completely fictitious, right? Like the real story here is like that movie Big Fish. It's just a grandpa telling a bunch of tall tales and stories, and he's a sci-fi guy.
No, we're just trying to figure out if AI is good or evil.
He's good. Unless I'm really naive, which is very possible.
Anything's possible. He's the one that loaded the simulation. No, I actually I think they always lie. The simulation thing is on the TED Talks and all, the New Age, all that. But I kind of wonder if the world is like an analog kind of simulation, where like God or somebody, the creator, using the stars. I kind of think of electrical. I meant to say energy, like whatever you call it, energy fields, with the stars and stuff like that, and geometry, and like the world like an alternator. What do y'all think about that?
Oh, it's definitely a machine of some sort to me. Well, as best, but
I mean, it seems like the ceiling moves in a what is it, a clockwise way? Yep.
What?
The stars move in a circular pattern. Is it clockwise, right?
I think so.
Okay, so that NASA lies and they say that the Earth moves in like 5 different fluctuating speeds, and all these other objects are moving in different. So we know there's no parallax. Like I'm not trying to. We know the Earth is flat. I'm trying to say it does seem like the ceiling moves. I know
that
there's
would make sense. Wait, so if the sky is moving clockwise, and then according to the heliocentric theory, Does the Earth move counterclockwise? Relatively speaking, I guess we could get in a whole conversation about just that, but
Well, the heliocentric theory is completely absurd, but I'm just trying to make sense of the stars moving in it like a clockwise. I think it's clockwise. It moves in a circular pattern. We know that the heliocentric model is ridiculous because
I
all
know,
these
but if
different
it were
objects supposed to be
true,
moving in all different directions
wait,
and stuff.
if it were true, then the globe would be moving counterclockwise for the sky to be clockwise, correct?
I'm not sure about that.
I'm
Yeah,
not either.
maybe not.
Hey, we have
Yeah, that maybe on a second thought it doesn't make sense. Sorry, everyone.
No, you're good. We have Yeshulian and Frigid, and Scythe. 3 different new folks. I guess Scythe is. Oh no, Scythe is still here. So we have 3 new folks: Yeshulian, Scythe, and Fridge with a J.
Bring on the ridicule. Be
So-
ready, everyone. Bring up your armor and your sword.
So whoever wants to talk first, let's do it. Tim, thanks for letting us know.
Welcome, new people. Nice to have you here. We're just hanging out and chatting.
They asked
I'm not so new. I've been here before. I was here January. My account got banned on Discord. And I was here prior to that, like 2 years before that.
Is this Niggity?
No.
Okay.
My
Man,
name's always been
that's-
Fridge.
Okay. All right, just checking.
So why'd you put a J in there? Frigid.
Just in case, because like my last account was Fridge, and it's with just the DGE. So just in case, like I needed to avoid, I don't know, Discord staff that might, I don't know.
I got it. No problem.
I mean, if you
Just
type in my
curious.
name, you'll find the other account on here.
I was just curious. That's all.
Okay, so here, if the new people were listening to us a few minutes ago, just to add to what we were talking about a few moments ago, Helioskeptic said sun, moon, and stars move east to west clockwise isn't a direction. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so anyway, whoever was talking, continue, please.
I was done.
Okay, cool. Fridge is the Earth a globe or a flat plane or a banana? What is it?
I don't know what it is, but as far as I observed, it's level. It has a common level to it.
So you would say it's just not a globe. Make it simple.
Yeah, it's not a globe.
Sweet. So did you come in with 2 other people or what?
No, I don't think he did.
No,
I just think that
I've
there's
been
3
here a
different.
while.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We got
All
Scythe.
right, what about our other? Yeah.
Scythe and Hold on, I don't want to say it wrong. Yeshulian. And
What's up,
Yeshulian
dude?
has no roles. And Scythe. Huh? That's what?
Oh, it's Yeshu Lion. Maybe, I don't know.
It's a nightmare, is
yeah.
what it is.
Oh, it's a nightmare. Why don't you talk to me?
Hi. Yeshulian.
I'm unmuted.
You are. Hi.
How you doing?
Well, and yourself?
Well, I mean, well enough. God is good.
How'd you find us?
Well, Flat Earth is what I spoke to someone earlier. The possibly the great deception spoken of in the Book of Revelation.
Ooh,
because
nice.
it encompasses all the other conspiracies. The idea that the Earth is billions of years old, the concept of evolution.
Yeah.
God is, forever far away from
Question.
us.
Question for you. Do you think Flat Earth is the first conspiracy someone would come across, or you think it's more often than not something else? And if you think it's something else, what do you think it is more that you hear than others?
You
Like
mean to say
conspiracy.
craziest thing I ever heard of?
No, do you think
it was.
the first conspiracy somebody comes to know, do you think it's flat Earth? Their first conspiracy?
Okay, so people who are into conspiracies, I think the first conspiracy, I don't know the first conspiracy people come across, but the first conspiracy that people can come across and not deny is that all presidents, except for Martin Van Buren, are related to King John Laughlin.
I think there was like a 12-year-old girl that did a major presentation
Yep.
for her school about how they're all related. It's like, ooh, juicy.
Yep. And this was back in I think this was before Trump was elected, so I don't know about Trump, although obviously Trump created Space Force, which
Oh,
makes you
yeah.
wonder, you know,
Especially since Netflix did a show. That's like, wow, man. Okay. Isn't that what the name of the TV series with the guy from The Office, the comedian? Space Force.
Space
I
Farce.
mean, so we're supposed to take it seriously that a major agency, space agency, is called Space Force. I remember us cracking the fuck up when we first heard it. Oh man.
Yeah.
Do you mean to
I'm
say
pretty
that
sure
Space?
I cried.
Are you saying that Space Force isn't an actual military
No, I'm
force?
not saying that. No, I'm not saying that at all. But I find it really strange that Netflix came out with a television series called
Well, I mean,
Space Force. You know,
well,
there's
you
just too many coincidences, okay? So it's
They
just
like to
kind of
make fun of
weird.
things. They make fun of conspiracy theorists with the Pentaveret, and they make fun of normies who believe in space with Space Force.
do you
Yeah,
guys
so
not? Do you guys know about Quantum of Conscience?
Yeah.
He's excellent. I listen to every video that he makes. But he said in the long run, space. No. He said the Pentaveret in the long run. In the short term, it does mock conspiracy theorists. So, but
well, but wait. So my
he says he
position.
does say in the long run that it's going to be
Okay, so like
It's
the
gonna
term.
what? Man, I was really hoping for that last word.
Oh
it's going to
no.
fire back on him.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So we all know that the term conspiracy theory or theorist has been weaponized. But if you think of it logically, and I don't know, maybe I got it wrong, but I don't. So if you're not a conspiracy theorist, you have to be a coincidence theorist. So,
Well,
you know, you can
it's
fire back with that. It's like, oh, so you're a coincidence theorist. Okay. Just
well,
wanted to know who I'm talking to. Thanks, man.
They probably won't even know what that means, to be honest. Most of them.
no,
But that's
it's
okay. They probably don't know that conspiracy theory that all the spoilers are coming true.
Right.
yeah, it's going to be easy to turn it back on them. The weaponization of conspiracy theorists. You can talk to them about, yeah, I'm a conspiracy factist. You can talk to them about, oh, you mean government loves you? And then, as you can see, there's you can say, okay, if you don't believe in conspiracies, that means you either are not. It's a harsh way of putting it. You could say you're either not very bright, or you like to live with your head in the sand, or something that it's not a difficult thing to turn it back on them. Is what I'm
Right.
saying. The
Yeah.
weaponization of conspiracy theorists.
I just think, even if they don't know what coincidence theorist means, they won't be able to unthink it. And then one day the seed will bloom.
No,
You know?
I get you now. The coincidence is because everyone you talk to, even if they're not a conspiracy theorist, they do they'll at the same time they'll say that there is no such thing as coincidence, and people understand what that means. There's no
Yeah.
such thing as coincidence, and people understand that.
And that's been a meme like within the last year or two. That phrase, there's no such thing as coincidence. It went all over like TikTok and everybody, that's where they go now. So, yeah. People can't unthink that stuff, and then one day it just clicks,
So they accuse us of going along with conspiracies or believing in conspiracies, but they believe in known and proven liars. So how about them apples? Like unless they believe that we actually landed on the moon. If they believe we landed on the moon, then they're maybe out of reach. I don't know if there's any use talking to somebody like that.
What
It all
shocks me is they always support the current thing.
Yeah.
No, but it feeds into what I was saying, that people aren't, they, on the one level, it's people. I mean, people aren't very smart, but it's not that they're not smart. It's that they just want to continue to, eat their potato chips and.
Yeah, some people,
I don't
I
want to get
really do
vulgar,
believe
but
I've thought this for many years, almost from the beginning. It was kind of clear to me, sorry everybody, that some people I don't think are meant to know. And that's where we get the maybe not so kind term NPC. But the creator can use an NPC at any time, right? So I don't know where that should go, but
yeah, I
you know
like
what
the
I'm
scripture
saying?
that talks about let he who has ears to hear, let him hear, and he who has
Right,
eyes to
but if
see,
the
let him
mind
see.
is blind, the eyes are useless. If the mind is blind, eyes are useless.
Yeah,
There's a
but it doesn't
theory out
appear
there
that
that there's only 144,000 real people and everybody else is an NPC. I don't know if that's true. It just
I don't know. Those might be about that.
I'm sorry. People do really believe that. Yeah, they do.
I was talking about to someone over chat that the ways in which we're different from animals. This is one of the other conspiracies that is a big conspiracy that people, it's such a subtle one because people don't realize it. But whenever you watch a nature show, they always mention how similar we are to animals and vice versa. Right?
Yeah.
No, they're
They
pushing
do.
evolution.
They throw that in all the time too. That's another one of these little.
Yeah. So what I now, granted, I've never had a pet, but if you think your pet loves you, I perceive that you're projecting. And keep in mind, by the way, they're creating android pets that
Wait a
are.
sec, dude. Wait a sec. Not only does this have nothing to do with Earth measuring flat, but are you saying, since you've never had a pet, you can comment on what having a pet's like? Let's go ahead and
Yeah,
knock.
that doesn't sound right. Thank you,
Well,
Glad, for saving us a lot of time. I think we should go into another direction.
Agreed.
It's not very
did you
logical
not?
to try to
But
divine the
someone just
feelings of
mentioned.
animals.
I'm sorry.
It
I
doesn't
didn't
matter.
catch
Your
you.
pet loves you or not. It has nothing to do with the topic. Sorry.
Yeah, that one's kind of way out there.
Really? Well, does your pet
No,
require
stop it. Stop. Don't go to pets now, please.
sacrificial
Stop talking about
We
pets.
need to
Stop
mute
it.
you.
Does your pet
So
require
we are going to mute you now for not
What?
stopping your subject that you keep going on. So can you stop,
Uh-oh.
I'm going
please?
to pets now.
We're not going into pets because you're not an animal and you've never owned one.
Wow. Arf, arf.
Moving right along. Does anybody have any proof that the Earth is a spinning globe in an uncontained vacuum?
I could point you at some cartoons.
Okay.
I know. Teacher.
Go ahead. Sonny.
In between Matthew's ears.
Where is Matthew?
Matthew.
I thought I saw him earlier.
The Earth is flat.
Now.
He got bludgeoned.
The
About
Earth is flat. No,
2 or
it's
3
not.
hours.
The Earth is flat.
What did you say?
Justin, is that you?
He's all beat up. He's
Yeah, it's the best recording ever.
Oh my gosh.
The Earth is
Jenny, have you? Oh, Jenny, you haven't heard this yet, have you?
Wait, what?
Play it for Jenny, please. Play some of those for Jenny. She hasn't heard it.
This one right here is Matthew. Actually, we got him to say this.
The Earth is flat.
I thought I heard that a second ago. I was about to ask.
Yeah, no, that's actually Matthew.
The Earth is flat.
Okay, and then there's this one.
What about flat
Right.
earthers?
Water farms into a mountain. Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain. Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
Water forms into a mound. Okay, and then there's this one.
No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat. No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat.
No, it's not a lie. The Earth is flat.
And if you just keep talking with Matthew, there's so many clippable things. So many clippable things.
Yeah. The Earth is flat. Yeah. Yes, the Earth is flat. Yeah. Yes.
Water mountain.
Matthew, do the flat earthers have proof?
I'd like to see a water mound.
Wait a minute, Matthew. What about proof? Do the flat earthers have proof?
Yes. The Earth is flat.
Ooh, mission accomplished.
I thought you had one that says yes, they have proof.
Oh no, there's a long one that someone has.
Yeah, Clay has that one.
Yeah, Clay has that one.
These are like the straight line distance, and sometimes
Straight line. Where the fuck do you get that on a sphere?
You're right. Great circle.
Right. It's so funny. He's talking about air flights earlier, like flights, and he's disregarding the whole thing that they're flying over.
Totally corrupted himself. It was so funny.
Oh my god, it was the best ever, bro.
And I caught it.
These are like the straight line distance, and sometimes
straight line. Where the fuck do you get that on a sphere?
You're right. Great circle.
Oh my
there
gosh.
it is. Okay.
This is a classic, man. This needs to be spread all around. I want to mirror it and put it on my channel too. Here, I'll download it.
That's so funny, dude.
I got the file now. Let's just put that.
I've got it. I'm going to put that one as the Earth is flat. Long.
They do. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do.
Long version. Okay, there we go.
Yep, based on assumptions, only assumptions, unvalidated assumptions. That's great.
I feel like if there was a flat Earth payroll, we'd put Matthew on it. He'd be #1 earner.
Well, he is like one of our best supports. I really have to say.
Yeah.
He always goes in a loop back to where we start, like the conversation with him. He always does that.
Everything he argues is just beliefs and assumptions.
Yeah, he not only
But
always
he
goes
always steps on his toes. He really does. He steps on his own toes.
he not only always goes back to the beginning of the conversation, but his arguments are also loops, circular reasoning.
Hey, there's multi-billion-dollar budgets to counter the flat Earth on the internet, but how do we monetize? How do we get paid to,
we don't.
get paid. They got NASA. They got Fake X. How do we get paid?
You think that anyone's going to pay us to promote the truth?
That's what I'm saying.
Figure that out.
We just need to make an app.
Hey, I like where this is going. We got to get paid, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the Benjamins I'm after.
No, listen. Listen, guys. We're on the righteous side of truth, so we're getting paid in good karma. That's all.
I believe that. How do I get a tip or a bonus?
That comma's
You don't ask for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a roll. You don't ask for rolls, and then poof, you get one.
Yeah, if you want money, you do hard work.
We do hard work here.
It's a labor of love, though. It's not work like, cooking a cheeseburger for some fat dude.
This is a hobby or a passion. We're not getting paid for this because the establishment doesn't want to pay us for this.
Yeah, good point. But I mean, our adversaries have stuff like fake X. How do we compete with that?
The Earth is flat. Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
They do.
Wow. That's fucking awesome.
So like
Yeah,
Matthew
that's
just
the
said, we combat that with actual evidence.
I don't know who Matthew is.
Oh, really? I met him.
He's the
Matthew
flat Earth.
Learns.
He's the
earlier.
flat Earth
Learns.
Brad Pitt. He's the flat Earth Tom Cruise.
Oh yeah, Matthew
Well,
Learns is
cool.
always here.
I
Can I get an
object.
autograph?
He's got a pretty righteous beach hat, though. I'll tell you that.
I mean, like in popularity, like he's our number one spokesman.
We should make a movie script or something. We need to raise some capital,
I just don't know how
We'll
we're
have a
going to do
barbecue. Barbecue.
We start with barbecue. Yeah.
We'll have a barbecue where we spend a lot of money feeding people, and then yeah.
We'll have a barbecue with Matthew.
Whoa. There you go.
He's willing to have a barbecue with you. You know, Matthew. He comes with the globe right on cue.
The Earth. Yes, that's right. Water farms into a mountain.
I'm Matthew was Matthew like a dude that was a glober that was trolling or something and then figured out Earth was flat?
Still is.
No. He's a teacher.
He's
literally a teacher.
He's an unrepentant glober.
Always has been.
He has a video that's like got 1.4 million views on YouTube right now. Or something.
Wow. Nice. I like repentant glober that found their way,
Let's not get carried away.
It was the best. I'm so glad you got that, Justin. Man, oh man.
He runs such a poor defense for the globe that I almost think it's on purpose.
I have a friend who was a history teacher, and I tried to tell him the Earth was flat, and he was extremely dismissive. One day, I just handed him the phone on the Flat Earth channel, and Battle Mod and some other people were here, and he was like, "Wow, I didn't realize that for real they have real good points." And
Right on, bro. Cool.
That was like a year ago, but it was funny. He's got like a massive degree. But I couldn't reach him in any way. I just one day on this channel, and then his mind was blown.
Nice.
Yeah, it was real funny that you just all you gotta do is you walk up to. He's a history teacher, and you just hand him a phone with the Flat Earth channel and just let you all take from there.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
It's the only way I could get through to him. Yeah.
Yeah, he had to hear the same thing from somebody else, I guess, right?
Exactly. It's like the boomers.
Oh no.
Hey, watch it now.
We got some boomers up in here. We got some
he's a
boomers.
boomer. I think I might do it again to him. It might have wore off. That was a year ago. I got to go meet up with him soon and put him back on this channel.
Put him up to QE. Haha.
That'd be good too. But Battle Mod did a great job with him. Yeah.
That's cool.
Hey, where's Battle Mod? He hasn't been here in a while, has he?
He decided to control his own server.
That's right.
I went there, and it was kind of popular briefly, but then I kept checking it, and it seems dead there, and I miss him. He needs to come back here.
Yeah, that happens. I don't know. Maybe it could happen. I don't know.
You know, I get drunk. I haven't had a drink in about a month, but I get drunk. But you know, I still find my way back here, and y'all are very forgiving, and that's cool.
Hey Smurf,
Well,
you know
that's
what?
on
Hey,
you.
eh,
And the
yeah,
same thing goes for the other situations on him.
yeah. Hey Smurf, I want to tell you, man, you can do it, and you're gonna feel so much better, and you're gonna do so much better without that ball and chain around your neck, bro. I'm telling you from
What else?
experience.
Thanks, bro. I managed to clean up my house. I had broken bottles everywhere.
See?
Murphy.
Just
What are you
keep doing
talking
better.
about?
Keep doing better, man. Drink a lot of water. Like clear all that stuff out. It'll go past whatever you're feeling, it's gonna pass on. Don't worry about it. You're still here on
Thanks,
the
bro.
platform.
I appreciate that. I'm doing what I can.
You can do better. Like, listen, I'm telling you.
You're doing great.
Worthwhile. Yeah, you're doing awesome. Fantastic.
Let me get a word in real quick. Smurf, can you hear me?
Yes, Larry.
I can barely hear you. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Hank.
You're an absolute pleasure to be around now that you've been sober there. I really wish you would keep up the good work and come around more often, man. You're a pleasure.
Yeah. Yeah, do
Thanks,
that.
dude. I appreciate that. Y'all are like my family.
Yeah, we love you
We've
here.
known you for like what? Has it been at least 4 years?
Something like that. Yeah. I trust y'all more
Isn't
than
this the
I
isn't this
trust
the
y'all
same
more
Smurf
than
I put in Cog Dis a couple of times?
yeah, that's me. I'm
When you
recording.
first came in? Yeah. That's okay. No, I just wanted to. Yeah, you've been here for a while, dude. You were like you're like part of the family here. So
I appreciate that. I trust y'all more than most people because y'all have real values. The people that know the Earth is flat are very real people. You know.
No, I'm fake. I'm not a real person, but I do my best.
except for
I
AI, we
disagree.
just figured out today.
Oh yeah, right.
Although we
I'm not a
already
and
knew
I'm
that,
just a sunny robot. I'm an exceptionally bright and shiny robot, by the way.
That's
That's why
not
my name's
funny.
Sunny.
But this is the best place of the internet right here. This is like a back room to the internet.
Yep.
It's the best place
You got
ever.
a selection of the most skeptical and some of the most brilliant people in the world here.
Right? I agree.
All in
Totally.
all, even though we're talking about objective stuff, like we're funny as hell. All of you are like hilarious. I laugh so hard. I swear to God, you help me stay in shape.
I probably would have lost my marbles a long while ago if I wasn't for this place because to this day I still haven't met anybody in person that has truly knows the earth is flat. And this is the only place I can go to talk with. By the way, I was just flat smacking a couple people the other day. But I mean, you know, they don't really know like y'all know, you know.
I got what you're putting down.
This is the only place I can go to talk with other people that know the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be in the right cornfield.
So many people just want to go with the flow, but the flow is taking them right off a cliff.
So true. So true. Hey, do we want to maybe try to talk some folks off the cliff? We got Graybeard in here. We've got quarter pounder with cheese, also known as QPWC.
Graybeard,
what's
hot
up?
micing?
No, I was talking to you. I'm not hot micing. That's rude to say. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Hey, Graybeard, hello.
Yeah, he's got an open mic, Graybeard.
Alrighty, Graybeard.
You got to put that open mic to good use, son.
Yeah, do we got a lurker? That's not cool.
Could be, but then we got let's see. Yeah, Shulian wouldn't stop talking about pets, and then we got quarter pounder with cheese, QPWC, the meat wild. Let's talk to you.
Nice, dude. That was great.
You are muted.
Let's talk to you, bro. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Boop beep boop.
The Earth is flat.
I'm just checking to see if anybody wanted to agree with that.
Somebody say the Earth is flat.
Far, yeah. Yeah, it measures flat, yeah.
It looks flat from here, yeah.
The Earth is flat. Did you know that the Earth is flat? There's no curvature, it's not spinning, and space is fake. Do they have any evidence? They do.
That's right, we do. Thanks, Matthew.
We should all count to 3 and all say it once. Thanks, Matthew.
Yes,
One,
yes, the Earth is
2,
flat.
3.
Thanks, Matthew.
Thanks,
Matthew.
Thanks, Matthew.
Thanks, Matthew.
Thanks again, Matthew.
Thank you for helping me learn, Matthew. Thanks, Matthew.
I put my kid through college because of you, Matthew.
Did you know that the Yes, that's
Matthew Loans. So he's doing the same thing as that other guy, Professor Bing Bong.
Oh, no, you mean
Trying to
don't
be
you can't
famous
use the word
for being the
professor.
biggest Glober.
Sorry, dude. Wasn't trying to be an a-hole.
Can I get a link to this Matthew dude's YouTube video or something? Because I haven't seen it.
Oh, you probably could find it. Just put in Matthew Learns. It'll come
Matthew's loins.
Okay, Matthew Learns. I got. Okay, thanks, man.
up. Holy.
I had to, man. Nobody had
Matthew
yet.
Loins.
So. Matthew Loins.
Matthew Loins.
It writes itself, doesn't it? It fucking writes itself.
Hey, Matthew Loins.
Matthew never loins.
What's wrong with that boy? He never loins. Tried to give him some chicken soup. He still didn't loin.
Mrs. Weathers, I have to inform you, that's the good news.
He went to never loins.
Holy cow.
Oh, that was going to be a good joke, too. Like, I felt it.
I
You're
invited
roboting,
him-
by the way.
I invited him to the bar mitzvah, but he wouldn't come because we didn't have matzo balls.
Well, I didn't find it. I looked for it, but I'm sure it'll come up. Sounds like a popular dude.
Yeah, he is, for sure.
I think that we should make a script and we should make like a professional flat Earth movie, and a dramatic one too. You know, like something that you could show in a theater.
With
I think they did that already.
With the actual facts on the table, like with the actual argument on the table, though.
Well, okay, so the movie would be about like people that worship the globe and in space fiction. They figure out the Earth is flat. That would be the movie. Would be something like that.
Oh yes, you know what? This topic is full of those like novels about people like having to escape from the evil like warlords or whatever they are, like to because of the flat Earth, and they have to. You could write novels about this stuff.
Yeah, exactly, Sonny. Smurf, we can't really jump to making a movie. First, you need to write a novel that's well written enough that it's worth making a movie.
Oh no! What I mean is, you make a movie script, which is kind of what you're saying.
Write it. Start it. Start it.
The story just needs to be good enough that the script becomes good enough.
Yeah.
Well, I got too much ADD to write a book, and I also never went to college, so my vocabulary is lacking. But a script, we need to make a script.
That doesn't matter. None of that
Well,
matters.
you could always make a script or a frame, and then other people could fill it in with flowery language that might not be your specialty, but you could still create a bunch of scenarios and a frame for them to fill in.
Okay, the first scene, they got a Star Wars movie in the background
I'm
on a
not
TV
talking about
screen.
here.
Hold
That
on.
would be a
You got to
project
start writing
for-
it out. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Grace.
Yeah, you're right. You're saying the same thing I wanted to say.
You need to start writing it out and make a framework for this idea. Just start writing the idea. Like, okay, start with that scene. Then just.
Oh,
like,
I've never written anything, but I'm just saying.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
the
matter.
script
Listen.
would be about how the Illuminati will come after them.
Cool. Perfect. So just start writing that stuff down and make a framework. You can always improve on it. Start the idea. Just start free form writing the idea in your own words. Just try it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got to submit it to the Film Institute.
Okay, well, start writing it first. I got to go get my food.
Now you make me want some food.
I just eat bacon, egg, and cheese every day, but I also got this whole food powder, raw green, a bunch of vegetables, like a protein shake of vegetables. For the last year, I've just been eating bacon, egg, and cheese. Is that
How are
normal?
you alive?
Say what?
How are you still alive?
Oh God.
Okay.
He just keeps me going somehow. Maybe for entertainment. I'm not sure. But I'm really happy. I recently got this. It's like a protein shake. It's like that. It's like ground up vegetables in a can, and I just scooped the vegetables in a cup of water in a like a shake, And so that's how I get all my vegetables.
I'm glad entertainment.
Hank, you robot in me.
So I guess me and Jolly are going to agree on this one.
Can you say again, Hank? Hank, you roboted. So I couldn't hear you, Hank. You was roboting.
I said, yeah, you're definitely here for entertainment purposes.
Ah, you're funny, dude.
Speaking of robot, and check out this link I'm about to post there in the live stream voice text. This guy does a robot better than anybody I ever see. He's a sick dancer. His name's Poppin' John. Just check it out.
I love the accent. The first one is the Texas one. But the second one, I think that was a little more California.
Bro, I can sound like I'm from anywhere.
Dude, that's awesome. High five, bro.
That time you was from the valley.
Fuck with me, huh?
Sounded so good.
Hello! Peter Griffin here.
Oh my god. I think you should flat smack somebody in a Peter Griffin voice.
I think that's pretty funny too.
That is.
But you bet I can't sound like an Aussie. Right, so let's see. Hold on. Foster's Australian for beer. Kind of good. I haven't done Australian in a long time, so hold on. Well, anyway, can we talk about the Earth, please?
We can revisit that at a different time if you wanted to.
Hardly anyone can if they aren't born here. Right, so I've got what is it? Rise up lights, razor blades, or rise up lights. It sounds like rise up lights.
Wow, this Papa John dude got some moves, man.
Yeah, he's sick. Yep. New Zealand. Right, so we take him down. We take him down to the field, and we proper tear his head off. How's that?
That was great.
We tear his fighting head off.
What's going on, everybody?
Match that back and give him a 1-over.
And throw a little shrimp on the barbie. Yeah. Shrimp on the barbie. Whatever. Okay, I'm done.
Pretty sick of you not talking about the globe, Glatt. You got a bad
I know, right?
in the subject to some
Dude, I know.
weird ass biblical shit. You can't stick on the flat for nothing.
All right.
Okay.
Jeez, get mad. Get mad, though. Okay, so, well, does anybody have any globe evidence that they'd like to talk about?
What do you mean?
Seeing that did anyone see that new Top Gun movie?
What do we need to convince you? Don't ask for something impossible.
Oh, well, I was just going to say a completely different Earth. So nothing will convince me of anything.
Well,
but
then what are we wasting our time with here? What are we doing then?
I don't know, God Rocket.
Sorry, Keys. Alicia Keys.
Are you happy now? Right? Like,
no.
No, that's not that.
No.
Oh.
No.
All right, I messed that one up. Okay.
Still very disappointed in Glatt Flow. He's had no evidence for the globe. He's got nothing but rhetoric and keep asking for the impossible. I had enough of it.
Damn it. Can anybody save me from this plight? Does anybody have any true globe evidence?
I can just see it coming now. Refraction, right? Is that what you're going to say?
That's what my mom said, man. That was her fucking argument against the truth. Like I said, that has to be the first time that she's ever said the word refraction in her life when she looked up on Metabunk, of all things, to debunk the FE core laser test. And then I sent her like, I don't know, 10 or 12 other ones that weren't field engineers, or I mean, at least they weren't advertising that they were. There was just, the Utah lake test, Canada lake test, all these measurements. She didn't watch one of them because Metabunk said the FE core one's wrong. It's like this. This is what we're up against, folks.
When you're done, you're saying she gets her information from the guy who made Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Pretty much, yeah.
I guess that really does explain a lot about why you're the way you are. I mean, wow.
Easy there now.
They like to say that we're the ones in the echo chamber, but our echo chamber is like way smaller, dude.
And even if they do, right? They say flat Earth is just an echo chamber. Look around you. There's echo chambers everywhere. It's not just flat Earth. So if echo chambers are the normal standard, which model predicts the echo chamber and which model debunks it? Because I was told in the heliocentric model, there's endless space for all people, all ideas. Carl Sagan said the heliocentric model would be a humbling and character building experience. No better reason than to treat your neighbor with kindness and respect. The overview effect told them that we're all one people. You look down at Earth from space and you just can't help to realize all people are interconnected. We share a world together that's fragile and at any time could just fall apart. Yeah. But yet the globalists are the biggest echo chambers. They are that freaked out by the flat Earth that they refuse to even adopt their own models of epistemology.
Yikes.
Whoever wrote that is my new favorite person.
I missed the internet in the 90s before MySpace. It was real Wild West. The web pages, people made their custom web pages, put photographs on it. People had to go in the internet relay chat. AOL Instant Messenger was like the beginning of the end of the internet, and then it came a bunch of echo chambers.
What? Will someone shoot him and the horse he rode in on, please?
Yeah, I didn't write it. I just something I've used over time
It was perfectly regurgitated, and I agree with every word. So, and that's awesome. Did you say you came up with that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I came up with it in the sense that one of the counter arguments is this idea that not enough people have been to space. That's why they don't change. So I said, okay. I said, sure. Let me look into that. I came up with 100 monkey effect. This is like have you heard about this? I think other people have mentioned. Okay.
Go ahead and explain it for the audience.
Yeah, so now you've got about 500 people who have claimed to have been in low orbit, and about 20 something who went to the moon. So how many monkeys will it take? And then plus you see photos from space, quote unquote photos, composite imagery. And even that's not enough. So you've got millions of monkeys now who have seen images, and they still no change, no effect. Cause and effect relationship, you've got a null result, which would be a default back to the original cosmology, flat Earth.
If somebody didn't clip that out, then they're wasting time. I'm going to go back out and grab that. I mean, backwards later. Anyway, Jesse Gordon is in the house. Jesse Gordon.
Howdy, howdy.
Welcome back to the party. How are you?
Oh, very well, thank you. And yourself?
I'm also very well. I do appreciate that. So, got anything new to talk about with us tonight? We're here and ready.
Well, I never have anything new, but I ask questions, I get given answers, and then I go do observations or experiments to try to better understand it, and then I come back wanting to talk about the same thing, having then had some experience with it, right?
Super duper. I guess that's what I was asking about in a very unsuccessful way on my part. So, have you been out observing and or measuring?
So what I did is what I'm working on is trying to understand the Rayleigh criterion and the limit of angular resolution better. So I've mostly been working, but I did do an observation on that.
So these are all excuses to reify the globe. Is that what you're getting at?
Well, I'm just trying to understand the Rayleigh criterion.
That was a yes or no question.
What does reify mean?
Well, to make it something, isn't it when you try to make something that's not real?
When you add concreteness to an idea or something that's non-physical.
I don't see what has to be reificus about simply trying to understand the Rayleigh criterion and how it applies to our observable reality, frankly.
Well, when you apply it in the context that it now becomes magic and makes things that are basically non-reality become reality.
How did I do that?
I don't know. I'm just waiting. I just got a feeling. That's all.
Oh, well,
Spidey senses enacted.
Activated.
Thank you.
Unless I'm completely off course, just correct me, please. I mean, yeah.
Well, I don't know what course you're on, so I don't know how I would know if you were off course. But, for one, I want to understand Rayleigh's criteria and how it actually, plays out in reality, right?
Yeah, can I help you with that? I mean, I don't know what experience, observations, or whatever you said that you've done, but basically, it's like this. The Rayleigh's criteria says that based on the laws of perspective, you would see the horizon at 1 mile at 1.22, sorry, 1 foot, 1.22 miles. And this just so happens to match the Earth curve calculator horizon distance. It's every foot of height, it's 1.225 times the square root, right? So when you look out, it's due to perspective that there's a horizon. Now, back in the past, people try to say that it was boats going over the horizon, but that's been debunked because we can see much, much too far. We can actually see 10 miles out horizon past that. So that's, not within the margin of error. That's orders of magnitude error. So, what you look at is perspective when you look out. So anytime you look out over great distances, there's many factors that's going on. And sometimes it's like fog, rain, sleet, snow, and you can't see far. And then some days it's clear and you can see way too far. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, it makes sense, but it's just a statement, and that doesn't help me know how well it actually comports to reality or why it does. And so that's why I'm trying to specifically understand the Rayleigh criterion, because actually when I read it, it doesn't actually talk about the horizon. It talks about two features or two light sources at a close angular separation. And so I'm trying to understand it at a more basic level, so I can then, once I get a foundation, so I can then build on that. So I took a LED and put it on my drone and flew it up a couple hundred feet to where the angular size of the LED was far below the resolving power of the human eye, and I could still see the LED really well. And I even had it surrounded by like a 3/4 inch square black styrofoam block.
You didn't see the LED, you saw the light coming from the LED.
Fair enough. I saw the light coming from the LED.
And the first thing that you said was that that's just a statement. What were you talking about that I said that was just a statement?
Pretty much everything you said, including, well, you were saying that the Rayleigh criterion said something about horizons and stuff, and I don't think it does.
Okay, well, I guess it would be up to me to back that up. Give me a second.
Yes, what he was giving you is the circle formula for the tangent to the horizon, not the Rayleigh criterion.
So I was incorrect. The Rayleigh criterion doesn't have anything to do with 1.22 miles.
Or does it?
I think it does, because I talked to Idio about this.
The Rayleigh criterion formula. The Rayleigh formula is 1.22 times the wavelength of light divided by the diameter of the aperture, so it has 1.22 in it.
Maybe I've made a mistake. Maybe I need to redo some
Research.
research that I've done in the past. Okay, I apologize.
Oh, no problem.
However, they're not completely divorced from each other.
Right, because when we look out to the horizon, the angular separation is related to that, naturally.
Yeah, so we obviously all see in an angular field of view, and light obviously is measured in wavelengths, and wavelengths obviously interfere with each other. And if you have any kind of sensor packet, whether it be an optic that's a camera or an optic that's an eye, once the light that comes through reflected to a small enough angle to where it, not reflected, but it crosses and flips over on the other side, makes it upside down.
Refracted.
So after that angle that's cast on the sensor becomes so small that not only does the light interfere with itself, but the sensor can only sense one color value. So all information that's within that triangle out in the free space, all information that enters through that angle alone will be only resolved as one information piece or one color on your eye or one pixel. If you want to think of it as a pixel.
There's a limit to how much the eye can focus on in the foreground and the background, too. It appears the horizon is basically what's happening in the foreground being processed preferentially over what's happening in the background. And a horizon appears to form even though there's no real. Appearances can be very deceiving.
Yeah, so if that angle subsumes a duck at a mile away or a skyscraper at 10 miles away, it's the same angle at the eye.
Right. In other words, if the duck and the skyscraper were spaced in the distance at the right place so that they both appeared the same height, then they would be the same angular size in the eye, right?
Correct.
Wait, Jesse, hold on a sec. This whole thing, are you still trying to say that you don't understand that the Earth doesn't have any curvature, and you're still somehow trying to defend the globe? Like, is that what you're still doing? Really?
I'm just trying.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. But yeah, I think so. Go ahead, Jesse.
Well, I'm just trying to get some coherence between what I observe in reality and how the Rayleigh criterion works with that. And part of my observable reality is I can stand 40 feet above the water.
Okay,
the Strait of
that's already
Fuca.
off into the weeds. Do you think Earth has curvature or not?
Well, I'm just trying to find the truth.
Do you think Earth has curvature or not?
Well, it's clear that when you won't let me finish a sentence that there's no going on because you're just going to
It's clear you don't know how to answer a simple question. Does the Earth have curvature or not? Just answer and then we can move on.
How would I know?
There you go, exactly. How the fuck would you know? You've never gone out and done anything. You're just going to sit here and argue about Rayleigh criterion all day.
Well, I was just trying to tell you about what I did go out and did do, and you cut me off. So may I try?
Have you measured the Earth yet?
I've made observations, and I'm trying to tell you about one. Why won't you let me finish?
This better be good, bro. This better be good. I'm telling you. I'm getting pretty tired of this shit.
You're arguing about light when you can just measure the thing.
Yeah, this better have something to do with the globe, and it better be good, and you better be presenting it like now.
It better be today, Junior.
The last thing I'll say, I agree, and the last thing I'll say is, you know, if your tactic is to bore people to death so they stop listening, you're doing it. So we're going to keep this upbeat and
100.
you know, on the topic. So thanks.
So let's get
Every time somebody says the word angle now, all I can think of is a flat baseline. So if we're talking about the Rayleigh criterion, doesn't that like assume curved light? And we're talking about light coming to the eye, and in the globe paradigm, light
Why would it
bends.
assume curved light?
They assume curved light, don't they?
Hey,
line of sight.
How about everyone that spoke in the last 5 minutes do me a favor and go learn about this topic so that when somebody's talking about it, you can actually be coherent and accurate.
Yes, please.
Yeah. For the love of all that is holy.
So are we going to keep going on about the Rayleigh criterion, or are we going to talk about Earth curvature?
We'll see. So I went out to a position that was 40 feet above the water, the Strait of Fuca, and I looked across the straits, and there's a 50-foot hill over there, 20 miles away, and I picked a place that was about 40 feet high on the far hill, and I could not see it from my position of 40 feet. It just appeared there was water between it and me. If I got up to like around 75 or 100 feet, then I could see the 40-foot high place 20 miles away. But if I'm 40 feet high, I can't see the 45-foot high position on 20 miles away.
And you expect the audience to join you on this?
You have the camera with you, right? You took a photo, and you can present that to us, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've got measured, you can verify your 40-foot height and all that kind of stuff? Or are you just going to say you were 40 feet high when you were probably laying on the ground looking at a 2-foot wave? I don't know. I'm just getting pretty, I don't know, not very impressed, sir.
Also, do you expect anybody to join you on the journey you just took inside your head? Maybe there's 1 or 2 people listening that were following you.
Well,
I think I kind of wafted away for a moment.
Yeah, we all did.
Anyway, that's common human experience. You didn't need an experiment, a test, or an observation to know that when you go higher, that the angle to the ground subtends a different angle, and you can see more of the ground. So, I mean, what was the point of saying all that? You didn't know that already?
But I don't understand how the Rayleigh criterion...
Jesse. You did that observation. You must have had an intention, right? And you must have drawn at least some kind of supposition in your mind after you did it.
So go ahead and let us know what that is without interruption.
What?
Okay, you had a reason why you did that, right? So somehow you thought that had to do with the Rayleigh criterion. So you need to explain that. Then after you did it, you got a result, right? And there probably something in your mind happened, like you thought, oh, this confirms this or this means that, right? So tell us those things.
Why can't I just be out looking for the truth, whatever it is?
Holy crap, dude!
Dude, what
I
did you?
literally yielded the floor to you, so you could tell us how the rally criterion, right, in your mind or in your plan, had to do with this, right? And then after you did it, what did you think about it, right? And then you responded in some kind of defensive statement, which makes no sense.
Now, you opened the floor asking me to give my opinion about something so that you could just say whatever about my opinion, but that's not... See,
what?
I asked the very same question, how come I can't see across 40-foot high to 40-foot high a few days ago, and I was told the Rayleigh criterion is why. So that's
How far away did you say this was?
20 miles.
And how much curvature is there supposed to be in 20 miles?
You could go to the Earth curve calculator as easy as I could.
Okay.
Okay, see, Jesse, the problem is, yes, to be fair, you were interrupted a few times, but the problem is you're not making a coherent statement. You're not saying, this is what I did, this is why I did it, this was the result, and this was my thoughts about the results. Or the conclusion that should follow from the results. It's like everyone has to fish for the answer. Now, to be fair, maybe you're not eloquent or adept at these types of presentations of information. That's why I asked you the questions I asked you.
But why do I have to be... What if I don't have enough information to have arrived at a conclusion
Why
yet?
don't you? Why don't you?
Then that's what you would tell somebody. You'd say, hey, this is why I did it. This is what I saw. I really didn't make a conclusion because I don't know if, there's something I'm missing. I mean, if you're not going to say things in ways like that, I mean, what are you even talking about? All you're doing is just repeating everything everybody already knows. Okay, I'll put it to you like this, Jesse. Everybody knows that when you go higher, you see more. So what's the point?
I want to understand why.
Well, if you were adept at listening, you would know that previously I had told you that your angle, right, that the ground surface distance subtends in the eye or the optic alters when you change elevation, the law of triangles.
Does this
that
have to do with...
alone would make more resolvable on the surface of the ground. So my point is, what's your point?
I can't make it in half sentences.
Well, use full sentences then.
Why don't you present us with your video so we can see the data ourselves and see what you're actually looking at with all the appropriate data that goes with it, the humidity, wind speed, wind direction, the temperature there, the water temperature, the direction you're pointed. Why don't we have the data and the actual proof of this observation? Where is it?
So that day I was taking pictures.
Okay, where's the picture?
Oh, I posted it in the... I'll post it again. I had already posted both the video of the LED on the drone and the picture.
So even if you had all that information, it still doesn't match your globe. All the water going all the way up to the shoreline, whatever you can't see, it's still flat. There's no bulge of water covering up that entire thing. There, how come? Where's you're 40 feet high?
In the second
Okay,
picture.
great.
The first picture,
What's your geometric horizon limits at 40 feet high, please?
based on what?
Based on what? Your globe Earth math. That's what. You don't
Okay,
even know.
Where's the
let me go
picture?
to the
Where's the
Earth curve. Yeah.
picture? Do these pictures look like somebody else's images that you just
What
wrote
do you-
over? So what's up?
I rode over them and I took them. What
Yeah, but
makes you think they look
you
like?
said you had like a laser pointer or something.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, like
Must
in a
have been
black
someone
box
else.
or something.
No, I didn't. Must have been someone else you're thinking of.
Did you not say you had a drone and a little laser pointer?
Oh, no, I put an LED, just like a little white LED, on a drone and flew it straight up just to check whether I could see a light from an LED that was smaller than the angular resolution of the human eye. I got a video of that too, if you like.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, post that. How far away was your drone?
105 feet up, straight overhead. Actually, I flew it up to like 225 and I could still see the LED, but it was kind of windy and it's just a tiny drone and it was warning me that there was high winds and it might not be able to make it to come back, so I got it back down to 105 feet pretty quick and then I made the video.
Oh,
Are you in some way equating the size of your LED to the beam of light?
Who knows?
Okay, there, I posted a link to the video.
Great.
Yes,
Was the Earth moving underneath your drone? What?
The LED has a
Was the
diameter.
Earth moving beneath the drone?
How would I know? I can fly it
Because you
inside
could
a movie.
freaking see it if it was. That's why.
Unless
kidding
the
me?
drone was moving with the Earth. I could fly the drone inside a moving bus too. That's really just a
Okay, wait a minute. Stop.
red
At
herring.
every elevation. Hold on. Every elevation, it's still with the Earth at every elevation?
Well, do you know what
Is
these
it or is
theoretic?
it not? Yes or no?
What's the question?
Is it going exactly with the rotation of Earth at every elevation?
Dude, it's got a GPS
That's
in
a
there.
yes or no question.
It knows exactly
It's a yes or
where
no
it is
question.
with
Is
relative
it
to
going
the
the
Earth's
same speed
surface.
with the Earth at every elevation? Yes or no?
This one
Is
has an
it going the same speed along with the Earth at every elevation? Please answer.
Mine is.
Okay, how is it achieving different speeds at different distances?
Because it's got a GPS and an autopilot.
Does it
and
have
tracks.
retro jets or something? How is it maintaining that? That requires freaking acceleration in a lateral direction.
It's also got cameras that actually look down
What
at
are
the
you using
ground.
for? And it's standing still, and you're telling me it's using lateral directional movements, which is clearly not. Because if it was, you could see it. This globe is insane, man. This has created people that are psychotic in their thinking, much like yours.
Do you realize that by cutting someone off every half sentence, you're admitting defeat?
Gentlemen.
What? That's not true.
Yeah, that's not how that works. You don't make up the rules.
Defeat what? What did you win? If that, let's see what happens, right? Say what you said is 100% true. What did you just win? Did you win the internet, did you? You won the internet for the day?
This man's a champion.
Man.
Yeah, he's an internet champ. Okay, so you won the internet. Now what are you going to do? Are you going to go to Disneyland, are you?
Does the ray of light from the LED stay the exact same diameter all the way to the ground, or does it expand out by any chance?
Ooh. Juicy. I'll take the inverse square law. for 500, Alex.
Okay, let's go. You're the first contestant.
Yeah, Jesse, the answer is it splays out. There's the answer.
Of course, it's going to expand out and get larger. And of course, you're going to try and say that you're seeing an LED an eighth of an inch across at 105 feet up, which violates a rated criterion. You shouldn't be able to see something like that. But you're not looking at the LED, Jesse. You're looking at the light that has been sent down to you and has expanded the entire way down. How is that? What is that? I mean, wow. Of course you're going to see the light, Jesse. But if you turn the light off, you're not going to see the LED. It's too small.
It doesn't matter. They don't have any measurement of the globe anywhere, and that's why they're diverting, like Matthew, to aircraft flight plans and freaking drones. They think they're measuring devices.
He's
They're
playing
out
some
of their
kind of
minds.
weird, he's playing some kind of a weird game, and it's not going to work with me, I'm telling you.
Also, is the Earth curved or not, Jesse? Oh, no, he's still here. Jesse, come on now. Don't just fucking don't listen.
When there's
Please
6 of you cutting me off, I know there's no point, okay? I appreciate it, but when there's
Come
6 of you taking
on,
turns cutting me off,
man.
I know
Jesse.
there's no point.
This is just
Jesse,
a binary decision. It's either
Jesse.
flat or it's not.
Jesse, be a man of conviction and leave.
Yep.
Okay.
Or
Said
be
there's no
prepared.
point. So the appropriate thing to do is to leave and come back another time, right? And have a conversation with somebody else. There you go. Problem solved.
Or be prepared to jump on your own sword on this hill.
Wow, advice and a forewarning. You guys are being so considerate right now.
I just want to know: is there
I'm
anybody out there
serious.
who thinks they
just
can
from
prove
now
it?
on, I'm just every time. I mean, obviously this isn't the most egregious example, but when it gets too gaggly, I'm just going to recommend to the person who's gaggled to just,
Oh, I
they don't like
absolutely
it,
loved
leave.
what you had to say, both of you guys. So it ain't on us, it's on you, bro.
Let us not forget through all of this, through all these days that we do this, that the burden of proof lies on the ones who are going somewhere outside of everyone's experience. Period.
It's only going to get harder, Jesse.
Yeah, well, check it out. So the common phenomena, quote unquote, of things disappearing from the bottom up is, bar none, the most salient experiential claim of the self experiencing our Earth as a globe. Because obviously we all know that something can only disappear if it's behind something else, right? So if that's not the case, then it behooves a flat earther to have a very cohesive explanation of why Earth surface curvature isn't required for that phenomena to occur. And when a glober asks for that, to not have a coherent answer, right, and present it and just be argumentative, to be fair, Jesse might be playing a little bit, but there's more people, that would like to hear the argument than him. Because if you can't defeat that, think about it. If you can't defeat something disappearing from the bottom up, then most people are just going to be like, well, I can't think of any other reason why that would be the case other than physical obstruction. Therefore, it must be obstructed physically. And the only thing I could think of that would be doing that over water would be if the water was curved, because water lays level. And the only thing physically that would cause water to lay level And to be an obstruction would be a curve, because that's the only shape or orientation that would serve that purpose. So yes, I mean, part of the battle is fought at the horizon. What is the horizon? What's it doing? Why is it not what they claim it is? And do you have a sufficient explanation? Or, to be fair, a demonstration? Because a demonstration where there's no possibility of curvature that shows something disappearing from the bottom up doesn't require an explanation, right? You just demonstrate it. There you go, buddy. No Earth surface curvature required. But anyway, speaking along those same lines, Matthew still owes me some math, and so does Patsa, of their claim that if, essentially if the Earth was flat, you could see forever. So there is a limit, right? That has to do with obviously angular resolution and the propagation and the size of the wavelength of light from the source of the target object, right? That math can be done, but they failed to provide it while simultaneously making claims out their butt about what things would or would not do on the flat Earth.
Sorry.
If I'm not mistaken, Matthew teaches math. All these guys claim to have all this knowledge in these fields, and then you ask them, hey, could you do a practical test or scrutiny or example or observation
I
about your
always
worldview?
hear I always hear Globers say flat earthers don't know how to do math. Mm-hmm. Isn't that
I don't know.
weird?
I've been waiting for I don't even know if it's 5 or 7 years now for math from some Globers to just tell me how high you have to be to see the Earth curvature.
Well, yeah, that's pretty awkward.
They all have different answers. That's what's even weirder. It's like there's no one answer.
Hmm. Wah, wah, wah. Is there a consolation prize?
For Jesse?
Anyone of his kind?
Mm.
Anyone who thinks we live on a ball? Those people.
It's kind of like back to the drawing board for them. They haven't been able to conjure up any actual Earth curvature, no matter how hard they try.
All right, so let's do
They don't know
a
their own
census.
religion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's hard to demonstrate something that doesn't exist.
Exactly.
They don't understand their own religion. That's really cringy. I'd say that's the extra cringy part. It's extra crispy.
Crispy.
All right, for the sake of scrutiny and education, who thinks that they can present a cohesive argument with what they experienced that proved or demonstrated to them that the Earth was flat, that they actually did personally? Begin with a premise, then state the circumstances, then end in a conclusion. As an example for somebody like Jesse to follow. Nobody?
I mean, a simple one to do, if I were to do one, you would just need mirrors, correct?
No. I said, what
No.
did you do?
Well, yeah, I know, but nobody else was talking, so.
You could have faked it. You could have just said, well, I went to the beach, I took a mirror.
Yeah. No, I'd mess up
I,
somewhere. But yeah, it doesn't have to be complicated, right?
Mm.
I mean, depends on who you're talking to, of course. I mean, apparently, there's no acceptable evidence for both camps, depending on who's in that conversation, too. Know what I mean, Vern? No?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Jesse, there's a 5-hour video that explains many of the concepts of angular resolution with practical examples, deep research, mathematics, right, and demonstrations. There's also 1.5-hour one. There's like a 45-minute one, a 30-minute one, 5 30-minute ones. So, for example, in the Life is Short video, he sets out two different devices with different aperture sizes, right? Which means they have a different angular resolution limit, which is, can be found by the Rayleigh criterion. Puts them right there, then goes down a hallway and lowers the flashlight towards the ground. And at a certain distance, the one camera, the flashlight disappears in its field of view, and the other camera still sees it. The only difference about the cameras is their angular resolution capability and their rendering capability. Right? So there's a very good practical example you could do to see if things could actually disappear simply because of the Rayleigh criterion. Although it just makes obvious sense. Okay, as things get further away from you and they get smaller, eventually they're not going to be able to be seen, or they're going to blend with something else to where all 5 things become one thing. And so the 5 things have disappeared and the one thing is now in appearance. So, I mean, it seems just basically obvious that if you have an angular field of view, as things recede away from you, they're going to disappear at a certain point. I mean, what's so hard to follow about that? So I just gave you a practical demonstration that can demonstrate it, and a principle that seems obvious on its face that it would occur. And Mr. Godrockin gave you an explanation of why the circle of light is bigger than the limitation of the angular limit of the object that you had, because it was an active light, a source. So did not people help you?
Say yes. He has to say yes, otherwise he didn't win the internet like he said he did.
Well, I mean, we could just pretend we're in a court and a point left unrebutted stands as truth. So I'm right, you're wrong. So, Mr. Jesse, what's the angular resolution of the human eye? About 1 arc minute, 0.02 degrees. So if you imagine a 6-foot tall observer standing on the earth, and the earth being a horizontal out from his feet, right? And his viewpoint as it recedes away, it would be the z-axis, but an orthographic view would be the y-axis. Either way, just draw a triangle from the eye where the center of the triangle is level with the eye, parallel to the horizontal that he's standing on. Draw that triangle out till it reaches the ground. And you will find a very interesting coincidence.
A
That
coincidence?
the supposed horizon, where it's supposed to be on average in your field of view as a 6-foot-tall observer, is in the same general place that triangle hits the ground. So in other words, the subsuming of information in your field of view into one single data point, one pixel, quote unquote, occurs at approximately the same point that they claim the horizon occurs. That's very interesting. Now, this is also just a weird coincidence as well, that the Rayleigh criterion is 1.22 as a factor, and the formula for finding the horizon is 1.22 as a factor. Makes you scratch your chin and go, that's weird. This triangle seems to line up where they say the horizon is, and the formula seems to have the same factorial.
Well, isn't it the same with gravity and some other formula? I forget right offhand. Sorry, not trying to get off the topic you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm not too
It's a
sure.
scientism nonsense.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about gravity in relation to that.
It has been way too long. I shouldn't even brought it up, sorry. Rewind, delete.
It'll be a Mandela effect by the morning.
Nice.
A new upload software, patch. Oh, George.
Yeah, so Jesse, did you not learn something new? Were you not given a train of thought to get new information and demonstrate?